Hello, welcome YouTube, good to see you. Today I have a task. And it is a task of my own making, which I guess is all tasks. Okay, well, let me be more specific. I have a problem of my own making, and that's okay, because sometimes it be like that. I might have upgraded to Godot 4.6 a little too early. That was my mistake. That was an oops. Also, I'm sorry that I started a little late for the people live on YouTube. I'm trying a new thing where I'm trying to start earlier. I'm actually getting my schedule together a little better. And that means that I'm gonna be a little later at the time that I say I'm gonna be. It's hard to explain, but you just gotta trust me. Thank you for being patient. I appreciate you. Alright, so here's what's gonna happen. I have to basically do over everything that I did. So it's not 4.6's fault. It's not 4.6's fault. Okay? Well, I don't know if it's 4.6's fault. Let me be honest. I have no idea. But the problems that came up were basically there were textures, sub-viewport textures specifically. So in this project, thank you for the follow, Melaneth. There is a specific, let me pull this up. It's weird because I'm gonna get to a 4.5. I got so used to 4.6, even though I only did a little bit. Phone in hand. All right, check this out. Check this out right now. Whoa, it's cool in the orthogonal view. This right here is a 3D object, and it has a sub-viewport texture on it. Okay, and that's how we get the screen on there. Well, for whatever reason, when I upgraded to 4.6, let's go, high five! We're totally best friends! I found out that those textures just like, boop, just gone. They didn't work anymore, they weren't on there, and it was bad news. And I was like, okay, I can replace those, I can fix that, even though it was a little annoying to try to do so. Well, then I went to this computer monitor over here, which is like no big deal, like who cares, because the computer monitor is actually working fine. This also has a sub viewport. And when I went to like change the mesh, the game kept crashing. Godot kept crashing. It just kept crashing and crashing and crashing. I don't even want to pull it up to show you because it's just so sad. It just makes me so sad. But you can, look, I'll show you on the video, okay? Because there was the stream that just happened. Like, it literally just happened. And it was miserable. It was miserable because, like, I don't know what I did to deserve this other than upgrade to 4.6. So what I just ended up realizing was the upgrade to 4.6 made my Tamagotchi-like game pretty much not particularly usable. So I don't know if I can capture a moment here of Godot crashing, but basically every time I tried to modify this mesh, oh yeah, it's totally about to happen. It's totally about to happen. And I tried to like create a new mesh with like a new color and everything, and look, Godot engine has stopped working. You see? Proof. I don't know why that happened. This never happened before. This is a new occurrence. I don't know what I did. And that isn't even the first crash. There were multiple crashes along the way leading up to that. All right? So many crashes. And it was just when I went to modify that one mesh. So I kind of just got to this point where I realized, you know what? And look, it was also slower. The project was running slower. You know what? It's time to let go of upgrading this to 4.6. Now you might ask, well, okay, what's the big deal? Roll back to 4.5. You move on. And what? It's funny you say that, right? So the rogue-like game, the game-like rogue that I made for our last game jam, the game-like jam, yeah, I made that in 4.6. Yeah, made that in 4.6. Now, I've already downgraded it to 4.5, but guess what? It has problems because it was made for 4.6, so now there are 4.6 to 4.5 bugs that I have to fix. So yes, so here's the thing. I made my game like Rogue to be embedded in my Tamagotchi-like, hence why Melaneth and I are best friends. And so I now need to downgrade my, either one of two things have to happen. I have to downgrade my roguelike game to be in Godot 4.5, or I upgrade my Tamagotchi-like game to be in 4.6. Well, I already tried the latter, and it went very, very, very badly. And so I believe strongly that it'll be much easier to downgrade the roguelike to 4.5. So that's what I'm gonna do, and then we're gonna put it back in here, because what I spent the entire last stream doing for the most part was getting that game like Rogue embedded into this project. So I'm gonna have to re-embed it. I'm gonna have to do that again, which isn't that bad, honestly, but we are gonna have to do that. So look, I got ahead of myself. I really was excited about 4.6. I think I had just been, how do you say, spoiled? I had been a little spoiled by previous versions of Godot that I upgraded to, and everything was fine. It was not in this case. So look, I've learned a lesson. I've learned a very important lesson. Do not upgrade your game engine in the middle of the project. I know, okay? This is common knowledge. Everybody talks about this. Thank you, Murphkins, for letting me know. I know this is common knowledge. Everybody talks about this. I get that. But sometimes I just feel like you have to experience it to really know better, you know? And I had to experience it. I had to go through it to suffer the experience of knowing, or I had to suffer to gain the experience of, well, not making this mistake again. So I am going to move forward. I am not going to be hard on myself that much. I will make this happen. I really wanted to upgrade. I thought it would be a nice thing. It had like a new, look at this. Like, this is the old, it's the old layout. I kind of liked some new things about the new layout. But really, there wasn't a lot about 4.6 that I'm gonna miss. And hey, I'll be making a new game soon, so I'll just change it there. It'll be fine. But I've learned an important lesson that look, just wait. Just wait to upgrade the engine in the middle of working on a project. It's tried and true, but I needed to get hurt to find out what I should do. So let's try to fix this. I think I can fix this. I think it's gonna be okay. All right, let me fix the YouTube chat. I know why it's unhappening. It's because I experimented with a different way of capturing the YouTube chat, and I didn't like that. So we're gonna go back to the usual way. Bit of a disappointment, but what you gonna do? I think I know. I think it's because I set up the chat to capture it in the non-different way. Okay, so it should probably capture at this point. Should be back. We should be good. All right, but let me check in, make sure I didn't miss anything. It is what it is. I'm not solemn. I'm excited. I'm happy. Everything's fine. But yeah, so again, because I don't know that it was anything to do with Godot in particular. I honestly have no idea. I feel strongly that it was just bad choice. It was a bad choice to upgrade during the project. When it crashes, can you get back traces? Nope. No. It just crashes, it crashes. It's done. The crash is the crash. No more. So it sounds like you're not someone who uses Godot, which is totally fine. But that would be an opportunity to welcome you to the world of Godot, which is what I am. High five. Which is what I'm going to be working in most of the time. Sometimes I'm going to do web dev and stuff, but I don't know what you're talking about with GDB. I don't know what that is. But crashes are the best, though, considering that if you write undefined behavior, you're very lucky if you get a crash. All right. Always upgrade. Entropy is bad enough. Feel the frustration. Deciding on a downgrade instead is never coming from a place of confidence. Yeah. There might be Melaneth, but I just don't care. You know, it's like I see the evidence right in front of me. It's not gonna work. But honestly, no. If I were to say, like, looking at the I did look at the changelog pretty carefully, and I didn't see anything that I thought would conflict. But there you go. You know, because often when I say looked at the changelog, let me be clear. I looked at the release notes, which is a little different. Debugger. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so what is your background, Melaneth? I don't know anything that you're talking about. Like, okay, so I started working on games like within the last 3 years or so, and I tried out Unreal, I tried out Unity, and I didn't really like either of them that much, and I settled in on Godot, and I like it a lot. I know some JavaScript, some TypeScript, I know HTML, CSS, and I know GDScript. That's it, right? Like, I'm not versed on C#, C++, even Python. I don't know any of these things. So, you know, and I'm not out here doing software development. I'm not working on a professional level. I don't have this as a job. My job is being right here with you. So, honestly, I don't know nothing. What I do know is that I shouldn't have upgraded. That much I know. Computer obsessed for a large number of years, and you do a bunch of different languages. Nice. We're still best friends. We're still best friends. So the game is a virtual pet game where you take care of this cat, and the cat is famous on social media. And when you want to make money to help buy stuff and feed the cat and decorate your house, you will play these mini games, and they will help you post to social media. This is not going to be a game in the game, probably. This is just something I slapped together a couple years ago that I was using as a test to see if I could import a game into this game. And I could. It works. It works great. So, and I was able to get the roguelike imported in here as well, and it worked great. I just found out that what wasn't working great was upgrading this. So now I need to downgrade the roguelike, and we need to get it back in here again, so that way I can keep moving forward with this game and keep making it what I want it to be. Thank you. Yeah. I'm excited too. Yeah. So, and just for the full context, I host a game jam called the Game Like Jam. It runs every other month. We just finished the last one. We made games like Rogue, and it's a month-long jam. And the showcase is going to be in 4 days, about 5 days. And we're going to show off on the stream, on this channel, all of the games. It's probably going to be 2 days of the showcase because there's so many entries. So I'm really excited to dig into all the awesome work you've been doing. Look at this, 415 entries. Wow, our ratings, sorry, not entries. Imagine 400 entries. I wouldn't even know what to do. We'll get them in 2 days. I'll play 400 games in 2 days. Take a short lap. All right. And then before that, we did the Tamagotchi-like jam where we made games like Tamagotchi. This was in November. And since November, I have been working on the Tamagotchi-like game, that cat game that you saw, because I really like it. I think it's going to be a cool game. And I decided to make my rogue-like game be a mini game in this game. All right, we're taking a lap. I found a way we can set this stuff up on YouTube so y'all can do redemptions. I just have to, do it. So, okay, so I'm gonna have to boot up Rogue. I boot up Rogue, and there was one problem. There was like this error with the animation player. The animation player had errors. So I'm gonna have to make sure that I redo that. Which, by the way, it was pretty annoying to set it up in the first place, which just has to be okay. I'm just gonna have to do it again. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right, stretch the legs. Stretch the legs. A little pre-game dev stretch. Here we go. All right, just like an athlete. We stretch first. Thank you, Ann Jack. That is so kind. Y'all are so sweet. I'm here. I'm doing my thing. I'll be here. Look. Even if no one ever shows up, I'll be here. I'm here no matter what. because this is what I do. Just what I do. Second time's a charm. That's right, Kimmy. Look, this is just the reality, okay? This is just the reality. Sometime, and come on, y'all never had to do this. Sometimes you have to do things over. When you're working with computers, when you're doing art, graphic design, visual stuff, technical stuff, game dev stuff, art, music, whatever. I know I just repeated myself like 8 times. Whenever you're doing art, music, game dev, programming, any of these kinds of things on a computer, sometimes you gotta do it over. It just happens. It just happens that you either lose the data because it gets corrupted, you deleted it on accident, I don't know, something goes wrong and you have to start over. You forgot to save it. It's just part of it. Sometimes a do-over is necessary. So I'm fine with it. I'm ready to embrace it, and I think we're gonna get through it quicker, and it's gonna be better, and I'm gonna get to move on and do cool things, hopefully soon. GDB is a debugger. To be fair, you're assuming GCC stack. Visual C is probably some other thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, nothing like that. Computer obsessed, love that. That's cool. Neat. What kind of things do you make? What kind of things do you work on? Oh, you said that. A TUI auto battler. TUI. You are a 3-letter acronym champion, by the way. Tower underneath impenetrability. Tables upside inside. Terminal user interface. Okay, terminal user, that's got to be what that means. Terminal user interface auto battler right now. Full self play by the PC. Whoa. Considering allowing the player to decide the meta their various parties are pursuing. That sounds cool. That sounds really interesting. Y'all be making terminal games. I've been noticing that. There's like a revolution. There's like a rise. There's something happening. I hear so many of y'all making terminal-based things. Whatever, dude. This is my bestie. Not good enough to do things correctly. It's a process. Exactly. I don't even want to be that good. Let me screw up. Let me have the room to screw up. What's up? Welcome, Pesselman. Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, Kasei figured it out. All the systems design, none of the art stress. Yeah. That makes sense. Right. You just get to do purely the programming. That makes... Okay, I get it now. Kai Guy, welcome. Also, hello over there on YouTube. Frank, Kimmy, Derek, and Merv. Vosti, need to run Godot via terminal for back traces. You can run Godot via terminal and get back traces? That's a thing? I can do that? Eric says, I have the same problem. Viewport change, instant, stops responding. You tried Windows, Linux, multiple PCs, multiple project, all made in 4.5. See? It's not just me. Really, Eric? What have we done? Why have we upgraded? Well, I don't know why. I know why I upgraded, because I wanted this shiny new thing, and it wasn't that bad before. Well, now I know. Now I know. Wow. Love that. I mean, I hate that for you, but also, I'm very affirmed that I wasn't the only one who went down this path. Wow. Multiple projects. Okay. All right. Well, next Game Like Jam in March, I'll finally get to step into 4.6. Officially. YouTube no purring, chat no chatting. Oh, we got up there. We up there now. Been trying to add explosions to Pie's game. Haven't been able to get it working, so you added clowns instead. I mean, clowns are like half of an explosion, right? Like the dust, the mushrooms, all that. That's like part of an explosion. So that's fair. Played some Hollow Knight, now back listening. Nice. Hollow Knight like Silksong? Welcome back. Roguelikes are in, like Doom, for a scary game jam. You redo things all the time. Right? It's normal. Kaya is stretching their legs too. Outside walk, taking advantage of this nice weather break from the cold. Oh, is it nice out? I gotta go outside once in a while. Most of the time, when Eric redos code, it's not a technical error. It's because you want to add comments, or like the code is horribly inefficient. Fair, fair. Derek's gonna use the shooting mechanic in the zombie roguelike in your boomer shooter. Let's go. Wait, you're making a boomer shooter? I didn't know you were making a boomer shooter. Eric says, I wanted the cool rotation math. Oh, and the UI looks pretty, but you can't use it. Dang. 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 You deserve that rotation math. Is it like a project that you're gonna be like working on for a long, long time? Or one that you get to move on from soon? I hope you get to get in there soon. Wow. Okay, Derek. Is there a boomer shooter trend happening right now, or is it just always in? All the systems, none of the design art stress, AFK few sadly. That's quite alright. Alright, let's get into this. I'll be here. Don't worry, I'll be here. So, I don't actually have to do anything on this end. Everything that I need to do is on the roguelike end, because the roguelike is broken. So this is me looking at it downgraded. Here we are, playing the game. And the game loads great. Everything's pretty good. We can move around. The level loads. I can go to another level by going to one of these, dropping through one of these holes in the ground, and bam, we're on a new level. All is well. Well, when I try to attack an enemy or collect a can of cat food, we have a problem. Normally, a message would pop up and say, you know, that you're attacking the enemy. Well, unfortunately, it turns out that that's not happening anymore. Now we get errors. Lots and lots of errors. Animation not found, play thoughts. So I did create an animation. I wonder if it's like literally gone. Like gone. So this animation is on the HUD. So let's open up the HUD. See if I can't find it. That's the script. I'm going to need the scene. Let's see. UI bottom. Here. There's the animation. Oh, it's gone. Interesting. So going from 4.6 to 4.5 just fully removed. Hey, Maz, welcome back. It fully removed the animation. It said, nah. You know what I might do? I might want to... This is kind of tough. Okay, let me make a separate branch. Because what I would like to do is just like at least have a screenshot of the animation as it was before, just to make it a little easier for me to hurry up and put it together again. That would be nice. But I guess they made some update in the new version of Godot that means that we have to get rid of the animation. And it's like, what else? You know? Like, that's all I see, but what else is missing that I don't even know is missing? Probably just that, honestly. It's probably just that. It's probably fine. I think it's probably fine. I think it's probably fine. Oh, you posted in the Discord Games by You section? Oh, your boomer shooter? Nice. Put a picture of the clouds in live text. Eric says, it's a long-scale project. It was your dream game. Oh. I mean, look, like... I guess it's kind of like a bigger thing. Just like working in game dev is you're going to get... Your tool set is going to get updated. And you're gonna have to like just live without the extra thing. The new fancy stuff. I suppose it would be even worse if the new update literally fixed a bug you have. That would be brutal. That would be brutal. You're trying to remove stuff since the project got a little bloated. You can't assume everyone will have 32 gigabytes of memory and a good CPU anymore. I know, that's right. Is your project forward plus? In the live text? Nice. Oh, love it. Love it. Those clouds look good. I love the like rim light on them. Really makes them shine. You're working on a cool project. Doesn't use primary ammo. It's not what it uses. This looks like a super sledge. Is that a super sledge? Oh, maybe it's like a sharp end on the other side of the hammer. It's like a rocket powered super sledge. Yeah, it's fire. Well, it's clouds, but also fire. Okay, and then you said you put something in games by you. We'll check it out too. Share your stuff, it's okay, it's okay. I don't see anything here. Oh, that's Game Like Jam. Got inspired to make a liminal game. Nice. Love that. That seems like in line with your style. I see that for you. I see that for you. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like where it's going. Nice, nice, nice. Looks like the ear jigger the doctor did look like that. It sure did. Nice. Exciting, exciting, exciting. Love it. Love to see it. Are boomer shooters back? Are boomer shooters back? Always good to see. I played this game when I was a kid, so I did play like Quake and Doom and stuff, but Wolfenstein. But there's this game, this really stupid game that hooked me, because for whatever reason, I was in like the goth crowd when I was in high school. Okay, it's just like the way it was, and you know, goth kids like music that caters to goth kids, and one of those bands was Kiss. Sure you're familiar with that band. They put makeup on their face and they'd make music. Well, they also made a game. They made a game. It was called, what was it called? Psycho Circus Kiss Game? Or wait, no, it came with the Psycho Circus album. Yeah, the Nightmare Child. But it was literally a boomer shooter. Yeah, you know. It was literally a boomer shooter. And I don't know if it was just because Evanescence, so good. Oh my gosh. No, they were just at the Gamer Awards, which was kind of crazy. So this game, it was like, let's see if there's gameplay. Someone has to put it out there, right? Gameplay. 2000. It was giving like cereal box game. Like I feel like it came with the album. It was just like a regular boomer shooter, but like, I don't know, it charmed me because I had it. It was just one that I had, and I played it. To me, it feels like lost media. Like it's not, okay, it's not, but it's not like ranked among the best boomer shooters. It's not something you hear about, but it had a lot of charm. It's a cereal box game. Chex Quest. Does it look like Thief? It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. You know, the other one I loved, that isn't, I don't know if you'd call it a boomer shooter, but, oh, I remember that. I remember all this stuff. There's also No One Lives Forever. I wouldn't know if you'd call that a boomer shooter, but it kind of had that, it kind of was, though. It kind of was. It had that same, like, it was kind of like Half-Life boomer shooter. It was somewhere in between Half-Life and a boomer shooter. It had more story, right? So it wasn't in that sense, but you're still just like in an arena with guns, running around, shooting things, and that was the game. It had like multiplayer that was the same. They were like an entire trend. They were an entire trend. You love this game? Yeah, it's got a lot of charm, right? I would say this is a better game than that Kiss game, but except for the tutorial. The tutorial is brutal in this game. You're inspired? I see that. Actually, I see that for you. Love that. That makes total sense. Nice. You got an email for the Game Awards? Getting a free CD in your checks was like Christmas. I know, right? They don't do that anymore. I don't know why. Maybe it's not safe. I could kind of see that. Probably people would scalp all those cereal boxes too. They do be back. They be back. All right. Anyway. Y'all are working on cool projects. I love that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a separate branch for the way the roguelike was. So I did make a commit 4.5.1 downgrade. Did I make a commit for the 4.6 upgrade? I don't know what point I actually upgraded, but I feel like it was in the middle. Anyway. Let's make this a separate branch. And I'm going to call this final 4.6 final. This is before I reverted. Oops, I always forget to here, maybe try to switch the branch before I open Godot again, so Godot doesn't get mad at me. Okay, no, it got mad at me. Here, just stop it. Stop. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up that animation player and I'm just gonna screenshot it, so that way I have it to reference and stuff. So I'll need to pop back open 4.6. Okay, there's 4.6. Let's switch the branch. Leave my changes on main. What changes? No, these changes don't matter. Trash them. See ya. We're gonna cook. This is good. This is gonna be fine. We're gonna get through this. Okay, 4.6 final. Yeah, you can publish it. Okay. Now I'm gonna open the roguelike, which says 4.5, but it's not. No, it's not true. Here, refresh. Can we refresh? You gotta rescan. Do you want me to? You know what? I can just open it again. You know what? It's no big deal. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just open it again. It's all good. Okay, now it says 4.6. I love version control. Version control, it just it empowers me so much to just do things. Yo, you got version control, right? I don't care. Codebase, Codeberg, GitLab, GitHub, whatever you use. Freaking do something. My gosh. Okay, so this is where that animation player actually existed. So this is what, let me just show you what's supposed to happen. And what isn't happening, but is supposed to happen. What's supposed to happen is when you walk into a enemy, basically, and this is very similar to the original Rogue, these little messages pop up that tell you what the attack stuff is like. Now, I didn't actually finish it. It's supposed to say more interesting things than it's good or bad. It's supposed to not have all caps enum being just plunked in there, but to be honest, I didn't finish the game. So that was going to be something I continued to build on, but I can't continue to build on something if it's not there anymore. So I'm going to go find what that animation player looked like, because it was kind of a bunch of stuff. See, here it is. There's kind of a lot going on in here. And I would just love to just be reminded. Okay, it's a little hard to read those things. Oh, okay, cool. Show first thinking message. Show second thinking message. Show interrupted second thinking message. I wish I could see all these. Can I like zoom? Okay, that helps. That helps. And then there's the thinking visibility false. So what this, pretty much the only thing that this animation, literally the only thing this animation player is doing is it is running functions. Because I was, especially in the heat of the game jam, I was having trouble getting this to run in the order I wanted it to, using just timers. With the control that I wanted without writing a crap ton of code. So we used the animation player. So as soon as this animation runs, it shows the first thinking message. Then after 0.5 seconds, it shows the second thinking message. Then after 1 second, it'll show an interrupted second thinking message. So what this means is that so I think what this means is if you interrupt, that is to say if you attack rapidly, if you keep attacking, it will close the first message and open a new one. But if you don't interrupt, it'll take 3.2 seconds or so for it to actually close the window. So that's what all that's doing. I think this is pretty much all I need to see. So I'm just going to screenshot it here. Let me just get, this is probably the most unclear number. Okay. I'm going to screenshot this so I have it on hand. Make life a little bit easier. Okay. Now I'm going to close it and we're going to revert the branch. So, you know, we'll see. Who knows? Maybe, or switch the branch. Maybe it'll turn out I need to come back to that. I don't know. But hopefully not. Hopefully that's the last I have to see of that. Sadly, but hopefully. Alright, now we'll open up the roguelike once again. You're a gator boy? What is happening? Just finished business registration with the government. Oh, let's go! Let's go! Nice new Joker! Proud of you! Let's go! Well, now I know someone to go bother when I go and do that. I'll be like, hey, what did you do? How did you do that? What about this part? Congrats. Because that's your game studio is Gator named. Love that. Love that. Your blackjack game is gonna be big. Well, it's gonna be legit. I don't know what it's gonna be. It looks fun though. It better be big. That and James Bond 007? Yes, like GoldenEye? Hell yeah. Remember the free roller coaster? Was it free? I don't remember. Cereal box game is a thing you wish you hadn't missed. Sounds like a fringe collector thing now. It does. Yeah, absolutely. Really? You got a free Roller Coaster Tycoon CD in a cereal box? What's cereal? No, of course, Kaya. Big would be nice. So yeah, you already got all kinds of gators. I did not know gators were your thing. I never know what your thing is. Sometimes you're glitched code, sometimes you're a new Joker, sometimes you're a gator. You just have many identities. I respect that. I'm not following you. What a sick, twisted fact that is now false. I'm not sure if I ever actually got a true cereal box prize. You have a whole gator gang. Oh yeah, I do remember the free AO. Okay, now that I remember. That I do remember. He said I'm a gator boy. She said see you later, boy. Bitch. If you're talking to me, so Godot isn't a compiled language. Godot is an interpreted language, for one. Secondly, I just do everything in Godot editor because it's a great editor. And yeah, but when I do TypeScript, I have used VS Code, but I've recently been using Z editor for stuff. I'm trying to like move away from VS Code. So Z editor is what it's called. But yeah, for Godot, you can hook it up with VS Code. I do not. Okay, here's a roguelike. So now I'm gonna go and we're gonna make that animation. So we gotta go to the HUD. And create a new animation. What was it that it was called? Look at all those gators! Look at all those gators! Play thoughts. Okay, new play thoughts. Now I'm gonna go look at my reference image so I don't have to use too much of my brain on something that I'm bitter about having to do again in the first place. please. Right. We need a function at 0, 0.5, 1, and then, oops, near the end. Why would you do that? There we go. So I'm going to create a call method track. Not usually my preference to code things in interface inspector tools like this. I think someday I could see myself moving to a general programming language like Python or C++ or something, where I don't use an engine like an IDE at all. But for the foreseeable future, I would rather use Godot because for me, it's just faster and I prefer to get things done since I'm already a pretty slow person. But I hear myself as I'm using Godot, I'm like, oh, I don't want to put my code in the inspector. I don't want to obfuscate tasks outside of the code. Like, I just keep saying that, and I feel that so deeply. And if that's true, like, maybe one day I won't have a place to put it other than the code. Maybe that's what I want. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, 3.3, and then we will add a key. The first one was show first message, probably, would be my guess. Show first thinking message. And then the next one is at 0.5. And that one is show second thinking message. Then at 1 second, we are doing show interrupted second thinking message, which the naming of that is a little confusing, but whatever. And then around 3.3, probably fairly arbitrarily decided on, we close it out. Or 3.25. Look, I'm just keeping, I didn't need that image after all. I did, because it reminded me. No, I needed it. Thinking visibility. Now those, ooh, I forgot those come with parameters. I'm sure I could figure it out, but I just realized I need to check the parameters. Pretty important. This has no parameter. That has no parameter. That has no parameter. Thinking visibility, however, does, and it is not default. So we're gonna have to type that in, although the second parameter is default. So let's click on that. And we want to clarify that argument 1 is false. It's already false. Okay, great. So honestly, this may be already fixed. We may be good to go. See, that wasn't too bad, was it? All right, there it is. And that's the only bug that I've noticed. So we're gonna call that a W. We're gonna call that a total W. Oh, there was one other thing. In the new version of Godot, they added this nice feature where you didn't have to deal. See this like, you see this like it's kind of hard to see. Oh yeah, there it is. See that like gray outline? That's just like a focus outline. In Godot 4.6, you didn't have to remove that. It was by default not there anymore, which was quite convenient. But that is no longer the case. So I'm just gonna remove those, and then we'll be truly back in business. And those are right here. Not too bad. Honestly, this is super easy. It could have been a lot worse. You know, luckily this is a pretty small project, not a lot going on. Okay, so it's this focus, I believe, right here. And we're just gonna make it an empty style box, would be the way to deal with that. And we'll do that on both of these. So are we using a theme here? Oh, we're using a theme. Actually, let's keep this with the theme. Will probably be better. So that, and then the theme just lets me not, so basically then both of these will get it applied at the same time, which is just a little bit more convenient. Hover, disable, focus, there we go. So right here, We're gonna change that to empty. And I think we have an entire uncle named Bob at this point. Let's test it, make sure that it's exactly as it's supposed to be. Looks good. It looks good. No more focus. You see? I think I've done everything. The options never did anything. Continue. No big deal. Everything should work fine. So, yeah. Great. This debugger warning was just there to remind me what my next task is. So, great. We've done it. Hey, Rosa. What's up? Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Hi. Okay, so now I will commit this as 4.5 downgrade fixes animation player re-added plus focus removed. Okay, very good. Now we go back to putting it into the cat game. Okay, this I gotta wrap my head around. This I gotta wrap my head around. We'll get it. This will be so fast. I'll be moving on to other tasks today, like so soon. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be fantastic. New Joker has Zed, but you've been a JetBrains boy, so Writer, Webstorm, PyCharm, Rust Rover, etc. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I'm just a little too, like, unhip to the things that are cool with coders to have ever had the chance to really get into JetBrains. But you never know. I may one day be like, what have I been missing this whole time? When you want to dig into why crash, you can compile Godot yourself. Oh, I've done it. I've done that. Yeah. I have done that. Yeah. Compiling Godot is a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that. So when I compile Godot, I do it to encrypt my games. So I can compile it with encryption built in, so that way my game cannot be easily reverse engineered. As far as like doing it, I don't know, because then every time like Godot updates, I gotta recompile it. Who knows? You know, Melaneth, let me tell you something. I would love for recompiling Godot to be something that I find not a challenging task. But I'm a bit of a lazy person. And so it's just kind of like, I gotta do that. It bores me to death. But I have heard you. You have been heard. Okay, Alright, bestie. We get it, you know things. Not the default templates, but you could make a custom template and set the yes. Alright, how we doing? I'm doing good. Other than dealing with the downgrade thing. Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. Music is banging. Yeah. Did you want to know one of the song names? Was it the last one? No. Just let me know. Kept like a book stash of those 99 free AOL CDs. Just like you would keep like normal CDs, like music CDs, a binder of just AOL CDs. I love that. Delightful. You save time by using scripts in previous games. Yes! Correct. As one of you once said, it is your spell book. Your past things that you've made, your past code. You must draw on those cells. Or spells. Yeah, Docker images. Yeah, someone in the community made a way to encrypt Godot with Docker, and I gotta tell you, Docker stresses me the hell out. Docker be making my computer freaking have a heart attack. There's something about Docker I don't like. But maybe when you say Docker, you don't mean the program Docker. You mean like the concept of Docker. Isn't that fun, Rosa? But you're really not talking to a tech. You're like You're gonna talk, you're just gonna sit here talking over my head all day. That's no fun. Okay, so what I want is to ascertain how we're putting this in here. Oh yeah, this was another weird thing. What is this? Navigation region was modified from inside an instance, but it's vanished. Oh, is this on the couch? Yeah, this is a weird thing that happens. I actually know what this is, I think. I think I know what this is. Because there's a little navigation region on the couch. Just a wee one. This. And sometimes I just have to, like, make it not have editable children, and then make it have editable children again, and it stops complaining. I think I need to, like, make a reference to it, though, so this might actually break something. Object mesh. Oh, yeah, that's it. This is the... Here, we'll just do it again. Okay. Oh, there's a cat. Welcome, kitty cat. Thank you for being here with us. How are you? Good? Good. Love to hear it. There he is. There's a chunky boy. Oh, he's a chunky boy. Do y'all use AI for figuring out scripts or writing them? I only use AI in so much as... There's two situations I use AI. Number one, if I'm trying to learn something, I demand that it doesn't give me code. And if I am going to it, I'm usually asking it to solve a logic problem that hurts my brain too much. Like, if not this or that, then do this and do that, unless this, but that. You know, like, if it's, like, really convoluted and it's gonna break my little brain, I'll ask it to sort that out for me. I also use it for, like, rote data entry stuff. So if I need to, like, update a dictionary that has 20 entries in it, I'll be like, okay, here's what an updated version of one of these looks like. Can you just fill out the rest for me? So in that case, I ask for code. But again, it's just repetitive things. And then the other thing I will use it for is in terms of in a context where I'm trying to learn the language or learn the tool set. I will just ask, like, concepts, you know, like for example, I set up a system in my roguelike for pairing doors together, because I have my own proc gen that I made from my own brain, came up with it myself, how the rooms generate and stuff. So these rooms, every time they regenerate, all that room regeneration logic is from my own little brain. But when I was trying to get the doors to match with each other, that little brain algorithm was not good. It was a bad algorithm. So I asked the chatbot, I was like, okay, what are tried and true ways to do something like this? Here's the way I'm approaching it. What's a better way to approach it, right? I didn't ask for code. I just asked it to kind of explain. I know, right, Rosa? Just like explain the concept to me. And it had an exceptionally much better idea than anything I was doing. So I used that concept. Again, not asking it for code, just asking it for, like, the concept. So yeah, wrote repetitive things, concepts, and logic repetitive things that are really just hard for me to figure out. Hi. Now, if I don't care about something that I'm learning, right? If there's some, what's an example? It's not very often. Oh, here's an example. I have this, like, little hobby. I like to buy really, really old tablets, like from, like, the 2000s, and try to, like, I don't know, do stuff with them, like root them and play around with them and install weird things on them. And so I got, like, Android Studio, and I wanted an app that would, I can't really remember. Oh, I wanted something to run on boot. So whenever the tablet booted up, it would automatically run something or whatever I wanted it to run. And I mean, this tablet is from, like, 2002 or something. maybe not 2002, but pretty far back. And so I couldn't find any apps that did that from that time. So I got a chatbot to code in Java something for me to do that. So that's like something, I mean, I would love to know how to do that maybe, but you know, I just really quick wanted to get something together and solve that task. So for that, the chatbot just vibe coded it for me. It worked. I moved on. So those are the situations. If I'm really serious about trying to learn something, I don't use the chatbot because I know it's just going to build up tech debt, and I want to grow. Now, look, if I were someone who had decades of experience in a particular language or tool set, maybe using the chatbot would actually be a lot more valuable to me, because I would be able to know how to, I would have already learned everything. So it's not that I'm really holding myself back as long as I'm reviewing all the code well. But that's not me. So I'm on the learning path. So the last thing that I want is it, or chat for that matter, any chat or chatbot solving my problems for me, because I'm trying to grow, you know? It's a bad designer, but if you beat it with your design sense, it can get to a really good spot. Fair? Fair? When did I start using Godot? 3 years ago. The first time I ever used it is right here on YouTube. It's right there on YouTube. You can find it. It was on September 14th, 2023. So a little less than 3 years ago, actually. That was the first time I used Godot. Literally live streamed it. First live stream that you can find on the channel. If you ever want to check it out, you can see what it was like. And let me say, I did let chat help me a lot. Very, very, very much. Argument rejected due to preponderance of evidence. You are doing pretty good. Don't let yourself hear you talking down about yourself. You're way past imposter syndrome. Yeah. Well, I guess I mean... Thank you. That's very nice. Look, I guess what I mean is, like, I don't have a lot of experience building... I'm not talking down on myself. I'm not talking down on myself. I don't even think that's what's happening. I'm being realistic about where I'm at. Like, I still struggle to solve problems, you know? To me, it's like, yes, I know the language, sure, but do I know every possible application of the language? Do I know the best ways to solve the problems that I usually need to solve? Absolutely not. I'm still kind of struggling through discovering how to use the code that I know. You know what I mean? All right, let's get back to it. Also, Cat, I love you. You're taking up a lot of space. Let me cut this down a bit. Let me cut this down a little bit. But yeah, don't mistake keeping a realistic perspective with being down on myself. Nobody's worried about it. Definitely gonna watch. Yeah, check it out. Back in 2003, I did C++, but that was a bajillion years ago, so you're a noob again. Only been learning Godot via tutorials for 2 weeks now. Nice! Nice! Yeah, I found it really easy to learn. Now, I came from a background of visual scripting. I thought I would never, ever be able to do text code. I was scared of it. I thought it was gonna be too hard. I thought I could only do visual scripting. And GDScript made text coding accessible to me. And now I swear by it. Yeah. I mean, I was like, to me, I could never do better than visual scripting. Now you're using full words I don't know. Oh, backdoored. I thought that said backboard. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, backdoored. Backdoored into coding via blueprints too. Actually, I still don't know what you mean. Yeah, it was just, yeah, anyway. Alright. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to go observe how the other project is put in here. That is to say, oh, this is the wrong one. Let's update this. So this game that I ported in before, it's just an example game. It's not like a final version. That is being stored in a manage program script, manage programs here. We're gonna replace this with post planner, which is the name of the game. We'll need to bring in the icon and the scene. So we're not going to worry about that just yet, but everything else looks fine. And then embedded games, yes. Slicing game. Okay, so we're going to make a new folder down here. Instead of for embedded game, oh, what we got over there? What's over there? Oh, that is. Okay. Instead of embedded games, or instead of slicing game, in embedded games, I'm going to add post planner. Now I'm going to identify the files that actually need to come from the roguelike and go into the cat care game. I think the fastest way, let me actually close this for now. We'll save it. It's just going to be a little easier if I do it through the file system. Now this can be risky in Godot to go through the file system when trying to update files, but I think in this case it's going to actually make this a whole lot easier. Hey Alan. Oh, your game for the jam? Oh, it's okay. I don't doesn't bother me at all. But it does, I mean, I do feel that you could still share something even if it's not complete. Like, I'm just saying you would be celebrated. And if you didn't want to submit it to the jam, you still have a place in the showcase if you want. So make sure if you do still want, look, loving, supportive, non-critical, negatively critical commentary on what you did achieve, I would be happy to do that. So just so you know, so I'll drop the queue link here. You don't have to do anything with it, but if you want to, you can. Actually, all of y'all who want your game played during the Game Like Jam showcase should join that queue. Rosa's still working on it. Let's go. Love to hear it. You won't send it to the jam, but you like the idea of the game and you'll try to finish this month. Yes. And this is an outstanding invitation. Okay. If any of y'all continue to work on your Game Like Jam game, I am more than delighted to just drop everything and check it out real quick on stream. You just let me know. Nothing, you know what would make me sadder than you didn't get something in if you just didn't keep working on it. That would make me sadder. What does Rogue Game Like mean? So, the Game Like Jam is a game jam that I host. It runs every other month, and one such month was January. And that jam, so it just ended. And that's what the games that I'm working on right now, they were made during the Game Like Jam. So, the most recent one that we did was the Rogue Like Jam, where we made games like Rogue, the original Rogue, which is embedded on the jam page. Well, it used to be embedded in the jam page. Actually, it's just a link now, but it's there. So if you want to try the original Rogue, because you've never played it, it's there. It's there for you, ready to check out. So it's scroll down a bit. Theme game is right there. And this is the original Rogue. Yeah, exactly. So it's right there, and this is what the game with the little brain that I was showing you with the room generation, this is what that game is like. There's a bunch of rooms, there's some paths, you fight enemies by walking into them, and you collect stuff, and that's the game. You go downstairs. Yeah. So when people talk about the roguelike genre, they're talking about games like this. This is the game that whole genre is based on. So and then we made games like it, and we're actually in the rating period right now. So after this 4.5 days is up, we are going to play all 37 entries on stream, probably over 2 days. So, yes, you're in the queue. Let's go. We'll play games like Rosas. That'll be on the 10th. It's going to be 2 days, so there'll actually be another one on that Thursday as well, because there were more games than there ever have been. This has been the most popular, submission-wise, actually in every metric, game like Jam that we've had. And before that, we did games like Tamagotchi. This was in November. And that's where my cat care game, the game with the cat walking around, that's where that comes from, is I made that during the Tamagotchi-like Jam. So I made my roguelike game as something that could be embedded into the Tamagotchi-like game. So yeah, this is going to happen every other month. The next one's in March. Stuff like that. So yeah, check it out. Identity of game dev. Roguelike is not the same as like rogue. Like rogue is not the same as roguelike. It's true. It's true, it's true, it's true, true. Makes bigger number, it's a game. No, no, it's CS. Representation doesn't matter. The connected blocks of logic are the key. Alright. It's kind of intimidating. GScript is very accessible. Yeah. It is. It is. I agree. You have a lot to update? Do it. Do it, Walter. Okay. So... that's the wrong game. Oh, did I close it? For some reason? Why did I close it? Oh, because I was going to do file stuff. Yes. Okay. So... what I'll do is, in the roguelike folder, I'm going to grab materials, scenes, scripts, sprite sheets, and UI. Like, those are all the ones... oh, the game folder. Whoa. Wait, what? Wait. But I thought... what? Are these empty? Okay, so I did... okay, so this is a little weird. I made a duplicate... I made this nested game folder when I was trying to come up with ways to embed the project. And what the game folder was supposed to be was all the stuff in there. Is that... okay, wait a minute. I actually need to... okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute. I wonder if when I downgraded, something weird happened? Downgrade's going good, Trasta. It's going good. You got an issue with the 4.6, but instead of downgrading, you're going to implement your own animation system instead of Godot's built-in animation editor. I love that. I honestly try to avoid Godot's built-in animation tool. Oh, he's doing great, Murph. Thanks for asking. He's doing super great. Yeah, maybe like a month ago or a little less than that, he had a bit of a cold. Which is, you know, a little more serious than usual for him than normal cats. But, yeah, he's doing great. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? Weird. So there was a point where I tried nesting all of these files in game instead of having them outside. I'm a little confused why they're in two places now. And so I'm kind of concerned, like, well, which is the one that's being used? I don't know. Huh. Okay. Very strange. Well, I guess I'm gonna try deleting one and see what happens. That is very unexpected. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, deleting that apparently was tough for my computer. Yeah, reload it. Let's see if everything's fine or not. Yeah, okay, so I guess somehow in the downgrade it duplicated that. Okay. Well, great. Glad everything's fine. That scared me for a second. But yes, trust, the downgrade is going good. I've got the game working back just as it was supposed to be. The original one. Don't delete, rename. What are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I got version control. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's true. That's true. No, that's a good advice. That's good advice. That's solid, Kasei. That's solid advice. That's solid advice. You're not wrong. But yeah, the roguelike is totally downgraded. Super solid. Now what I'm doing is I'm getting it re-embedded into the virtual pet game. Now, it's 2 days in your first game build, which you're still working on. I hate when that happens, but at the same time, it do be happening. Use GitHub Desktop now? Yeah, it helps. It helps, right? Yeah, that was the moment that made you set it up. But trust that I'm the same way. Like I tend to prefer not using built-in tools like the animation player, but I wanted to keep it for this particular implementation because it's just like the timing got really frustrating to try to code, and I was like not feeling the pressure from the game jam. But honestly, having that issue, having to downgrade it and find out that the animation player was like part of the problem, like that could have sucked. If I built a ton of my game, tween, but this was different, Joker. This was like using the call method track, so it wasn't the same kind of situation. For that kind of stuff, I too prefer tweens, but this was just a matter of either I had two choices. Again, I had hours left in the jam. I had two choices. Either I tried to write a complicated timer-based system for multiple different event points that could potentially be interrupted by the player, or I set up an animation player and get it done in like a few minutes. So it was just like kind of like obvious, the choice, but I agree. Because almost every single time that I set up an animation player, I just end up deleting the animation player and making it tweens anyway. But this wasn't really a situation where tweens were relevant. It wasn't about, something changing over time. It's not like I needed to run a method over and over and over again so something would shape or change. It was just about literally using it as like a convenient multi-timer thing. A way to run functions on a timer, basically, where there's multiple different timers in there. I'm with you, though. I'm fully with you. Okay, so I'm gonna grab materials, scenes, scripts, sprite sheets, UI, all those we're gonna put into embedded games, post planner, and I'm gonna make a new folder inside of here called game files, which should mimic our other embedded game example. Okay, I guess I gotta select them again. UI, sprite sheet, script, scenes, materials, and I'm gonna drag them in and drop them down. I accidentally moved them. I meant to copy them, so we'll do it again. Scenes, scripts, spreadsheets, UI, Control C, Control V. Alien Meat World. What a beautiful folder name. Thank you. Yeah, that was my first Godot project, big project. I ended up having to stop it and start the Game Like Jam because I realized the scope was bigger than I could have imagined, and I didn't know how the hell to finish a game. So I started the Game Like Jam to help me finish games, and I have finished games thanks to it. I'll go back to that world. I think for the next Game Like Jam, I'm going to return to the Alien Meat World. Although the game evolved into being called Harvest Earth. But yeah, I'm thinking for the March Game-like Jam, we're gonna go back. Alright, so that looks set up correct. Well, one more thing actually. There were some new themes, stuffs, that got added in. So I'm gonna copy this folder and update the themes over here. In the cat care game. Okay, oops. Press Control C. Okay, copy all this. Paste it in, replace. Alright. Because I added some new colors and stuff to the latest version. Now, we boot up the cat care game, and we should have all the files we need in there. The issue trust I had with the animation drove you crazy. Trying to find a way around it for 8 hours today. Damn, you're so dumb. Which is why you're making your own system. Yeah. Admittedly, it would have been easier and faster to downgrade, but whatever. Yeah, I don't like relying on tools like that myself, so I totally understand. I completely get it. I was lucky that this was like a really simple system to replace. Or not to replace, but to do again. What am I trying to do? Merge 4.5 things? Merging Godot versions? So, yeah, so basically I upgraded to Godot 4.6 for my latest Game Jam game, the rogue-like game that I'm making, which I'm embedding into my Tamagotchi-like game, where you take care of a cat. It's going to be a mini game inside of there, and my game with the cat was made in 4.5. In order to embed that 4.6 game in 4.5, I would need to upgrade the cat game to 4.6, and in so doing, I discovered that 4.6 broke a lot of things in my virtual pet game, and now I'm not going to upgrade my cat care game, my virtual pet game, to 4.6, but that means I needed to downgrade my game like Rogue to 4.5, which I've done now, and so now I am bringing the game files from the game like Rogue into the virtual pet game, so that way I can embed it or port it into that project, as was the plan. The themes thing that you saw me doing, for this game, there's a number of themes that I've made, that is to say colors that get set on different UI elements. So there's a UI element like this, right? It's got some nice text and some animation and some colors and different stuff like that. This is a theme. So what the text box looks like, what the panel looks like, all that stuff is contained in a theme. Similarly, my debug menu is also a theme. So these colors, all that kind of stuff, what properties that the progress bars have, all of those are in a theme. So when I made my game like Rogue, I copied that themes folder, so all the themes that I just talked about, they're all present in this project, so that way I could make sure the colors matched and it would look similar to my game about taking care of a cat. Along the way, while I was working on this, I updated some of those themes. So what I just did was I took the version from this most recent project of all those theme stuffs and I added it into here, so that way this will have those updated themes. So at this point I am doing exactly what I started doing and what I'd finished yesterday, but the problem was the upgrade downgrade situation. So now I am doing it again, except both projects are 4.5. So yeah. All right, so we've got Post Planner in there. Now I need to create one of these. This is the slicing game embed scene. So this contains a sub viewport container on the top level, a sub viewport inside of that, and then inside the sub viewport is the game itself, and that's how the game is embedded in the in-game computer. So I need to create that exact thing. So I'm just going to duplicate that, and we're going to call this post planner, since that's the name of the game, embed, and I'm going to drop that into post planner folder, except I'm going to rename it. Oh, I dragged the wrong one in. Here, move this there, put slicing game. Oh, okay, all right. Put that in there. Now, instead of having the slicing game in there, we're going to remove that. And from the post planner game files, I'm going to go find the main scene, which is main. And I'm going to drag that into the sub viewport. And as you can see, the game is embedded now. Now, there's one thing that I had to do to keep, basically, this is pretty much almost done for the port. But there's one problem. The problem is the debug script. There's a debug script that needs to be removed because it's doing the absolute most, and I don't want it to be doing those things. So, I have to make sure that it's up to date. Now, there were a bunch of changes I made that I need to confirm if... Let me see. Manage debug, if they're there. Yeah, self-clear evaluation. Clear debug if needed. So in this globals, basically this globals script will be on every mini game that I embed into my virtual pet game. So that way they can share certain information and high scores and whatnot. And my idea that I had was there's this clear embedded debug, so every embedded game will clear its own debug scene if this is set to true. So it won't be set to true on the mini game, but it will be set to true on the main project. So since I reverted, actually I don't know, actually let me see. I think I did that all in 4.6, so I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it does have it. Great. Oh, cool. Oh wait, this is the wrong globals. Yeah, okay. So now this is where Trasta came in and saved me the other day. Was adding in this plugin that lets me. This was where I had a bit of an anxiety meltdown the other day because I was really frustrated with the fact that once I brought that other project into this one, now the way I normally search for resources and scripts, it's all mixed in. And I don't plan to update my Game Like Rogue in this project. When I update my Game Like Rogue, I'm gonna update it over here in its original project. And then again, update the files by porting it over. Well, that means I have like tons and tons of files in my virtual pet game that I'm never gonna touch. I don't need them, I'm not gonna look at them, I'm not gonna think about them. Yeah. Which was really stressful to just know that they were all gonna be like mixed together. Really, really, really unpleasant thought. One of y'all told me about a plugin that will let me filter out certain resources, certain directories, so they don't appear in these searches, which would be really nice. Now, I just realized I don't think that's going to help me with Control-Shift-F probably, but maybe not. That is to say, when I'm searching, you know, whatever, something, doesn't matter. I was using the example of camera before. If I search this, I don't know that I'm going to be able to get any help there, but, you know, so this is going to show all the mini games that match this, and not only do I not care about them, but let's say I'm doing a replace operation, right? So, you know, I have to come here and make sure I uncheck every single thing that's related to that other project. So it's kind of annoying, and I was trying to come up with different ways to deal with this, like maybe having a, Oh, I gotta upgrade the print too. Ah, that's annoying. All right, I gotta do that. You know what I think? No, I wouldn't do that, Lise. You could replace all the scripts. Why don't you replace all the scripts? That would be wise. I recommend that. But anyway, it's the idea that I was hoping to try to figure out was basically treat the mini games like mods or like DLC, and try to set up a system where the mini game would be like a separate PCK file or like a packed compressed file that the main game would interpret, so that way the files wouldn't be all mixed in. But you know, there's really not much I can do because it's complicated and I don't know that I have the capacity to figure that out. So at this time, so I'm at least for now I'm gonna let that go, but I'm definitely gonna keep in mind that modding system. It was just there wasn't a lot of resources on it. I was a little confused about it. Finding files has an exclude space, so are you able to put the whole directory there? What do you mean that does it? Oh, it does. Whoa! I didn't even see that. I never even looked down that far in this box. Rosa with the eagle eye. Whoa. I mean, I kind of wish I didn't have to type it in every damn time. That's pretty dope. I mean, in theory, yeah. Like, that would be... like, yeah. That would be really nice. I hope so. Let's see. Okay, so now it ignored everything in the embedded games folder. Now it might for this session. It remembered it for this session. I don't know if it'll work if it'll remember it when I come back, but nice, Rosa. I did not even notice that. Love it. Let's go. It kind of makes me want to like see if there's a way to like get it to be there all the time. Let's go. Nice. Yo, thank you. It still kind of sucks, but it's way less sucky than, like, I would much rather have to remember to exclude something than to freaking uncheck every single time, every little thing. Rosa, well met. I love that. Okay, so something I did realize, thank you. What in the world? You like, I appreciate that. You just helped me so much. I never would have noticed it. It didn't even occur to me to look for it. Okay, something that I did realize I need to do. Well, actually, let's not do it there. I don't want to do this. I think what I'm gonna do. Hey, Flip, welcome. I think what I'm gonna do is ask everyone who's watching on YouTube to hit the thumbs up button, because I just realized I haven't been asking as much as I should. If you're watching this on YouTube, hyper smash that like button. It helps. More people find out about our game jams, find out about what we get up to around here, hang out, chat, and all that good stuff. So hyper smash the like button if you haven't yet, y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you for doing that. I'm just reminding you to press like, that's all. Maybe you don't want to press like. I respect that decision. But if you did want to press it, this is your reminder. It's been a while, I give up, since I started this early. I used to start earlier than this every single day that I streamed. But, yeah, I'm striving very hard to start earlier. Yeah, this is the earliest I've streamed in a long time. Long time. Yeah, I'm aiming for 4 p.m. Eastern time. And clawing the hours back, yeah. And today, I think I started at 6:30, basically at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So, we're getting there. And that's from, like, you know, midnight Eastern time, which I've been doing. So, pretty big shift. My secret was not sleeping, because I've been getting enough sleep. That's the problem. The problem is I've been getting enough sleep. There was like I missed sleep one time, a couple times, and my schedule got shifted to a total graveyard shift. And I was up during the night and sleeping during the day. And so I was trying to like slowly inch it like an hour at a time, you know, like, okay, I'll get up a little later, or I'll get up a little earlier, go to bed a little earlier. I don't know, whatever. I was trying to like do that. Screw it. I just stayed up all night, all day. Well, okay, all day. I stayed up all day instead of sleeping all day and staying up all night. So I stayed up, and that night I was super tired, and I went to bed. And by that night, I mean yesterday. I mean Tuesday. I mean Wednesday. I mean yesterday. And I got tired at like 8 p.m. It was amazing. And so I went to bed at like freaking 11 or something. It was the best. So I think I may have actually finally shifted it. So now I will actually get tired at a normal time. We'll see. I'm starting when you go. I know. I hate it, Merv. I hate it. I hate that. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Especially just like, you know, y'all have gotten used to the stream starting at a certain time. Yeah, just stay up. I just gotta stay up. It's the only way. And this time it worked, thankfully. Let's hope we stick with it. Hey Willow, welcome. Willow hops in long enough to say hi before running off to rebuild her internet connection. You're rebuilding your internet connection. Good luck. That sounds labor intensive. I hope it isn't. What I'm doing over here is I'm gonna actually download the rollback, because before I realized everything was broken in 4.6, I made a bunch of changes. I'm a little confused. Roguelike, cat game. We were in 4.5 for sure. Yeah, because I see that's the main branch. Yeah. So currently now 4.5.1 is the default branch. So I actually need to get my branch stuff in order. But yeah, so on the main branch, this update had some changes that I don't want to have to redo right now. So I'm going to copy all the scripts, because there's not going to be anything in here that should have changed in a meaningful way. And I'm just going to paste this right on top. It's going to save me a lot of time. If I can just figure out how you download an entire folder in GitHub. You can like do that, right? Oh, maybe if I go back and we do it from here? No? How do you download an entire folder, a whole entire directory from GitHub? I mean, I can do it another way, but there's other ways. I can do it another way if you want. I can do it a different way. I mean, it would just be nice if I could just do it like this. Copy path. Oh, what's this? Copy no. Maybe you can. Let's see. GitHub web, download entire directory. What broke in 4.6? I know, it sucks. What broke in 4.6 was sub-viewports, which if you've ever been around for sub-viewport struggles, I'm not about to struggle with again. Yeah, the sub-viewport textures I had set just were not only did they break, but randomly meshes broke. Like primitive meshes that I made in Godot. I couldn't even replace them. I don't know. Weird. I don't know if it was the meshes or the resource, the scene. I don't know. There was a lot of weird stuff. And basically the game would just entirely crash. The project the editor would just totally crash whenever I would try modifying a mesh on an object. And that was kind of the camel that broke the straw's back. The straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, and then I felt the project was just also running even slower than it usually was. Let me phrase that. It was running even slower than usual. It wasn't usually running slow, but it was running slower. And I felt that, and I noticed that. Okay, so it's not a thing. Alright, we'll do it the other way then. This was 2011, but who cares? You know what? It's no big deal. It's okay. So in order to do this, I actually need to switch this. Well, let's commit this. We did open it, manage programs, but it's okay. That we're about to replace it, so I don't have to type any of that. All the rest of this is going to stay the same. Post, planner, embedded, files added, we'll say. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's too much. I don't need to do that. That would be a waste of time. Oh, good luck, Willow. Oh, you have to move your firewall virtual machine to a temporary storage so you can rebuild the server it's sitting on. Oh. I don't even know what rebuild the server means. Oh, like literally like the computer. Wow. Ever since you moved this work schedule, your sleep schedule has been a mess. No. I hope that gets better. Yeah, good luck with the server rebuild. She is talking in tongues. VMware and Proxmox don't know what any of that means, but that's okay. Somebody does, and they're like, ooh, I know that struggle. That person is not me. Okay, so this should only be updated now. So you know, Flip, it's like, what's the point of downloading it? I literally just can click this one thing, and it's gonna update all the files. So it'll be easier. But it would have been nice if I could have just gotten the folder too. But whatever. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this scripts folder right here, and let's move it somewhere. We got like a temp folder. I got like a temp folder somewhere, right? Just gonna paste all that in. So that should be the updated versions of the scripts. And then we're gonna go back to the 4.5.1 branch, which should turn all those files back to the old version. And then I'm gonna take that scripts folder and we are gonna slap it right back in to here. Replace them all, please. And then reopen it, and hopefully it will have saved me all that trouble of redoing that. Now I do feel like I should make 4.51 the main branch. I think that would probably be wise. Oh, we got parse errors. Oh, you don't like to see that. Nobody wants to see that. Oh, I know why. This is actually totally fine. So it's upset because the add-on doesn't exist. My print fancy add-on doesn't exist. This is what I wanted to save my time with regards to. So here I have my old version of this add-on that I made where it makes your print messages fancier. This is the old version. I'm going to remove it. And I'm going to install the new add-on that I have been working on, which is in the roguelike project. I did a lot of upgrading of things in the game like Rogue. So that is gonna be in add-ons, fancy prints. I don't even know, do I even have an add-ons folder in here? I don't. So we might as well just get the whole add-ons folder. What's up, sorcerer? The hype is in this house. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, paste. Oh, don't do it like that. You can probably just drag it in. It'll probably be fine. Here's hoping. Okay, now if I pop up here to project settings, I should be pretty good to just check that on, and all of those errors should resolve. So let's reload the project. Maybe don't save. Actually, I did want to save. Actually, I'm not sure what it wanted to save. I have no idea. I probably should have saved it. Well, it looks okay. Let's run it. Oh, it didn't. Okay, it didn't save all my script changes. Alright. Alright. We gotta try that again. I oopsied that. I straight up oopsied that one. Okay. No big deal. We'll go back to my temporary folder. And we'll try that again. So I'm gonna cut that scripts folder and we're gonna paste it in there. What? I'm a little concerned. Okay. Okay, yes, it does have all the updated files. Okay, good, good, good. Excellent. Now hop back in there. Do I like creepypastas? What's your favorite creepypasta? I don't have a favorite creepypasta. Either someone else has asked me that question or you've asked me that question before. I'm not sure which it is. Why are there debug prints left? That's very confusing. And there's... I'm super confused. Should have replaced all of them. You're telling me that none of them are in there? Very fancy. The script is in there, yeah, but I don't care about that. We know the add-on is in there. Yeah, we know it's an embedded. Okay, it didn't actually get replaced. Wait, it did. So what is this? God, I miss 4.6. 4.6, 4.6 had some nice things. 4.6 at the top would tell you what script you're in. Oh, it was nice. It was so nice to just be able to look up here and see the name of the script. Man, oh, I missed that already. That was amazing. I'm just gonna take a second to mourn that. I hate not knowing. Like, yes, I can look over here, but first of all, this is a giant mess of a UI element over here. And so I like to, ideally, I like to have it closed. So it means I gotta have it open. And, I mean, look at all this stuff in here. It's kind of hard to even see. It's not even that reliable to look at. Like, if I open up globals.gd, I mean, I can't, it moved it away from there and it wasn't even highlighted. So if I did want to check which one it is, I gotta come over here and freaking look for it. I mean, I guess it's right there. I guess it's right here. Still, I hate having this thing open. Alright. It was nice having it up here. I loved getting to just look up there and see what script I was in, as opposed to having to look over here in this big old pop out. But here we are. Okay, but seriously though, where... Oh. Embedded games. No, I'm saying exclude embedded games. You know what I mean? Is it, do I have to type it like that? Oh, I kind of wish I renamed that. Yeah, it's everywhere. So what are the remaining debug prints? Were these scripts that were not in the scripts folder? Is that why? Because I only copied the scripts folder. Yes, there are some scripts that are not in the scripts folder. That's why. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. Well... I did mean for these to not be in the scripts folder. So, like, that makes sense. That this isn't. But some of these, I would have thought I did put in there. So where are they? Did they get mixed in somewhere they don't belong? What if I just search up .gd? Get some perspective on this mistake. Add-ons, that's fine. Animations. Why did we put it in there? I assume that at some point I found this useful, but I don't really want to do that. I don't even want these in here, honestly. I know I did this on purpose, that I put these all in different folders, but looking back, I don't want that anymore. That's not the life that I want, I've decided. I may well regret that decision, but I've become very accustomed, oh, not here. I've become very accustomed to the value of having a single folder that contains all my scripts. In fact, what I was just doing was an example of what makes it so useful to have them all in one script. So I'm gonna grab all of these. Look at all these. Look at all these oopsies. So we're just gonna deal with this now for the future. Not GD shaders. Okay, let me make sure I only selected the right things. GD, and nothing that's in embedded games. I'm gonna drag them all in here. Okay. Then I need to go and I need to manually replace all of these. So it is what it is. So what I want to replace is this with print.fancy. Let me delete print.gd. Well, we'll do that in a second, because I don't need that either. But all these, yes, replace them, no undos. The old print script, we can get rid of. Okay, so we only have a few that still have an issue. Print.fx.function, so I need to update those because those don't exist anymore in that form. So instead of, basically I refactored this. Instead of print.fx, that needs to be replaced with ffx dot. A little bit easier to work with. Okay, so all those instances, replace them. And now, we should have resolved all of those issues. What? Where? Where did you find that? Oh, in the embedded game. Oh, the slicing game. That's funny. Yeah, okay. So actually, I do want to search in embedded games for those. Let's see if there's any print effects in there. There's not, but there is evidently a debug print. Just one. That's the only one. We'll do that one by hand. Okay, now we should be good. Okay, so this is a different issue. Ah, yes. Yeah. So this was me trying to fix the bugs that came up in 4.6. So I actually didn't want to replace this script. That was this one was better the way that it was. So let's put that back. And this will be much easier to pull from GitHub. And we want to switch to the 4.5.1 branch. And that script is phone.gd. So let's just go to File, phone.gd, and we'll be able to copy this whole script, paste it in, save it. Hopefully that was the only one. There might have been another one too, but we'll see. All right, we are so back. Love that. Good, good, good. All right, nice. Okay, I'm gonna make a commit. Is this still the navigation region thing? All is good, all is good. Let's make a commit. Fancy print add-on updated. Restored, yeah, that's pretty much it. We got a goofball cat girl raid? Welcome, raiders. Good to see you. Hello. Oh my goodness, look at all the goofballitude. How are you? How are you all? Welcome. Thank you for bringing your people here, Tawny. How was your stream? You say you've got the word code in your name. So that does make me think I probably want to be following you, but it's just a hunch. I'm gonna take a risk and just go ahead and hit follow, but I could be wrong. It's going good, Tawny. It's going great. Thanks for asking. Thanks for the follow, Tawny. Follow for follow. I'm just kidding. What were you up to? Implementing hash sets and hash maps in C++. Nice. I don't know what that means. Well, I do know about what a hash is. To the extent, when I know what a hash is, and I could be wrong. I probably am wording this a little wrong. But like a randomized value derived from something static. Or is it something static derived from something random? I don't know. Cheers. Thank you for the hydrate, Duck. Duck, did you submit a game to the jam? Are you going to let us play it during the showcase? If not, you have to answer these questions immediately. Well, welcome, Noya. Good to see you. So what I do is like game dev stuff. You didn't submit a game to the jam, but I saw you. You had a game. Tawny was streaming a tiny bit of tedious work on a hash table in C++ intermixed with a ton of yapping, as it goes. So what I usually be up to is game dev, specifically using the Godot game engine. I don't know any C++. I am learning TypeScript sometimes, so there's that. It's pretty different. What kind of stuff? So okay. So I see you're making hash set and hash map classes. What is it? What is the what does that go into? Like a piece of software? A game? TypeScript is good for you. Well, I really want to know JavaScript because there's a lot of tools that I want to make and a lot of things. Also, your dress is freaking beautiful, by the way. There's a lot of things that I want to make and do with web apps, and JavaScript helps me do it, but I was just like suffering without static types. It was so painful to not be able to type things. I couldn't go on that way. Hashmap equals a JavaScript object, i.e. name value key pairs. You see, I may not be hip to what Tawny was getting up to, but we got people who are around here. It may not be me though. Well, again, thank you for bringing your people here. I appreciate it. If you have any links, things you want to promote, feel free to drop it. If you have a YouTube channel, feel free to drop that. We're on YouTube as well, so I'd love to shout you out there, although I think I just realized I still haven't shout you out here. So it seems like some of y'all might be interested in the things that Tawny's getting up to there. So maybe you want to go give Tawny a follow. Something to think about. It's just something to think about. Look, I'm not telling you what to do. It's just something to think about. I'm telling you what to think. That's different. Much more acceptable. The most common use of hash tables is for writing a way to map from strings to some type of data. You'll be using it for tons of stuff like that, like for a JSON parser. Wow. So this is like tools. You're making tools for doing things. The closest, I'm not even gonna talk like I know what anyone's talking about here. So I started learning Godot and text code for that matter. I'm gonna say code, like 2.5 years ago. So I'm kind of new. I feel a little new to it. I hope I get to do some more coding stuff, but I'm actually having to piece some things together a little bit here. I'm working on a game that is a virtual pet game where you're taking care of a cat who is famous on social media. So you'll play like this Pokemon Snap mini game and others things. It's a work in progress. And you'll take footage from that. You also take care of the cat, scoop its poop and stuff. And you know what I'd love to do today? I'd love to get clicking on the computer instead of using the debug buttons, but it's okay. And so you'll come over here and you'll like edit the video and stuff. This is not going to be the video editor, but it's an example of how this will work. And what I'm doing right now is I'm embedding a game that another game I just made, a game like Rogue, and I'm embedding it into here. So that way we can open it up on this computer. And that's a game I was making recently that looks like this. Just like the original Rogue, it randomly generates a bunch of rooms, and you navigate those rooms, and you fight enemies, and you move on to other rooms and stuff like that. So I am putting this inside of that other game right now. And then after that, I can get into more fun tasks. But this is fun too. It's all fun. I love making games. It brings me a lot of joy. I'm just here sharing my struggle of learning and getting better. So thank you for coming and hanging out while I do that. Appreciate it. Muse guy. Yes, Muse guy. You made your first state machine today? Let's go! I remember you were studying up on those. Glad you're putting it to good use. Tony's putting together a huge toolkit of all kinds of things. That's the sense that I got. That's the sense that I got. Love that. Yeah, I've not really been one to come from like a place of like being interested in programming or being interested in coding, but rather I want to make games, and coding is the means to that end. But along the way, I've developed quite an affection for coding. So it's always super interesting to like find out the ways that I can interface with it and grow. I want to learn C++ at some point. It's 100% on my list. Wiping the slate clean and taking your 25 years of running into programming issues to hopefully implement things once that you've had to re-implement so many times before. Yes, nice, nice. I like that. I like that a lot. I feel like I'm doing that a lot with the games that I'm making. Trying to build templates and whatnot. Even tools that I can use for future projects. Love that. You don't want to associate it with deep waters? Oh, and from there into entity component systems. So yeah, the water's deep. Let's dive. Entity component's all right. It's all right. It has its place for sure. It does. Melanith just constantly like, to the most complicated thing. What you're doing something simple? No, let's make it 20 times more complicated. Like, okay, all right. Coding's a mega pain and it's always your fault. It's a lot. What? Noya says, Lise, I never wanted to program and just wanted to make games. It's been 15 years since. You study computer science and working as software dev. Be careful. Oh no, I'm gonna get sucked in. What's gonna happen? I mean, look, I find myself like having a problem, right? And I want to solve that problem. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, I know how to code. Maybe I could use code to make an app to do that for me. I definitely find myself having those patterns of thought, which is why I want to learn more general languages. Like, yes, JavaScript, TypeScript, like that is a general language, but it is obviously very web-centric. That's why I think where it starts to I get sucked in, like you're talking about. I think that happens when I start learning things like C++, C#. I think that's when, even Python, that's when I'm in trouble. Until then, I'm safe. That's awesome, though, yeah. C++ is a terrible programming language, but you want to learn Rust. So there you go, Melaneth. There's your entity component. Deep end dive. C++ has a scary rep. Really, it's a kitten, and the full modern setup makes it really hard to have memory problems. Alright. Very well. That's how it starts. I knew it. Best language is Ruby. Rosa always wanted to code, but continued focus is always an issue. Yeah, I feel that. Jumping from interest to interest, looping forever into oblivion. Hopefully the remastered version of Oblivion, at least. Might wake up and want to program my own programming language. Oh no! That sounds like a nightmare, but a very interesting, very thought-provoking nightmare. Yeah. Well, the reason, honestly, again, the reason why I'd want to learn C++ is it's the black belt of programming languages I give up. The reason why I'd want to learn C++ is to expand on Godot, because I love Godot so much. I love the Godot game engine. Oh, welcome back, Function. How you doing? Good to see you. And there's things that I would love to add and contribute back to Godot. But the only way I can do that is if I know C++. So that's my likely entry point into that. One of these days. Welcome, Nepo. How have you been? Good to see you. You like the idea of combining past jams together? Oh, like that I'm combining my rogue-like game with my Tamagotchi-like? Yeah, right? I don't know if my next game-like jam game is going to be a part of the virtual pet game. Like, I want it to be, but I think it's going to be hard to fit it in, given just the nature of what the next game-like jam game is going to be. I don't know. It seems... I could come up with a way to fit it in. I don't know. Maybe I will. I'm not sure yet. No. The next game-like jam game is going to be a little political. Yeah. It's a bit of a controversial game. The hint is that it is a kind of a protest game a little bit, sort of. It's a game that is thematically commenting on something that has recently had a global resurgence. So you can do it that what you will. But because it has that political aspect, to me, like, part of what I want to test the streamer, no. Part of what I want to get out of imitating it is infusing a political message, and the virtual pet game is not that. So, yeah. The stream needs to get more political. Well, I'm kind of walking into that a little with the next game, so we'll see how that goes. We're testing that out. We're testing that out with the next game. Because there's really no avoiding the conversations. I give up. I'm gonna address that. What the hell? Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly, Melaneth. Exactly. So I'm gonna try to tread carefully. I'm definitely gonna tread. That's exactly why I'm a little wary about this. But there's a point where it's like, look. I'm not trying to like live my life making sure my platform is completely neutered of any type of message sometimes. I think once in a while it's good to like use a platform to say something, like once in a while. It's not really something I care to talk about all the time. Like I just don't want to. But sometimes I do want to. And we're not gonna like, look, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be out here chatting and debating with you all. Like, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna be reporting on the news. Right? It's not gonna become some trauma dump. It's not gonna become just this unhinged political, space. But game devs are artists. We create art, and art makes commentary on things going on in the world sometimes. So I think it's really valuable to explore that. And so for me, if it's in the context of game dev, then that's the right context for this channel, this platform, to explore those things. And I think the next Game Like Jam game will do that. We'll offer that opportunity. Down with the capitalists. Amen. If you bring the voice back for a cat, you could imagine it being a very political cat. I'm sorry that the voice is gone. It's me procrastinating implementing all the voice lines. So I don't wanna have the same one repeating. But this month I'll get them implemented in more. Once I get through a task I need to get through now. It's not gonna be cute. It's not gonna be a cute game. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be a cute game, the next Game Like Jam game. But you could make a cute, and I intend to try to some extent have cuteness in the game. Cute can't be political? Come on now. Up to the camera 2D node in your lesson in Godot. Nice. Nice. When I was first starting Godot, I really loved watching those videos, like every node explained in whatever amount of time. I really enjoyed those. Tawny's stream has a Rust vibe? Wow. Melod is at 89 files in your current project? That doesn't sound like that many files. You get ATB working in your auto battler source code as C++ can be this example. Okay. Weird question. Is it weird to make a game based on an anime series? I don't think it is, but depending on who owns that intellectual property, it might be a fraught choice, but not weird. Definitely not weird. Fan names are like all fan art, amazing in my book. Hell yeah. Yeah, do you have a YouTube channel? Oh, you do. There you go. All right, YouTube. We just got rated by this person right here. She'd a goofball cat girl going back in time to teach her past self useful math, programming, music, and other shenanigans. I like the going back in time thing. Very nice. Oh, voice training. I love that. Okay, trans femme. Look at you looking out for the community. Okay. Does roguelikes have mages? Well, you can get staves, like staffs, that do magical things. So, yes. Let's say yes. You're curious about the game? I know. Well, March 1st. That's when we announce the Game Like Jam games. Is the first month of the other month of the other every other month. The first of the month. I know. Made an animation for it in Python, and it used to make CMake keyboard placement. Okay. There was a political jam Disron wanted to join a little while ago, but you had only heard about it a few days for the end. Oh, yeah, that's too late. You don't need that stress. Well, it's still gonna be a Game Like Jam game. Which for the other folks, the raiders, Game Like Jam is a game jam that I host, if you haven't deduced that much, where we make games like other games. It runs for a month, every other month. We just finished the January one in about 4.5 days. We're going to have the showcase where we play through all the games. It'll probably be 2 streams, but we made games like the original Rogue, and then before that we did Tamagotchi-likes. We've done a variety of different games. That's kind of my ambition, is to pick a lot of different games for us to try to learn how to make. Ideally games that are doable within a month. So we've done Frogger, Bloons, Puyo Puyo, Ski Free, Granny, Tamagotchi, and then we just did Rogue. And then what I'm talking about for the next one is going to be March. One day, Noya's going to join the jam with a new 2D model renderer. Do it! Yes, do it! Good prototyping occasion. Hell yeah. The Transfem voice video is different from other ones we'll be making, but it's something you've seen a lot of people get stuck on, including yourself. So you figure you put the thought out there. Hell yeah. Let's go. So, what I was working on... Yeah, Bloons. The original Bloons. Which is much simpler than newer Bloons. I was working on trying to get this game embedded properly. I had to update this script. Everything works. Okay, good. So let's actually... There might have been some scripts that got created that I don't need, if I'm being honest. Let me make sure that I did this correctly, real quick. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Yeah, it's good. Everything's good. Okay. But I do have a feeling that I accidentally added some extra scripts in here when I just copied the whole scripts folder in. But that's okay. It's just a script. So now that I have that in there, let me go back to the Manage Programs. There should be the Post Planner, and we just have to update these UIDs. And we should be good to go. So we have the main in here. That is not the scene to preload. The scene to preload is this. This is going to be Post Planner Embed. That's what I need the UID for. So we're going to go find that. Right click this, copy the UID, and paste it in, replace this. And then for the icon, I just was using one of the sprites. The little brain character, and it should be pretty good to go. Idle one sounds good to me. Get the UID, paste it in. Now we still have to get rid of the debug script. Identifier global is not declared. Ah, yes. So I will need to do that. Make sure we have this globals set up. Because I had to revert from a newer version of Godot back to an old one, so some of these things I had set up, but now are not set up. A, B, C, D, there it is. Okay, add this in here. Does anyone else have to sing the alphabet song to remember stuff sometimes? Go ahead, take your time. No, you gotta take your time to save it. I understand. Okay, it is defined though, but I understand. I understand where you're coming from. And then that is true. Okay. So, I should be able to boot this game embedded in here. I am, Duck. Yeah. I am, unfortunately. Bam! Game embedded. And no errors. Just functionality. See, that wasn't so bad. It only took 2 hours. And that's with chatting. Wow, and it fits perfectly. How does it fit better here? Let's effing go. It fits better here than it did the last time I embedded it. You know what? I guarantee you that was a 4.6 thing. So, Duck, the reason why I'm on Godot 4.5 is because it turns out that when I upgraded to 4.6, it broke a lot of things in my virtual pet game, which was made in 4.5. It broke so many things. Oh my gosh. It was getting overwhelming to the point where I knew we had to change. This wasn't gonna happen. So yeah, so I had to downgrade my roguelike also to 4.5. And then I had to re-embed it here. But so now it's good, it's back. Everything is nice, the game works. It does whoa! Well, there's some interesting things like that restarting it just, yeah, we shouldn't do that. So I'm gonna have to, adapt a couple things. Like the restart is just reloading the current scene, which doesn't make sense anymore. So there's a few things I'll have to tweak. You can see it's like cut off a little bit. So, it's gonna need some adjustments, but for the most part, we are so back. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and commit that as such. Post planner is embedded. So one thing I want to do is I want to make sure my 4.51 branch is the main branch on my Git. Oh, and one other thing. I'm going to bring that add-on. The search add-on. I want to bring that in. That one, we modified a bit. And I would like to enjoy those modifications. Oh yeah, right. It won't let me download a whole directory. Hate that. Well, that's okay. Let's close the cat care game. And I'm gonna open up my GitHub desktop. We're gonna switch to the main branch one last time to bring over all of our changes so I can move on. I think I'm just gonna make the computer clickable. That would just make me so happy. I think that's what I'm gonna work on next. Okay, so this should be updated. And in add-ons, we should find Spotlight Search. So there it is. We're gonna copy that. And I'm gonna move it to a temporary folder over here. Then we'll switch the branch back to 4.5.1. Oh, I cut the wrong thing. Just kidding. I'm gonna switch back. Wait, I didn't cut the wrong thing. Oh, okay, we're gonna switch back. I just opened the wrong folder. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna cut the spotlight search. That's the add-on that I want. We're gonna paste it in. Then I'll open up the project. We should have an entire uncle named Bob. Hopefully that search wasn't optimized for 4.6, but I don't think it was. Oh, it didn't break anything? You couldn't fix the 3 hoods? Let's go. Love that. Love that for you. Yeah, it was, so it was like, there were like some secret things that I didn't even realize were broken at first. Not trying to scare you. But most of it was all related to sub viewports. So if you've got sub viewports, take a good close look at those. I'm sorry to hear that. I give up. Whoa, what you got there, Nosmo? Okay, I tried enabling that plugin. It did not want to be enabled. Nope, it worked. Hell yeah. And with all the customizations that I added in Tuesday as well. Whew. That was close. Alright. Spotlight. Plugin added in. But yeah, I hear you. Like, community tools like that can be risky. But it sounds interesting. The directory downloader. Whoa. Let's see if it's like tracking. See if it's doing sus things. Not a single tracker. Hey, that's nice. That makes the trustworthiness go up a few points. Dope. Good looking out. I'm gonna hang on to that. Viewports are actually a big part of your game, as by default you'll be playing through it in a game screen. Oh, and you upgraded to 4.6? Well, I mean, if they didn't literally break, you might be okay. You know, if they're still there. But the bug that I had, and here, I'll try to find it in the live stream too, so you can see. But the bug that I had specifically was... Well, besides the sub-viewport stuff. Godot kept crashing when I tried modifying meshes. That used to be fine. They used to be totally fine. And actually, these didn't even have sub-viewports on them. I actually replaced this mesh. Specifically the mesh resource. You know, maybe it was the skeleton thing here. I don't know. I don't know what it was about it. But I couldn't modify the material, the mesh. And that was just like, I was just like, you know, I want to change the color. It was this color, right? I was like, oh, I want to change that color so it stands out more. It was just a whim. And so I went to change it. And when I tried to change it, the engine kept crashing. And then I booted up the game in 4.5, and I could not reproduce that crash. So that made me, that was kind of when I said, all right, it's time. It's time to just revert back. Because, you know, like, what's happening? And why is it happening? You know? So, yeah, I guess just, like, if you are gonna upgrade it and keep it that way, like, look at this. All I did was click on material. So I'm over here. I'm like, boop, boop, boop. I'm going to change the color. Everything is fine. I'm not afraid of anything. I clicked on surface material override. Again, this had nothing to do with sub viewports. Or material, rather. I clicked on material, and all of a sudden, it crashed. So I was like, if that was happening, there was no sub viewport texture on that mesh. If it was just happening on some mesh, I can only imagine what other things were going on. So I just got the hell out of there. And I noticed the project was just overall running more slowly than usual, and I was just not gonna deal with all that. So yeah. Thank you, Nosmo, again. That looks awesome. That's a really cool looking tool. Appreciate you, Nosmo. You do have some viewports gets nervous? Yeah, so if you have, just like double check. Go to your meshes, make sure the materials aren't crashing. Just click around, do stuff. You know? See what happens. But you know, every project is gonna have a lot of edge case differences, so yours might be fine. It really might. But let it be a warning. Let it be a warning. Yeah. I think it will, Nasma. Think of a pull-up bar when you think of a roguelike? Why? What does a pull-up bar have to do with rogues? I don't get that. But yeah, Duck, I'm back. I'm back in it. I miss 4.6. I do. But next game like Jam game, I'll get back into it. Next game like Jam. Listening to programmers program helps me feel better that you can't program, but you would like to program. Yeah, get started. Why not? You know what? The fact that you're here, GLNO, makes me think you're on the path. It looks smart and a little crazy. It is smart and a little crazy. Rosa feels fortunate that her game is still very small and simple, hasn't had any issues, but you'll be sure to not switch during a project again. Yeah, I'm done. And I'm sorry. I want to apologize. Because seeing how many of you all also upgraded, and look, okay, I'm not saying that y'all didn't make your own decision. But I do feel a little bit like, because I did it too, it was another reason to say, you know what? Let's go ahead and upgrade. And I'm sorry for any problems or worry it may cause. That I wasn't more like, don't do it, be careful. I'm sorry for not setting the best example, is what I'm saying. Whether or not it influenced your decision, I apologize. I kind of want to make a video about it. I don't know if I actually will, but it is like a nice arc. Like, okay, so I had all these problems. I upgraded. I was dealing with these issues where I couldn't click on a mesh. Like, I'm gonna come and click on this mesh right now. Let me see. Let me just enjoy the satisfaction of it being fixed now. So I'm gonna come over here, click open that mesh, click on the material. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Do I see what I think I see? Okay. All right. No, it's okay. It's okay. You trust him? That's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because like, okay, if it's not the upgrade, that's the thing that's different. Because here's why this is that Trasta and I are making this deduction. When I tested 4.5.1 version on Tuesday to see if I could reproduce the bug, I hadn't implemented that add-on yet into the 4.5.1 version. But now I have. Okay. It may not just be the add-on though, because I also embedded the game. Right? I embedded the game like Rogue. Right, so it may not be that, Trasta. It might be something else. Now, I do want to clarify. 4.6 did break my sub-viewports. So anyone who was worried about the sub-viewports, that is still a problem. That had nothing to do with the add-on at all. 100% 4.6 broke my sub-viewport setups. And to be more specific, these were sub-viewport textures. So textures on meshes that were pointing to a sub-viewport. So keep that in mind. But this mesh issue, I incorrectly attributed that to 4.6. Something that happened between the 4.5 version and right now. That is to say, over the last 2 hours, something has reintroduced that bug. It's very interesting. I have now narrowed down that it is not related to Godot 4.6. And by the way, restarting my PC. And by the way, I'm still going to stay in 4.5. I'm still going to stay in 4.5. I'm not going to say, oh, well, let's upgrade to 4.6. Sub-viewport textures can be such a pain to deal with sometimes. I don't want those to be... They're central to the game. So I don't want to be screwing around with that. I will say, this crashed... Okay, no, that was the other Godot. I was like, oh, that crashed pretty gently. It still kept the editor open. It didn't. That's a different project. But I'm still going to stay in 4.5. Because I can't be having sub-viewport problems. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. If that mesh has nothing to do with the embed, then your vote would be for the add-on. The easiest thing to eliminate is going to be the add-on. Now, I have been committing all along the way. This is why we use version control. So, very easily, we can just revert back to the different stages and see when the bug is and isn't present. So, first thing, we're going to get rid of that add-on. So, I'm going to revert the changes that added the add-on. And then we're going to load it and see if the bug is there. We're debugging. I feel like when you find the bug is not the bug. I know. I know. Will this be a good case to have AI check? I don't think so. I mean, for me, AI is a last resort. I use Gen AI for asking questions without getting code for something like this. If I've exhausted every possible resource, because I also don't want to lose the skill of solving problems without Gen AI. Even if it means looking things up on search, looking things up in documentation. I would still rather go through those routes, even asking people for help first. I'd rather go through all those avenues, and then as a final last resort, go to the Gen AI. So I'm not ready for that yet. Okay, so the add-on is no longer there. so we can see. So I'm gonna open up that same mesh. Glad I checked it. And we're gonna do the thing, which is click on this material. No crash. I don't see a crash. Trasta. I think somehow the add-on introduced the bug. I don't know how. And I gotta say, let me tell you, I feel a little vindicated. I feel pretty vindicated. Distron, flip. You're like, we will never use this add-on. We must put this add-on on a list so that way nobody will ever use it again. No. That's not what they're saying. The add-on is called Spotlight Search, and it's a cool add-on. But I feel a little vindicated. Let's make my own. Because I have always been incredibly skeptical of Godot add-ons. I added one add-on one time when I was early in my game dev, like probably within the first week of doing Godot. I put an add-on on here. It slowed down my engine by an order of magnitude. The UI was crappy and convoluted. And I swore off add-ons. And this was one of the most well-spoken of add-ons for Godot. And I was like, forget this. No more add-ons in Godot. And I stayed true to that for years. And then Trasta came along. Like the devil on my shoulder. And whispered, add-on, into my ear. I'm still grateful to you, Trasta. I still appreciate you. Don't get me wrong. Because you know what? You calmed me down on Tuesday when I was feeling stressed. Right, and flip, exactly. This is rational to use a couple and love them. This is a rational approach. But look at it from my perspective. So far, the 2 Godot add-ons I have ever used have caused me great pain. So from my perspective, it's a huge risk. And I don't want to take those risks. I don't want to put an add-on in there, get 20 commits deep, and find out that it's broken everything along the way. So I'd rather just stay pure. I'll make my own add-ons, but that's it. I'm not gonna take the risk. Oh, that's a good idea, Kimmy. You're right, I should do that. Okay, I'll do that. Let's do it. That's called due diligence. Thank you, Kimmy, for saying that, honestly. It does make me kind of like think about, like, do I want to try to troubleshoot it? You know? Let me try something before I make this report. Let me try something. I'm going to install this add-on. I'm going to install it real fast. And I'm going to see if I can reproduce it vanilla. Because I made some changes to it. So I'm going to install it as it is and activate it. Make sure it's working. It is. Now I'm going to see if I can reproduce that bug. I'm going to reload the project too. Of course, Distron. But I just want to make sure, because you know, I don't want to put the dev down a path of something that has nothing to do with them. Okay. Click on the screen. Oh! It immediately crashed. There you go. Immediately. Damn. It must be something to do, so the app or the add-on is allowing you to search through all your files more easily, and it's a nice suite of tools. You have proof. Nice. And so if you think about it, to some extent, it touches every resource in your project. So maybe somewhere along that line, it does some. Scriptide has a nice quick search feature. I wonder if it also has that problem. If you're using it, you probably would have noticed it. I mean, it hit me immediately as soon as I tried to modify a single mesh, which is a pretty basic thing to do. Well, it's not the sub. Okay, it's not the so the sub viewport thing was Godot 4.6 upgrade. Sub viewport stuff 4.6 upgrade. Mesh resource crash add-on. Separate. The sub viewport thing had nothing to do with the add-on. You're watching YouTube videos today about how slopes in platformers weren't worth the effort. You felt like the guy was super overcomplicating how he was doing slopes. I haven't done that before. I do want to make a platformer though, really bad. Like a 3D collectathon Spyro type platformer. Very much. No crash. Math yuck. Yeah, I feel that. It could be 4.6 plus the add-on as well. Maybe that add-on... No, it's not because I'm in 4.5. Nope. Actually, it has nothing to do with that. So, nope. Study it or pick it up and put it somewhere safer. The bug. Tag it and bag it. Yeah, bad experiences. Yeah, easy to remove. That is good. Slopes are the jankiest thing of all time. I did not report the 4.6 thing to Godot. I don't know if I will, if I'm being honest. A, I'm sure someone else will. B, I don't think I have like a valuable report. You know? Like I think I would have to like really be smart in the way that I do it, and I don't want to be. Don't be like me. Make reports. But I don't want to. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't feel like it. Like if it was, if I felt like I understood what was happening, but it's just it's like I struggle enough with assigning viewports to sub-viewport textures that I don't even feel like I can authoritatively talk about it in a way that is going to be particularly useful, other than I installed 4.6 and it caused the problem. You know, I don't know. I feel like that's not helpful, and I feel like no one wants to hear that. You know, as opposed to like a substantive, valuable report. But, you know, with this other add-on, I'll definitely report it, because I doubt anyone is going to report it, and it doesn't feel like it has a technical component, really. Right, but that's just it, Flip. I don't feel like it. Does that make sense? Like, are you comprehending the concept of I don't feel like it? Like, I want to move forward with my project. I want to move on with my life. I don't want to I don't want to try to reproduce it. I just want to like move on. You know? Because it very well, because it could be as simple as the way I implemented the sub viewports was suboptimal. You know? And 4.6 didn't necessarily have a problem that made that migration not go well. It could be that I'm the problem, which I assume, honestly. And so just imagine this report. I haven't tried to reproduce it or anything. I don't really know what I'm doing with sub viewports, so I probably messed it up anyway, but when I upgraded to 4.6, my sub viewports were messed up. Post. I mean, that is not quality stuff. It's an order of magnitude. It was so much slower. It was awful. Save early, save often. Hell yeah. Might be a good opportunity to make my own. True. Probably won't be as fancy or have an integrated calculator, but excluding paths shouldn't be too hard. That's true, Trusta. Yeah, it's like a search. It's just like a fancier way to search through your project. If you had, yeah, exactly, Distron. Right, maybe, possibly. Yeah. I mean, that happens a lot with mods, like in games, right? Like if you add a mod to your load order, like when you're halfway through a game, that can cause a lot of issues that aren't going to happen if you add the mod at the beginning. So yeah, I think that that's totally possible. Yeah. There might be another thing to say, like, hey, maybe don't add add-ons in the middle of a project. I don't know. Trust I wasn't planning on digging through someone else's code to find the bug, but you probably will have to. You need to exclude path feature yourself. Wow. I mean, that's supposed to work. Yeah, it's I bet it's complicated. I bet setting up a search like that is hard. I just have a feeling that it takes a lot of work. Because the fact that you have to index everything in a project, I don't know, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like a lot. And then like display and like pull the information and then display it. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of work. And then, if I was going to modify the core engine, now I need to know C++, which I don't. Like, to add into their base search and exclusion. So it just kind of comes down to, well, what's my interest? Making an add-on or making a game? And unless it's something that I can force, like I can clearly see the path on how I would achieve it, like my print message add-on, then I'm probably not going to bother with it myself. Because I'm going to lose motivation and then not finish it. You're wondering if anyone else had opinions on slopes? Flip had an opinion on slopes, that the jinkiest thing of all time. I've never tried to use a slope. What were some of the problems they were having? Oh, Sean says that they're a nightmare. Oh, in 2D. Disrun says a lot of 16 and even 8-bit platformers had slopes in the level design. And I think having slopes, if nothing else, it makes the level design more interesting. Yeah, I agree. Disrun has found that pretty easy to do. Maybe it's because you never used physics engine. Yeah, what was the person struggling with? Describe how to trying to change texture, crash the engine. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even just that. It was even just clicking on the file. Your subviewers were working wrong. No, not true. Incorrect. The sub-viewports problem preceded that. Literally, the sub-viewports problem happened right before the stream started on Tuesday. I realized I needed to upgrade my project to 4.6, and I didn't want to start the stream and do that as the first thing, so I did it real quick before the stream started, and immediately saw that the sub-viewports were broken. So that it's literally, utterly, completely disconnected from the add-on. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but I'm telling you. I'm telling you the reality that I live in. A ton of edge cases with slopes, not just with your player controller, but also how enemies, projectiles, particles, etc. deal with them. Adds a lot of complexity. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like collisions with different things. Yeah, good call. Reference code? Yeah, I'm not going to implement it. It's just not going to happen. I'm not going to do it. They look great, but they can be a design nightmare. Yeah. Does Godot have a memory limiting feature? Are programs you can limit how much memory they can use in settings? I think so. I mean, it depends what you mean. Like, you could build in, ways to protect memory from getting out of control, but I don't know. Maybe someone else knows the answer to that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do all that stuff. I'm not gonna do any of that crap. You're struggling with a lot, like enemies coming up the slopes and thinking it was a wall. That makes sense. Having to do a bunch of calculations, screw that. I would definitely be like, maybe no slopes. Or at least some other workaround, like enemies can't. Like if an enemy sees a slope, they just say nope. Nope to slopes. And they just walk the other way. Alright, the only report I'm doing, y'all, is to the person who made this Spotlight add-on. That's it. You can't make me do anything else. Leave me alone about it. Okay, new issue. Editor crashes when opening resources. Hi there. I installed the add-on mid-project. I first encountered the issue when trying to change a material on one of the meshes in my project. Opening that material drop down in the inspector caused Godot to crash. The crash also occurred when clicking on the mesh resource in the inspector. I was even able to get the crash by simply selecting the node in the node tree. That's all the information I have. Other than that's all the information I have. I was able to reproduce the issue by rolling back to a version of my project without the add-on, simply downloading it from asset lib, checking it on in project settings, then trying to select the mesh instance 3D. It crashed right away until I removed the add-on. Okay. I've done my service. And here's the other thing, like with the Godot GitHub, it's not like they expect more, right? Like that had no requirements for reporting something. If I come in here to Godot and try to report an issue, okay, a bug report, they got like a lot of boxes to fill out. Look at all these words. A minimum reproduction project required, steps to reproduce, issue description, system information. Like this is like, for me, for my slow ass, this is like hours of work. Okay, I'm slow as hell. This is gonna take me forever. I do this if there's like a serious issue that I can't get past and that I think might really help a lot of people. I wouldn't even be surprised if someone, again, has already reported this issue. There's so many people using Godot. Okay, so nobody has reported it yet. But sub-viewports are already buggy in Godot. Sub-viewports have so many problems. It's just, I'm not gonna get into it. Alright. Back to the game dev. Yes, Rosa. It was the job. It was your job to report bugs. Yeah, it is. It is a lot of work, and it depends. Again, with that little add-on, whatever, it was easy. But depending on like the context, it is not so easy. And I just don't have the spoons for that, you know? All right, so I need to switch my main to 4.5.1. That's my new main branch. So we're gonna update that. Let me just make sure we're all committed. We are. Oh, push it. Probably should push it first. Might be a good idea. Okay. And I'm just gonna restart GitHub Desktop too. So it's hip to it. It is not hip to it yet. Only frightens me a little bit. All out of spoons, lost without you. Is that a song? I'm all out of spoons. I'm so lost without you. I don't know. I'm just taking your word for it. That it might be a song like that. Oh, maybe I need to fetch it again, and then it will update. That's probably what I have to do. Yeah, you probably gotta fetch it. There we go. Default branch. Okay. It's supposed to work. They need to fix it. Sometimes it works in their sandbox, but could break others' projects. That's true. They'll probably have you run a dialog that doesn't give your info, but puts where it errors so you can account for it. That sounds very stressful. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, it's I mean, you can label me a monster for not wanting to report it, but I think that's like the most normal, like, acceptable thing, to just want to live your life and not report every bug through a complicated bug reporting process that you come across. You know, like, to say, like, I mean, I may have ADHD, but I know when to not get distracted by some things. Yeah, maybe it was using a lot of memory. That's true. That could be. Yeah. Possibly. Parodying a song. What is the word for that? Parodifying? Yeah, parodying. That is a weird. That does feel uncomfortable to say. You're struggling with a lot. Enemies. Oops. I feel like those edge cases were not a thing back in the day. Like, SNES was not a computing powerhouse, even at the time of plenty of games that slipped all over the place. That doesn't mean they weren't hard for them to implement, you know? Just because we don't know what it was like to make a game for those platforms. Maybe some of us do. People in the comments seemed things he complained about, didn't see his issues, and going with Slip Azure. Yeah. Okay. So what newer gaming to make it harder? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Oh, you mean to that person? I thought you meant to Godot. I see, Kimmy. I thought you meant the Godot report. Yeah. Oh, yeah. To the add-on developer, that was really easy. I have no problem with that. I will do that. I meant someone suggested that I report the sub-viewport issue to Godot, the 4.6 issue. That's what I'm saying. No, thank you. No, thank you. Alright, so anyway, I have fully upgraded at long last after finding out that an add-on I installed was causing one of the issues that I had, not, in fact, upgrading to Godot 4.6, but something Godot 4.6 did do is it removed some sub-viewport textures. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if there is a fundamental issue with Godot 4.6 that causes that. Or maybe I implemented sub-viewport textures in a really weird way. I don't know. I know that sub-viewport textures and sub-viewport assignment through this method, there are pull requests or issues already on the GitHub of Godot about this being potentially fraught. Sometimes you get these errors where it says, hey, a sub-viewport texture isn't set when it is set. And you have to go into code and manually set that texture. So that's just a thing that you have to deal with. They're already a little buggy. So I don't know if the way that I'm doing this has like a weird workaround that's part of another bug anyway, so upgrading to 4.6 maybe addressed something there or made something worse. I don't know. So something about it did it. I'm not going to deal with it. I want to move forward with my project without worrying, although it turned out it had nothing to do with 4.6 that I kept getting crashes when I clicked on the meshes. But now I'm finally back to a version of the game that I was working on previously, which makes me so happy, and I can easily boot up my other project inside of this one. So I'm going to call that a victory and a lesson learned. Maybe don't upgrade Godot or your game engine mid-project. Maybe think twice before implementing an add-on mid-project. These are the lessons I have learned, and I will go forth and do better. Something, Trosta. You had a problem with slopes, Eric, as well? Oh, the angle made a difference. Interesting. So what I want to do, I just want to pick something to work on, right? Because now that the last Game Like Jam is over, I just want to work on stuff. I want to work on various stuff. You know, I want to continue to push this game forward. I want to get it done. I want to have a virtual pet game that I think will be fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this computer selectable. So if I click on the couch is selectable. It starts the petting minigame. If I click on the litter box, we go to litter box, and it starts the scooping of pooping minigame. We click on the phone, we get this minigame. So that's what I want. I want that for the computer. Now I also need that for the bowl down here. I still have to use a debug button for that. This is for feeding the cat and stuff. So I don't know if I'll worry about that right now, but I definitely, most certainly want it for the computer because, you know, I'm going to keep working on this embed situation and getting it tidied up and fixed up, and it would just be nice if that workflow, that test flow was the way it's supposed to be. So, yeah, I say let's make it happen. So the way that works is something I'm going to have to remind myself about. But also, I do remember some things. So basically, there's a second mesh on here. Let's look at the litter box. Scene. There's our litter box. And there's two different meshes in here. Just gotta find it. Whole. This is the one. So there's litter box model whole, and then there's the lid and base separate. So remember when I started that mini game, the lid actually lifted off. So that's because it's a separate piece from the base. So that lid comes off because it's a separate piece. But I have another mesh in here that's actually the entire litter box with the lid attached already. The reason I have that is because that holds a shader. It's technically currently invisible, the material on there. So I have just the albedo color set to nothing. So the alpha is completely turned down, and the transparency is marked to alpha. And that's because I don't want it to be seen, but I do have a shader material on here. So the shader material, once I find where it is it on this one? It's somewhere. I'm sure eventually, there it is. Okay, so in geometry, there's a material overlay. Okay, this material overlay contains a shader. That shader is what we see when I hover over it, and it creates that like effect on there. Actually, we'll zoom that too. See, it's got like a little animation, and you can tell, it gives you that feedback as the player that yes, we are hovering over it. So the way that works is kind of weird. I just tried to adapt a shader I found online to be what I needed. And basically from, yeah, it's nice, right? I don't even remember where I got it from. But somewhere in Godot shaders. And then I modified it to fit what I need. But basically from most angles that you look at it, it's not going to look right. So in fact, here, I'll show you. Well, I'll try. Well, oh, I know what to do. So first, I'll actually just activate it. So this overall opacity, there you can see that started to light up there. There's two values that make that show up. This overall opacity, if I fill that up, it's partly visible. And then I want to say merge, no, border blur. I think this one there. And then this one goes down. And then those two combined cause it to be the effect. So you can see it kind of starts from the bottom and goes up to the top. And so that I like that because then when I hover it, you see how it like kind of wipes up. Same with the couch. It sort of like grows from the center outward. I sort of like that effect. I think it's kind of nice. You barely notice it with the tripod, but a little bit. So if I make this visible and then we take this camera and we move around, I mean, immediately it basically broke. Oh, there. So I'm see how when I'm looking at the tripod, for example, it only works from a highly specific angle. So you see, it's just like some of it isn't visible. But if I switch back to the original camera view, now it looks fine. And cut. Okay. Oh, because it's a camera? Yeah. Was this... What was this at? Was that at point... Oh. There we go. A spotlight? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Shaders stress me out, so I don't really know how it works. But I know that it works. So we have two things here. The whole... Well... Conceptually, two things. A version of the mesh that's whole, and then the normal version of the mesh, which in this case, or the object in this case, which is multiple pieces. So for the computer desk, there's actually a couple problems here. Number one, this isn't the final design of it, right? This is just a placeholder desk and a placeholder monitor. I don't really want these to be the final ones. So now that I think about it, like, okay, I have a choice to make. Do I want to make a... That's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard. Yeah, I'll just do it. I have a whole, like, different design. I want to make an actual keyboard. You know, I want to get in there and do some artwork for these objects. But yeah, it won't be that hard. So my task is to take all those objects as they are and create a single solid piece, which I will then overlay on top of this as invisible, and then put the shader on there so I can hover it. So that's the task that I need to do. I guess the chair too. I guess all of those things. Well, just the chair I did make. That one's the final chair, but the rest of it I still have to finish. So yeah, I would take that whole computer station and make a whole mesh out of it. Now there's that, but then what about how it all works? Still have to do that. Well, done a grid shader inside the minigame in the computer. Did you make it? The dotted grid shader inside the minigame on the computer. I'm not sure what you mean. You made one that you posted online that might be the one you're using, but you're not sure. The dotted grid shader inside the minigame on the computer. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Is there a place in the shader where you set what camera it's applied to? No. Maybe it's not showing the working viewport because it's being... I don't know. I'm just telling you how it works. I'm not describing a problem. I'm just telling you how it works. So, all right. So I'm for myself, and you know, because of curiosity that you may have, explaining what's going on. Not trying to fix anything. So then we have this selectable objects script. There's a base class here that the computer station will need to extend from, and it will also need to implement all these abstract functions, and we'll have to use that to detect if the player is hovering over it and clicking on it and all that kind of stuff. So I'll have to set up something similar to what we have here for the litter box. This is implementing the abstract functions, and it has certain rules for what happens when we select it. So it'll have its own special rules as well. So that's what I'm going to set up, is this script, and then also the mesh for when we hover over it. Because that mesh, so let me actually remind myself how that works. The selectable area, its collision is just a box shape. Okay, so actually I could just make that selectable area without the collision, without the you know, the hover effect. But the hover effect makes it so much easier to just get feedback for myself to know that I'm supposed to be hovering over it, that I think I would rather get that going. So yeah, so I'm gonna make that first, and then I'll start putting together the special script that it needs to work correctly. The 2D game on the tile map, there's a dotted grid. No. So I made all that from scratch. Yeah. No, but you have shaders up on Godot shaders? That's awesome. No, that I made myself. Yeah, everything you see in the this game is 100% made by me. All from scratch. Nothing borrowed. Yeah. So if we actually look at this version, there's still some debug tools in here. So like, yeah, I had like all these debug things where I mark out every cell. I've got some like this inspector tool that lets me look at every cell and everything. And then simply it's not really like a pattern technically. Those dots, so it's all tiles. This entire thing is just made up of tiles, and it procedurally generates them. So all I do is I punch in a width and a height. So in this case, it goes to 46 and 26. So it's a 46 by 26 grid. I could type in 2 by 3 and it would generate a 2 by 3 grid. And it instantiates all these tiles. So the dotted tiles that you're seeing are room tiles. So I just have this scene here called tile room. And that is the dotted pattern that you're seeing. So it's literally just a sprite 2D with a gradient texture on it. And that gradient has that like square there. So as I change that, you'll see that the grid also changes as well. So yeah, just kind of a simple little thing I put together to get it working good enough. Flex, having some nice debugs sounds good if only you had the motivation to do the same. I mean, I needed it. Like here was my situation. It's not, I mean, you can call it flex, but it was just something I needed. So the data in this dictionary, or the data that you see here, is a dictionary, a massive dictionary. Every cell has is logged in a freaking massive array of dictionaries. And so whenever I needed to debug something, like if a cell was behaving badly or something wasn't working right, I had to go to the remote, find the node here, click in that, come in here, go to the level data, figure out which one the hell it was, right? Like look at this. There's 46 cells. This is basically, so remember I said it was a 46 by 26 size grid. So this represents every row. Every one of these arrays is a row, okay? So there's 26 rows of 46 cells. So if I wanted to find it, I would have to go in here to each dictionary and then narrow down which one it was, only to be met with freaking enum numbers, not the names associated with the enum. So not only did it suck to find the right cell to debug it, but when I got there, I also had to go remind myself, okay, wait, what is 1? What is 5? What is 6? You know, I'd have to come to the level manager, find here, I had to find this, and be like, okay, that's the first one, that's the second one, that's the third. I mean, it was insane. It was just like, it was ridiculous. It was totally untenable. You know, there was no way I could survive debugging it like that. So I created the inspector tool so that way all that exact same data would just have the actual enum name, and all I had to do is hover over it to get the information. Without that, I would have been dead. It was just completely necessary. But that's pretty cool that you've got some Godot shaders up there. It's such a great website. I'm so thankful for everything that people put up there. So here's how I'm going to get the computer station mesh. Again, this is just a placeholder, so it's not the most important thing, but it's gonna be its own special task, trying to get the computer station designed. So I think in the meantime, it's worth going ahead and making this model now. Okay, so there we have this, and I'm just gonna export this. So I'm gonna go to Scene, Export as GLTF 2.0 Scene. So this will give me something I can put in Blender. In Blend Files, I have this folder called Pre-Blend Files, which is where I save these before I put them in Blender. What's up, Yaha? You don't understand why Godot does not do that by default? Show the name of the enum. I know, right? So weird. So weird. Now I'm gonna open up Blender. Make sure I'm in the right one. And I'm just gonna turn that into one like solid object that I can apply that that shader to. I really want to make that monitor and the desk and the keyboard and the mouse. I do. But there's so many technical things about the game that need work. It just takes priority. So the placeholders are there. They're doing the job. They communicate what they're supposed to be. You know, I don't like the look of them, but it's hardly as important as, you know, the game functioning. This is the longest Blender boot up of my entire life. You're making me nervous, Blender. You're making me nervous. All right, there we go. So we're just gonna start an empty project. And, whoa. What the hell? What in the world? You see what's happening right now? I can't click on anything. Hey! I wonder if it has to do with my Zoom thing I have open. I've never seen this in my life. I can't click on anything. Oh, I can use the Enter key. Wow. Watch out. Let me close my Zoom for a second. Oh, wow. That's crazy. So I'm using auto hotkey, that zoom that you see. I'm using auto hotkey to do that. And it's tapping into like the GPU to make that zoom work. And it looks like it was competing with Blender. All right, well, good, as long as we have a solution. That was wild. Okay, I'm gonna go find that mesh I just exported. That's in my blend files, pre-blend files. Yeah, I love AutoHotkey. It's possibly the one thing keeping me from switching to Linux. Yeah. Oh, we don't want to open. We want to import. Because yeah, there's auto key for Linux, but a lot of the things that I use auto hotkey for, or this particular zoom tool, taps into stuff that only Windows has. Object-oriented DLL for AHK. You write actual software with it? Please don't. I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're, I don't know what you're talking about. I just know what you're talking about. DLL, like a file. I mean, they have their own language. They have a programming language, which is how I made. Well, I vibe coded. Let's be real. I didn't make the script that makes that zooming work, but it's using the language. If that's what you mean, or are you talking about something else? Okay, so we're gonna import a GLTF specifically. The one we just exported. And a library for it that adds object-oriented support. I honestly don't even know what that means. But okay. Alright. I mean, object-oriented programming, right? Yeah, I know what that means. I don't know what object-oriented support being added to an existing language means. Oh, so you can make objects. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? Somebody did. I mean, there has to be some reason somebody wanted to do that. Good luck, have fun. You have an infinite field of rabbit holes to discuss with your bestie. Have I heard of unit tests? I have. I tried setting one up. I actually kind of did for the roguelike game because I was having some issues with the gen. I tried setting one up, and I got right up to the point where the game was going to be, you know, running over and over and over and over again with the test applied. And I realized that that was going to be some work in Godot to get that happening the way I wanted it to. And so I decided, you know what, we'll just keep the test. We'll lose the unit part. Just keep the test. I'll just run it one test at a time manually and note down my observations instead of trying to automate it. That's cool, Melaneth. Yeah, it's a really powerful toolset. Hey, Insane. Welcome. Wait, Insane, can you send another message? What did it look like on screen? I tried to fix the mod messages to have a blue border around them, but I have a feeling it didn't work, but I tried. No, it's supposed to have the subscriber and the blue. What a shame. What a shame. Incorrect. Oh well. Alright, well, at least capture your message. Okay, in like 20 seconds, I'm gonna ask you to send another message. And be very thankful to you. Because I can't test this stuff without somebody. Okay, you can send another message if you want to help. I can't test this stuff on my own. Oh, see you later. It's not you. It's not me. It's you for show. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you, Insane. Yeah, I'm trying to set up another glow, except one for mods. Oh, wait a second. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Oh, there's a bug in there? Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Well, looks like I've got other problems. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. You don't understand why Godot is not do it all. Show the name of the enum. Yeah. Put 108 hours in Umamasume. You have no regrets. Got some grinding to do before you and Casey your roommate, go to Retrofest in Huntsville, Alabama tomorrow. What's Retrofest? Y'all got some events out there. I've noticed. A lot of game devs are anti-unit test. I mean, if it's the right tool for the job, you know, like whatever. Why would you be anti a potential tool? You know, there is an add-on that does unit tests in Godot. But you know how I feel about add-ons. Didn't I already import this? Did I not just do that? Extension KHR node visibility is not available on this add-on version. What? You what? What the hell are you talking about? What add-on version? What does that mean? Seems as whereas GLTF contain hidden geometry. Can't be opened by Blender. Godot. Invisible nodes were excluded from export. Nothing's invisible. Oh, there's something invisible. Delete it. Right? Actually, I don't know. Do I need that? What is that? Why is that there? Thanks for the follow, Falkenberg. That's a cool name. I don't know why I have a screen inner too. I'm not sure what its purpose is. But it doesn't seem to work very well. So I'm inclined not to care. This is definitely something I could use a chatbot for. So I could get the scene files and ask the chatbot, like, what's the difference between them? Because I don't know how to interpret Godot scene files. I would say the vast majority of Godot devs don't know how to interpret those. But chatbot does. Chatbot knows exactly how to interpret them. My inclination is I can just delete it. But it would be nice just to feel a little more confident than that about it. So I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask for a little bit of thoughts on that one. So that's in the monitor scene, computer monitor. I turned off my zoom. Oh, I have a different zoom. I got zooms all over the place. Textures, themes, scenes. Computer monitor. Hey Ray, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And screen inner and screen inner too. Succinctly. exactingly, succinctly, with the utmost briefness, describe the differences between screen outer and screen outer 2. The sizes are different. The material... Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Oops. I meant screen inner and screen inner 2. Screen inner uses a surface material override. True. Screen inner 2 uses the default material. True. Screen inner is visible. Screen inner 2 is hidden. Both use the same box mesh. Identical position, rotation, and scale. Both reside on visual layer 3. So the only difference is their material. Okay. This one has a surface override. That one uses the base material. Well, sounds like I can get rid of it. So I'm gonna delete it. Might as well run the game real fast just to make sure that's okay. Looks fine to me. Make sure we don't have any other secret hidden meshes in there. And hopefully Blender is no longer angry with me. But if Blender is, we'll look into it more. Okay, computer station. I don't see anything hidden. Export. We'll replace it. And hop back into Blender. Import GLTF. And see what happens. Still no good. Okay. Invisible nodes were excluded from export. If this optional by default, we can end up changing display models. Aside from the setting, if it was desired for an invisible Godot thing to be visible in Blender, another option is to make it visible in Godot, changing the Godot scene to match the appearance it would have in Blender. I wonder if like some of the nested scenes had something to do with it? Like the inherited scenes? Maybe we need to make them all local? That could be. So let's do this. I'm gonna make a separate computer station scene. It's gonna be computer station temporary. And I'm gonna make all of these local. Everything in there, local. Also, I wonder if it doesn't like the CSG, because the CSG is a Boolean. It uses a subtraction cut. It's just like, it's literally just a cube with another cube cutting it out. So, it's possible that that's setting it off as well. I can also export CSG meshes, so I could maybe export that, bring it back into Godot. We'll see. But if I can keep this exactly similar, I'm gonna be very happy. All right, let's try it again. Go back to Blender. Try importing it. We want the temporary one. No good. Okay, I'm gonna test my other theory, which is it has to do with this. Now with CSG, we can actually bake it as a mesh instance. So I'm just gonna then delete the desk that's there. Well, we want the material. So let's make sure it gets that material. it. Get rid of the placeholder. And try it again. And technically, since this is a temporary one, I don't need any of this stuff either. So I'll just get rid of everything. We don't need the hover area. We could get rid of all those nodes too, if I really wanted to. Okay, so it's all meshes and nodes. See if that makes a difference. Export it, GLTF, replace, overwrite. Try again. Import, GLTF. Go in the blend files. Reblend. There we go. So I'm not sure. It could have been the CSG. I guess it would be nice to like know which it was. But I'm a bit too late. I can't control Z it. So it was either the areas or the CSG. I'm not sure what caused it, but it works now, so I'm happy. But in retrospect, I wish I had done one thing at a time so I could have pinpointed what actually caused that, but it's okay. You got dreams? Kimmy? What? Oh, you're saying way back when. Right, pre-order. Nice. That was how I started as a streamer. I was a dream streamer. Like, if you go to Twitch Tracker, so like I streamed on YouTube for like 2 years before I went to look at this. See that whole empty gap in the middle? That was me streaming on YouTube. I never stopped streaming. But between 2021 and like apparently the middle of or the beginning of 2022, I was on Twitch. And then I stopped streaming on Twitch until last year. It's kind of crazy to look at that. It's wild to look at that, to see like how long I was away from Twitch. But I was streaming the entire time. I never missed a beat streaming. I just switched to YouTube exclusively. And if you look down here, I still haven't caught up to how many hours I stream dreams doing the game dev I do now. Which makes sense. I mean, because if I had been streaming on Twitch, you know, this entire time, I would have surpassed that. But because I've only been doing it within this amount of time on Twitch, it's that's my dominant statistic. Kind of funny. It is wild, right? Oh, good night, Noya. Good night, good night, good night. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. I'm looking forward to that 2D modeler game like jam entry. I'm gonna hold you to it. No, I'm not. Maybe. No, I'm not. Learned your clarifying stuff. Yeah, you did. I saw that. Thank you. It features lots of retro toys and gaming stuff. That sounds fun. Why would you be anti-potential to remember your dreams' hatred? Despite being a useful tool in certain circumstances. Is that the same thing, though? I mean, it's kind of a different context, so I'm not gonna take that bait. Fun thing happened today. You're exchanging emails with a guy from The Verge who's going to do an article on Dreams. Dreams being a game of PS4 that we came from. Absolutely. In the end, aren't we all just meshes and nodes? Preach. Oh, you got a new update? Very good. You're not sure what a unit test is? A unit test, as I understand it, and maybe Bestie can correct me if I'm wrong. A unit test is you set up these parameters for your usually it's used in like software development, You set up these parameters to try to. So okay, let's use an example. So let's say you have a form, I don't know, that users fill out. So you'd set up parameters that fill out the form in a certain way, perhaps. And then you run the program over and over and over and over and over, like hundreds, thousands of times or something like that, to see if there are any edge cases, any problems, any bugs, what's the nature of them that come up after having tested it all of those times. So I'm pretty sure that's what a unit test is that type of test. But you know, it's I feel like in game dev, it's a bit fuzzy. In game dev is a bit less deterministic, I feel, and so I think it can be harder to. Oh, good night, Kimmy. Good night. You got this in terms of learning Godot and game dev. You do. You did. I believe you did. Nice work. Thanks for co-working with us. I feel like with game dev, it's generally harder to identify a highly specific thing. Yeah, for various inputs. Yeah, whatever Melanoff is saying. I feel like it's a much more useful tool in software dev. And then game dev is also pretty flexible with things being janky. Whereas I think in software dev, it's often much more important that there are not bugs and that certain things are definitely carefully avoided. Yeah. So more answer here. Add a swerve to your first-person controller where you feel like you are swerving. Gotcha. Nice. A little nauseating, actually. I hate it. But it's cool. Does that make sense? But it's cool, but it kind of made me a little nauseous looking at it. Change something you think is unrelated but ends up having a change, you'll notice it without having to see it in the game. Yeah. That's cool. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that part. I've definitely never set up that. Okay, so now I have this. Now it broke it down into all of these components that I don't really care about. So I kind of want this to all be one unified mesh. I mean, I certainly, absolutely, specifically need that. So we're just going to select all, and we're going to press Control-J. And I'm going to get rid of all these containers once I identify wherever the mesh went down to. There. Alright, so let's plunk this out. Welcome, Default. Good to see you. You're new here. What would you like to know? What questions do you have for us, and what we get up to around here? I am learning game dev, and I'm through the process. I'm going through the process of that. I've been doing it for. I mean, look, I've done various little game devy things throughout my life, but I really started taking it seriously, I would say, within the last 3 or 4 years. Maybe you could say earlier than that, but learning like Blender and game engines, that's the last 3 years. So I'm just sharing that journey. I'm not ever gonna put myself out there as an expert. I'm not gonna put myself out there as a teacher of courses or anything like that. I'm just here struggling, doing things wrong, making mistakes, and getting better along the way. Often you'll see me game jamming. I host a game jam where we make games like other games. That's every other month. This is not one of those months. So I'm working on a longer term project. Specifically at the moment, I am unifying these components that I have in my game scene into one full mesh, so that way I can apply a shader effect to it and stuff like that. You're welcome. Are you a game dev or interested in game dev? Teaching is a way of learning. Yes, absolutely. 100%. I hate teaching though. Despise it. Doesn't bring me joy. Now, if y'all ask a question, I will explain it to you. When I say, to be clear, when I said that teacher thing, what I meant was a lot of people come through and they ask me to make tutorials. I do not want to make tutorials, is where that's coming from. I'm not a tutorial YouTuber. I feel like the vast majority of game dev YouTubers make tutorials. So I'm sort of distinguishing myself as not that kind of YouTuber. Oops. But you're very right. Teaching does help you learn. Couldn't agree more. You don't agree with the not for game dev thing? It's just software. It's not about the unit tests themselves. Apply pressure to your implementation. Things that are hard to unit test are hard to use in general. You also kill the wrong vampire. You know, mistakes. You're silly. Yeah, you know, not really at that level yet with the unit tests, but you never know. You never know. Thanks for like putting it in my brain. Can't talk about the code's all closed, so the only things they talk about are tutorials. I guess. That seems a little reductive. I don't need all of these materials. Completely not necessary, so you might as well reduce the whole thing down to one single material. Not only might we as well, I recommend it. It'll be easier that way. And yeah, looks good. So I'm going to export this now, or just save it as a blend file. This is Computer Station. Now, since I have my Godot integrated with Blender, Godot will just do the GLTF conversion for me, so I don't have to think about that. Default's thinking about a game that you might end up making. You currently have nothing, but you're in the thought process. Is it a dream game? I feel like we all start with dream games. Yeah, Godot Blender works so well together. Gatekeeping trade secrets is fairly typical, unfortunately. Oh, you're talking about professional game dev. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know nothing about none of that. No game dev trade secrets, implementation is table stakes. I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so we're gonna put this temporary, well, actually the temporary one I don't need anymore. But in the computer station, I'm gonna get that blend file that I just exported. And once I know that that's good, I'll remove all the temporary stuff. But we're gonna make a new inherited scene for that which we just created. It's called Screen Inner. Okay, that makes me unhappy. I can't live with that. I have to rename it. I can't sit here and have the whole thing called Screen Inner. Pretzels are tasty. You know why? Baking soda. If you want like an actual answer to that question, baking soda. Like what gives pretzels that pretzel flavor? I don't really know how it works, but there's like in the baking process, there's like a baking soda wash that gets put on there. Which sounds gross. But it's what creates that distinct pretzel flavor. I know this because I have wanted to try to replicate that pretzel flavor. And just using straight baking soda in a recipe did not do it. All of them. They all use it. In theory. I mean, they might. I'm not saying there isn't some other way they don't approximate that flavor. But that's where the flavor comes from. If not in every pretzel implementation, the origin of the flavor. Yeah, something like that. That's not true, Melaneth. That is a ridiculous statement. What's with the Indian? Why do people always say that? Y'all are so freaking weird. It's just music. What do you mean? It literally boggles my mind. I don't think there's a more confusing thing. Even the people who come through here and spew like queer phobia, I at least understand where they're coming from. Idiocy, but at least I understand where they're coming from. But why? Why does someone hear music of a very specific culture and be confused that they're hearing it? You confuse me. Alright, so now that I have this, and it's not named something horribly incorrect, we're going to create a scene. This is computer station, but this is actually a computer station model. You can see I have a litter box model scene, so we're going to do the same kind of thing. Computer station model.tscn. Not kind of the usual music I play. Okay, alright. Well, it is. I mean, it's funny you say that. I give up. I have a 9.5-hour playlist here of music, and it's the exact same playlist that happens every stream. And there just are some songs like that in there. So that's fair. I give up. Although I'm still not sure why it's so surprising. But all that it means is that you just haven't been here when those songs have randomly come up. But there's a few. There's several Indian songs on here. Yeah. Really all I did is I went to the YouTube audio library, which is a bunch of music that YouTube says, hey, you can put this in your videos, which is why you'll hear a lot of music you've heard on YouTube before. You can use this in your videos and we won't copyright claim you or anything like that. So I just went through all that music and picked out the ones that I thought I could do code to. And that's here. And some of them were of an Indian variety. But I guess not most of them. I guess I can understand that. I mean, Indian music uses like a completely different, like, you know, musical scale. So everything else here is going to be using not that musical scale. So I guess I can understand why when you hear it, it's different. Okay, you've shed some light for me. Thank you. Thank you for helping me understand a little bit more. Thank you for helping me understand a little bit more. But in general, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to it. Okay, so now that I have that computer station model, we're gonna add that in to the computer station scene. Your TV has bad software. Don't do that. I don't recommend what Derek is saying. I don't recommend putting it in your games. The license is not clear on whether that's acceptable, which means it is probably not acceptable. A lot of people go for vaporwave or jazz. We got that. We got that too. Like crunchy pretzels dipped in chocolate? Hell yeah. You have the attention span of a goldfish? Nice. Nice. Love that. Relatable. Totally relatable. Compared to what a game needs for logic, computers are so fast now. Video card carries actual rendering. Same machines, events, and ND component systems have distilled the pieces needed for game in digestible chunks. Don't know what Melaneth is talking about once again. Rosa likes the music. And crunchy pretzels. Derek is Native American, and yeah, people need to understand culture. You love me, some all kinds of music, right? There's so much great music out there. Hell yeah, Derek. But good luck with that. Also, default. It's like for me, like when I was in that stage, I had the concept for a just like a game of epic proportion. Like it was such an overcomplicated game that I could never possibly realistically make by myself in my lifetime. At least not the way I envisioned it. But it was exciting. I didn't care. It was so fun to just wake up every day and be working towards that. And once I realized that probably never gonna be able to make this game, I moved on to smaller projects. But wherever you're at with that, you know, try not to get discouraged. I think a lot of people, when they bump up against that dream project turning out to be too big, they give up. But just don't give up. That's what I'm saying. But the other thing too is I know a lot of people aren't going to listen. I wouldn't have listened when I started making my giant dream game. I would not have. I was like, no, I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna happen. And you could not tell me otherwise. So you got your heart set on that. Like, I'm under no illusion that you're gonna go for it. But not just relatively small. Literally small. Like Pong. People have said tic-tac-toe. Simple, tiny, itty-bitty things. Work your way up. Highly not recommend. I edited my sounds via heavy doctoring for free copyright sound effects. Nice. I like that. Insane's musical taste has expanded over the last few years. Nice. Congrats. Last year was your first time listening to an entire rap album. Oh my. Nice. Melana says micro. Once again, I just don't know what Melana is talking about. I'm okay with that. I'm just like, I really want to know, but I don't. So this is not in the same place. All games reduced and make number bigger. So do that. Oh, micro. Oh, yeah, micro. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Why did you move it? Are you want to keep it in the same spot? Okay. No, I don't know. I don't know why I did that. All right. Well, that's fine. I'm sure. Okay, negative 42.0. Is that it? No. Okay, so we'll just guess. Come on, come on. Probably close enough. It's probably good. So I'm gonna actually need to make it a little larger as well. Not much larger. Not that much larger. Just a little bit. And most importantly, from the angle we're actually gonna see it. Switch that to local. Space. Which that didn't do anything. I feel like they improved how that works in 4.6. Oh well. It didn't even change it. Okay, so we'll scooch it manually. So it looks like it's in front of it. Doesn't really have to be perfect, because it's just gonna be like that shader effect. Looks pretty good to me. Well, the chair, but you know, well, yeah. You know, just scaling it up isn't gonna make it wrap the whole thing perfectly. Cause it's not like it's like an outline growing outward from the original. And plus the rotation is certainly ever so slightly off as well. It's a bit unpleasant. Yeah, we're just gonna say this is... Actually, I feel like it was better a while ago. I feel like I had it in a good enough spot and I was like, let's tweak it. Let's not. Let's let good enough be good enough. HTML, CSS, or Evergreen? Hell yeah. I enjoy web dev a lot. I want to do more of it soon. Alright, I'm gonna stop. So, then I need to get that material on there. Well, we want to make sure that this is invisible, of course. So, let's override its surface material with a whole lot of nothing. I'm just gonna get my zoom back up here. So to do that, oh, I didn't realize I had that over so far. This whole time, Jesus. Transparency alpha. Albedo. Invisible. Then I'm going to need to find that shader. Actually, let's just do it this way, it'll be easier. Hop into geometry. We're adding it as an overlay. Shader material. And then I should be able to, here, pop that open. And then for setting which shader it's going to be, we'll quick load it. So, I'm not sure what it's called actually. I don't know, what did I call it? What is it called? Let me go look. Let's go back to the litter box. Oh, right. I saved it as unique. Oh, I need to save that. Oh, geez, that's a mistake. Okay, let's circle back to that. Sure, the tripod. Oh my. Tripod model, hole. Oh my gosh. They're just unique. Okay. What about the couch? Surely I saved the couch. Right? If nothing else. Wait, where is the couch material? How is the couch even handled? Oh, there's a next pass on the couch? No, that's different. That's the Fresnel. That's different. No, that's something else. Just kidding. Okay. What? Couch. Not dot blend. Well, this is concerning. Oh, couch.tscn? Oh, okay, here. This is where. Okay. So it's on here, but it's not on the base. Oy, oy, oy. Oh my goodness. Geometry, material overlay. Outline. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and say you need to stencil, read, write. Oh yeah, I was trying to do a custom stencil and that didn't go well. Can we, do we have like a canvas spatial? Can we put this in materials? Well, I guess, is that what I've done? Shader mats, hover couch.tres. Oh. Hover, oh, okay, I did, okay, we're good. I see. So I didn't make the shader unique, but what I did make unique was the overlay. Okay. I'm okay with it now. But it's outline.gd shader is the one. All right. Well, I mean, in that case, I could also save myself that issue. ICQ. What would you even use that for anymore? So we're going to want to put that as the overlay. I'm going to load, doesn't really matter, litter box. And then I'll make it unique and save it as hover. What's it called? Computer station? Placeholder. I'm actually going to put the word placeholder on there. Well, we'll see. Nah, we'll keep it this way. Because it's likely to change at some point. Okay, so that's set up. Back on the computer station. I'm going to make this editable children, because I'm going to need to reference that mesh for the selectable area setup. Which I'll do next. So that's ready to be activated, but I can't actually test it until I have the selectable area set up. So I'm going to say begin selectable area for computer station. And push it along. Oh, make number go bigger, meaning like money. Yeah, I see. Giuliano forgot that they took programming in high school. You're learning Visual Basic. You remember the teacher was basically writing 90% of the code, actually made a decent game at the end of the semester. It was cool. You forgot what grade you got, though. Nice. My dad had a Visual Basic book. And I remember looking at it as a kid and just being like, this looks awesome. What is this? What is this? I was a little intimidated though. But it was cool, the notion of making things. Visual Basic seems like a good language to engage people in programming. At least it was for me. I mean, I never started learning it until years later, but still. I remember, it was memorable. What kind of goldfish? Carnival or koi? Insane's glad musical taste is expanded. Class grades are irrelevant, exposing you to the idea was the point. I wish that that was true in every education system. At least where I'm from, the grades, unfortunately, often do matter. But I agree with you wholeheartedly with that notion. Living in the past, Tavirio. It's okay to have one foot in the past and one foot in the future, as long as you're keeping aware of the present at the same time. Rosa says, that's fun. When I took a programming class in high school, it was for HTML. Ended up leading a lot of the lessons because you actually had taught yourself HTML the summer before that semester. Look at that. It was cool that you could do that, but upsetting because you didn't get to learn anything else new. Yeah. Teaching, yes, but teaching, we learn things when we teach. I know what you mean. Making websites has a soft spot in your heart. Used to love traveling the internet, seeing people's personal websites where they display their artistic layout design skills. Oh, hell yeah. Sometimes they had cool tutorials, and you dreamed of one day having your own. Flashback feels. Back in Rosa's day, the internet was relatively safe. You could leave your doors unlocked. Yeah, right? You tried ICQ and didn't have any friends on it, so you didn't use it. I know, right, Merv? Like ICQ, oh my goodness. I don't even think, I mean, like, you would use that with, like, the instant message services. I guess this is probably the closest, is chats, live stream chats. Chat, you are the descendants of instant messaging. You still use Visual Basic? Wow. ICQ literally officially died 2 years ago. Damn. Mervkins asks Rosa, was that for MySpace? Yeah, when the internet was mostly decent, Yeah, I mean, it seems like website design is less artistic these days. I mean, there are some, like, cool innovations that happen, but then, like, every e-commerce site, every product, every company uses the same 3 templates for every website. Yeah, like that. Like where you would make your own website and it would just be like really creative. I love when I stumble on a Web.0 website or a website that's styled in 1.0. It leads me to stick around just a little bit longer. Usually these days that's open source websites, like websites with an open source software that they're sharing. Visual Basic in Excel. Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. TIL. It's like you make a program inside of Excel? But you could remember the websites and find them in the archives. Yeah. Stumble Upon was a fun tool for finding those things. Thanks for the follow, Shro. Actually, Rosa, I found this website called Cloud Hiker. That's kind of like Stumble Upon. And you can find some cool, I definitely found interesting websites. Way more interesting than like what we usually see. Yeah, so this is kind of like Stumble Upon. This is like you just click a button and it takes you to a site. It's pretty cool. Waveforms. Look at that. What are we doing? Yes. Explorable explanations. Gray circles represent... Whoa! There's sound. You just have to trust me, there's sound. This is dope. Okay, give me another one. Give me another one. Web rings? Does that ring a bell? I don't know. Does that ring a bell? Look at this forum. Oh my gosh. Supporting creators of visual novels and story-based games since 2003. Web 1.0 lives February 5th, 2026. Come on now. And it says guest book. It never left. We just forgot about it. Swiss Miss is a design blog studio run by Roth Eisenberg, a Swiss designer gone NYC. There's things out there. There's things out there. It's still not the same. Online plus-size community. You just never know. I don't know. That's the fun. Who knows what you're gonna find? Cafetiere. Cafetiere. Coffee. A coffee site. There you go. You want that? You can have it. Webring's search was not an engine, but a curated list. I do have like a weird, vague memory of that. What the hell is this? Look at those GIFs! What the hell is this smiley face even supposed to be doing? Is it crawling out of its own mouth? Wallpaper symmetry. Drag with your left mouse in the white area. Whoa. This is kind of cool. No, just give me the real link. Alright, give me the real link. I don't want to be on your website right now. No, give me the real link. With your embed. Okay, you should offer the URL in an easy way. That's not cool. How am I even supposed to? There's like not even OA. I'm a little disappointed by that because this is like cut off, so I can't even copy that. A little disappointing. Okay. Oh my god. It even baked in the ellipsis. The overflow is baked in. Well, I still think it's a cool site, but that's kind of not cool. That's not cool. Cause it's taking up all the space up here. Get out of here. Get out of my face. It's pretty neat though. Well, what the hell is happening? I feel like my breath is being taken away. I feel so powerful. Oh, let's see. Right click, copy link. Browser are you using? Wait, oh no. But I'm saying like the link, it's not about no. I'm saying I want a link that isn't on cloudhiker.net. I'm not saying I don't know how to get a link. I'm saying this is embedding a web page and isn't providing a way to get to the original page without their, stuff on it. which is a little gross. It's a little gross, a little colonizing, if you think about it. Did you get a bump? Yeah, you gotta bump messages. Post a directory of old games you used to play. Nice. ABA games. I don't think I've heard of this. This looks fun though. Especially if you're young and haven't seen, or even just from a time where getting games like this wasn't so free and easy. Pretty cool. Oh, it's just like one person who makes games? Has just been done making them? Oh my goodness. Good for them. It's kind of fascinating. Joys of small game development. Well, there you go. Make small games. Game development serves as a vibrant canvas for one's creativity, especially when focusing on small games, which are simple to create and instantly enjoyable. One can quickly immerse themselves in the allure. Through the article, I will aim to delve into the joy of crafting small games. That's pretty cool. It's a little disturbing there's no, like, dates on these things. Like, I don't know. But it's cool. I like it. I like it. It was even a game devy link. Who knew? Past the menu of Taurus Trooper. I don't know what that means. Graphics remind you of that game Mahjong. Just in a lot of those games. Alright, so I've got the... Oh yeah, I need to do the collectible thing. Okay, I pushed that, or the selectable thing. So I'm going to go to something else. Let's look at the litter box. In the litter box, I have a selectable area over here. Or an area, just in general, that has a selectable area class on it, and then a collision shape that's just a box. So that's going to be what I work with here. So let's create something similar. And we'll need to define an object mesh. And evidently an animation player, although I don't think it needs the animation player, but in theory it could have one. So like when you click on it, it does something. Okay, so back on the computer station, not the model. I will need to get back to that though. On the computer station, I'm going to create an area 3D or I'm going to name it selectable area. And the name actually matters. Selectable area computer station. For better or worse, I do depend on naming for a lot of things here. The code is going to expect it to have a certain name. Selectable area litter box. Selectable area computer station. I'm going to attach a selectable area script, or the base class script. Let's just look for it here. It'll be easier. Actually, we got to create a new one. Just kidding. Okay, so create a new script. Selectable area computer station. Yes. Except I'm going to put it in the scripts folder. Hey chat, are we allowed to post links here? Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't allow links to be posted. That is not my choice, but excuse me. Invalid extension. It's a script. Do you want me to type .gd? Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about? But if you want to post a link, you can do what Mervkins just did. If you're on the Discord, and I'll tag you if you want. But like right here. Yeah. I don't know. YouTube just doesn't allow it. If they do, I don't know how to allow it. I've looked, and I have not found. And actually, I don't think there is a way, because when we used to get bots coming through here, they would never post a URL. They would always like space out the URL. Obviously, they do that on Twitch too, but they're on Twitch, when you get those kind of bots, you at least sometimes see ones with links. But on YouTube, you would just never even see one. So I think it's just built in that you can't do it. Okay, so now in this script, let me just make sure, I haven't done this in a while, so I'm just going to make sure my naming convention is consistent here. So for the litter box, we have selectable litter box. Yeah, I'm just going to copy this and go to the computer station script, which is so new, it's not even indexed. Okay, paste that in. Instead of selectable litter box, it is computer station. And now it's going to be upset with me because I don't have all of the required abstract functions in there. So I'm just going to copy this just to make it a little easy. You see, I have quite a few. Like a lot. Yeah, I think it's blocked on YouTube. You gotta earn the right to post links on your own videos. Damn. Send link on Discord. Oh, it's another like collection of indie games, old indie games. There's just so many cool sites out there that did this. The charm. Look at that. Facebook, Twitter. You know, that's from a different time. This is delightful. Y'all should go in the Discord and check out those links they're sharing. Those are delightful as hell. That was doing a lot. That was doing the most. Is there a shortcut? Control backslash. Does it work? Nice. Okay, that is so good to know. Since I'm not in 4.6 where I don't even need this, at least now I know how to toggle it. Alright, so we're going to add all these in. I don't want the word abstract in here. And I need to make sure that we... add the colon onto these so that way they're real functions. And we'll just pass each one. Okay, enter exit animation length. So this is, I believe, how long it takes the camera to reach it and to come back away. So I'll show an old build, an example of what this is like. For context, this context is useful. That was so charming, Disron. It's like it's, I don't know, it's kind of amazing to me. All these things that are out there. Games, they seem, games are hard. Games are hard to make, right? Bottom line, they're hard to make. But I feel like I'm never not learning about not only new games, but new media, new like platforms or new ways that games were distributed, new ways that games are discoverable. And then those platforms themselves just have a ton of more ways that games exist. So many games. So when I click on the couch, when it's not lagging, it takes some time to get there, takes some travel time. I think that that's what the enter exit, I think that that's what that means, is how long does it take for that to occur. So, but I'm gonna check on another one to see. Oh, did I literally just call that litter box the TCN? And then if I do, wait, but computer station. I guess I'm a little confused why. Okay, couch. Selectable area couch. Okay. Selectable area litter box. Okay, alright, that's fine. So mostly weren't even games. They're where you could download the extensions the guy had developed. Only one is still up? Wow. Oh, damn. So kind of like what Rosa was saying, like creative websites. One. Okay, we'll make it one. One sounds good. One. I'm guessing like the phone has a different one. Use speed. Yeah. So some of them have different ones, but it seems like we'll just go with a standard one. Looks like. Selectable computer station. We will return a 1. On-event timer length. On-event animation timer begin. What are we doing there? It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. Switch camera, for instance, probably doing the same thing here. Would be my guess. So we're just gonna put that in there. Animation timer, and I think now this is something we're free to do stuff with depending on the context. As you can see, I don't even use it for some of them, so we will just underscore that. Has cat target? No, it does not. So maybe we can just do a null on that one. Would be my guess on how we're handling that. Yes. Well, the couch does. So when it says that has cat target, that means like, so far that's only for the couch. I probably will do that for the food bowl. Get the game to work its weird controls. Wait, which game? The game what Distron shared? It's a lot to load. So when I click on the couch, what makes the cat appear? That's a target assigner. So that says that has a cat target. So it's how we know that where the cat should go is right there in the couch. But for other things, litter box, the cat doesn't come over. Tripod, cat doesn't have a target. But I could see potentially for the food bowl, like if you go over to the food bowl, the cat's gonna be like, yo, what you doing? The site you shared earlier, Tourist Trooper game. Oh, that was like the game that you were that you like grew up with or something? Or you played a long time ago? A nostalgia success. Has animation player. It is not gonna have an animation player. No. Has a stat. Actually, this one is not gonna have a stat. So we will just make that blank. Most of them do have a stat associated with them. As of now, that does not. On select instance, what happens? On unselect, on hover. I feel like we're also not going to use these. I think a lot of these I barely use, honestly. And it was sort of like a theoretical thing, like, oh, surely I'll need this, right? And then I just kind of never used them. Okay, we use unselect for this one. So you never know, sometimes we need them. As of now, I don't have a need for them, so I will underscore these and this. All right, so it has now got all that implemented correctly. That should be enough unless I missed something. So let's see if we get any kind of issues when I try to hover over it. Now, I'm probably not going to see the effect, but what I want to know is, does it know that we're hovering over it? So there's a lot printing, unfortunately. If I hover over the couch, it says on hover object. On hover object. Let's try the desk. Okay, the desk is definitely not being seen. Oh, I forgot to create a collision for the area. That will do it. That will so do it. Okay. I also didn't even set an object mesh. I forgot a lot of things. I forgot some stuff there. Okay. So we're gonna give it a collision shape. I'm just gonna make it a box. What kind of game is it, Merv? Taurus Trooper? Sounds violent. Which is fine. It's a video game. Maybe something like that. Approximately. Probably don't need it to be that low. So just get close enough to what I want the select area to be when detecting if the cursor is hovering over it. Alright, let's see if at least it reports that it sees the cursor. Nothing. Did you set the layer? Very important, very important. Or the mask. Let's see. Probably the layer will be what is set. Okay, collision. Room. No. Room object. Yes. Yes. Don't need to have a mask for it. Let's see if that makes a difference. Yes. Okay, great. So now it sees the computer station when I hover over it. You can see it prints. Computer station is hovered. Let's go. Big success. Now if I click it, it does bring up a go back button, which is good. Very good. So it functions correctly. I gotta deal with the go back button being on top of the litter box. It doesn't really matter for most of them, but for the phone, it does. But yeah, we click on this. After 1 second, that animation plays. The go back button appears. It should not be on top of the litter box, but that's kind of the way I tried to deal with it with the phone, is that the litter box just can't be selected while you're hovering over this, but I haven't. I mean, again, we're gonna move the camera, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I want to do that, but I want to see the effect. I'm not sure if it is working or not, so I'm gonna go to remote, and I just want to see if that shader is having its values updated. In the room, I'm gonna first look at the litter box just to see like a comparison. Litter box whole is gonna have a material overlay. Okay, so the values that change are the overall opacity and the border blur to make the effect appear over here. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. And it's not a live update freeze frame. Let's do it. I hate that. All right. Anyway. Well, we'll use the old-fashioned one then. I don't even know that I have that one. I'll have to fix that. I'm trying to replace this like manual zoom setup. Pixpix asks, are you happy that you don't have to make a game engine in Java? I mean, I'm not happy I don't have to make a game engine in Java because I think I'd be overwhelmed by always being happy about things I don't have to do, since there are so many things that I don't have to do. I'm as happy I don't have to make a game engine in Java as I am happy that I don't have to climb an icy mountain every day just to get my groceries and climb back down that mountain. That's how happy I am that I don't have to make a game engine in Java. Welcome, Pix. I assume you're making a game engine in Java? Alright, so what I want to do is I want to monitor this in the remote tab to see if when I hover it, this border blur goes down and the overall opacity goes up. Looks like we can only have one at a time. So we'll look for the overall opacity to go up. Unfortunately, it is not happening in real time, which is a little annoying. So I don't have that way to confirm. So let me try this. It would just be nice to confirm, because I'm gonna have to like adjust the angle of the shader to see if anything is appearing. I guess something I could do, and I should do, is go to that whole computer station here using Dreams in Java. Can I see how enthusiastic you are? Is this for like a class or something? Why do you have to? So let's at least make sure that it's visible. So we're gonna turn up the overall opacity and the border blur all the way down. See if there's an angle here where we can see it. There really isn't. Oh, there is. Found it. Then if I hide it, you see it disappear. Oh, you can't see anything. Jesus, look at all those zooms. Sorry about that. That's why I don't like the old zoom. But it didn't do what I wanted. So you don't have to do it. You're just afraid to not do it? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe you're saying that you're already for some reason you need to make a game and you're already familiar with making an engine in Java, so that's the easy. I don't know. I'm not understanding what you're talking about. Okay, what's holding you back from learning Unity? Why are you afraid of it? It's a very generous game engine in terms of learning curve. Oh yeah, NeoCities. Oh yeah, Rosa. Yeah, NeoCities is cool. Yes. And you can make like a website on it now. Like you can make your own NeoCities. It's like the same, right? Yeah. It's just like you're more comfortable in Java. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that could be. You're right. That could be the reason. But based on context, I would assume that's not what Pix meant. Got a grasp on how things worked. Took a break, and it dropped, and it all dropped every single bit. The grasp. You just gotta get back into it. Evil corpos scheming. We're not the most. A lot of the people here are not the biggest fans of Unity, but I think it's a really good game engine. I think it's a great game engine. It's not a game engine I would use, but I think it's a really good one. But have you considered trying a different game engine? Maybe that was it. Maybe it's just, maybe for you that wasn't like one that you felt comfortable using. Maybe there would be another one that speaks to you more. But it's 2026, Pix. It's the notion that you have to make your own game engine is bizarre. You simply don't. You simply don't. May I suggest Godot? Yeah, exactly, Distron. Exactly. Okay, so now I know that that's visible. I'd even love to come into the game here. Let's unstick the cat. I still gotta fix unsticking the cat. And I want to see if I can get that to show up when I'm just flying around here. If not, then I need to do so. Oh, okay. And I flew out of the universe. Alright, let's just restart it. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get that right angle, that correct angle to see that this is showing up right. Then I'm going to try to reposition it so it shows up on the computer station the way I actually want it to. And when I do, we'll make sure that the hover is working correctly. So we're going to fly around here until it appears on the a little surprised we don't see it yet, actually. Thanks for the hydrate. Fanny, welcome! How are you doing? I will hydrate. I'm currently, this fly around requires all of my fingers. Because it makes me hold down the right mouse button. Why? Okay. Why isn't it showing up? Is it that, do you want to go further away? I can go further away. Huh. A bit disappointing. Alright, hydrate. Cheers. I got a little bit left. It's Lee's. Pix says, when I say Java, I mean processing Java, the Java wrapper thing. It makes it a little easier, but it's still Java at the end of the day. I don't know what any of that means. I don't know what any of that means. This ROM would still be using Unity if they hadn't crapped the bed a few years back with the install fee nonsense. Yeah. Fair. Pix says, Godot seems like a better option. I like the idea of Python-like syntax. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was the first coding language I learned was GDScript, but that's what everyone says, that the Python aspect makes it a little easier to learn. When Destron first started game dev, you had to make your own engine. Programming in C++ with graphics libraries, you never finished anything back then, I bet. Right, like that used to be a thing. You don't have to suffer anymore. You're free. For free, even. Alright, what the hell's going on with this hover effect right now, for real? I'm gonna try something a little radical just to make sure anything is working correctly and I'm not just like overlooking something obvious. I'm going to put a material override on it. Refresh it, so it should just look like entirely white if I'm doing things right. Okay, so it's entirely white. So it definitely, things can happen on it. So we're gonna try the next thing, which is just moving this around. Oh, shoot. Oh. Why did that affect that one? Material overlay, computer station. Is this not unique? Okay, well that number one was a problem. Oops. Okay, let me go back to that being linked. I saw it was moving on the, oh, there it goes. Okay, then we make it unique. I didn't even know that wasn't unique. Now that's where, if we were in Godot 4.6, there's a little icon right there that tells you that it's linked. But I don't get to do 4.6 anymore because it made my project bad. It had some nice things. It's gotten to the point where my friend that wants to make a game with me requires me to use Unity to not torture yourself. Yeah, I mean, you should use, I don't know what are you waiting, like, what, like, you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Yeah, 4.6, I had to roll back. I had to completely roll back, Fanny. It was just like, it was causing enough issues that I just didn't want to deal with it. So, who knows? You know, maybe I'll change my mind later, you know, but right now I'd just rather keep moving forward than do the lateral move of nothing in the game getting more done and I just get a fancier wrapper for making it. Get over it, Pix. Do it. You got this. What kind of game you want to make? Hey, what's up, Hirewire Crisis? Welcome. Yeah. The email? I don't remember what. You said something about email? Hirewire. Yeah. I spent the entire first part of the stream rolling back. Yeah, broke a couple things, unfortunately. I don't think it's stuff that can't be fixed, but again, it's just like enough of a headache that for now I would just rather not bother with it. Do I have an experience with playtesting? I don't know. What do you mean by playtesting? Do you mean playing games? I have played games. By playtesting, do you mean like working as QA for a indie game dev, professional game dev company? No. Do you mean having people playtest my games? Ah, okay, thank you. That makes more sense. I was like, what do you mean? I mean, I have experience with people playing my games and those games not being finished. But in terms of like actually running a proper playtest, like setting up you know, a community where people can share feedback and, you know, that kind of thing. Having like whatever, a demo or a key or some kind of way for them to access it and keep track and all that kind of stuff. No, I've never done that. Is that something that you're in the process of doing, or at that point? I want to do that. I really want to do that. The games that I've made are just like small jam games, so really nothing that I plan to like iterate on much. Well, one of them, but still, it's yeah. I'm sort of for me at the phase of I just want to keep grinding out, making and finishing things before I decide that I want to go beyond the pure finish and try actually like making it marketable. You're making a tool right now to help indie game devs speed up the process for free. For free? What is it? Are you gonna tell us? Wow. You said for free. It's like, I feel like I just got door-to-door salesman. Did you know that for free you can use this service? It's just an idea. A good idea. Okay. Alright, so now this is unique. Let me make sure I restart the runtime. Can I interest you in a sample? Exactly. I'm gonna rotate this border around. Why is it still moving that? That says hover computer station. That's what that says. Like if I remove the shader, that still hovers. Yeah, I know. So it definitely sees the shader. What is your problem? What's up, Environ? You are doing better than I am. You've never completed any of the projects you've started. Making a small game where the mechanics were already decided for me is what got me to finish things. It's still a learning process. I'm still getting there. It's hard. Finishing a game is hard. Penny made their first finished and released game in November last year after 20 plus years of making games. It's hard to finish games. Games take a long time and a lot of work, and they're confusing as hell to make. Completely fair. Well, I am simply very confused what's going on here. Because every time I try to modify this unique shader, it keeps impacting the tripod. I think maybe it's not, Lise. Lise, I want to put forth the possibility that that's not what's happening. I want to put forth the possibility that it's just overlapping with it. That's so weird. You see how the tripod keeps lighting up when I move this? Is that just like my cursor? Is that just my cursor moving over there? Is that what that is? I just like dragged it so far that it hovered it. See how right now my cursor is not visible? That's just so weird. I don't even know what to think about that. Alright, well anyway, I'm just trying to drag this around until it appears on the computer desk. Oh, there we go. We got it. Whew. No one said it was the best system. Okay, but can you stay lit up? No, I need it to constantly stay selected. Because I can't adjust it if I can't see it. Okay. Alright, how do I tell it that it's always selected for debugging purposes? This is kind of hard to set up. I wish that there was an easier system for this. I don't know that I particularly want to build a system for setting these up. Maybe I should. That's cool, Highwire. What is your idea? What is your playtesting idea? Like, how would it help? So this is where it turns it up. If it has a default shader on it, it's going to find the border blur and the overall opacity, and then it's going to run a tween here. So I just have to make sure that this tween happens. Handle hover animation. That gets set off if it's in the hovered state. So I guess I could try to force it into the hovered state. Alright, let's do that. That sounds easy. I can do that. I haven't worked, by the way, y'all, I haven't worked on this project since December. I made this for a game jam in November, and I've been working on it for those 2 months, November and December. And then in January, I worked on another project. And so I'm just now getting back into this for context. So I'm kind of like, whoa, what is this? How did I make this? What are these systems? What do they do? I'm relearning my own project here. That's kind of why I seem so lost. Thanks, Fanny. Yeah, I'm really excited to keep working on it. Finally. I missed it. So let's just say in the ready function, we just change its hover state to hovered. Keep it simple. And hopefully it will just be hovered. As long as I don't hover over it and then unhover it, which will turn its state back to being unhovered. As long as I don't do that, it should stay hovered. Okay, then I'm going to just move these values around until it looks good, because it's perspective based. Nice. But I also want it to like grow from a certain spot because I think it'll be cool. So here it's growing from left to right, which I don't think is that cool. I like how for the litter box, for example, you see how it grows from the bottom. The couch as well grows from the bottom. I really like that. I think it just adds a little extra pizzazz. So, I'm still gonna do a little reorganizing of this. Don't hover over it on accident. So I kind of want it to grow like that way. Now I'm trying to remember how to do that because I don't remember. Was it the skewing? Oh, it's been so long since I used this stuff. Highwire's idea is you've half released your game and realized you needed playtesting. Fair? Reasonable? Makes sense. It was really hard to get people to play in a structured manner and timely. So the idea is that you make... It is a banger. The idea is that you make... I love that emote. A bounty platform where devs post their games and gamers play the games to complete the bounty. Whoa, that is a good idea. There are sites like that, but it's much more, it's different, but it's kind of what you're talking about. Oh, what were they called? Because I got, someone emailed me trying to get me to promote their product on stream, and I decided that it wasn't a good fit. Most of the companies that reach out are not good fits. But it might interest you, although I guess now I'm accidentally promoting them. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that part. pretend you never heard that. Let me see if I can find it. I probably saved it, right? But it might interest you as something to be inspired by. But it's different because it's for like bigger companies. And it's got a little, the bounty stuff is a little scumbaggy. Okay, now I'm really not doing this. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's okay. You know what? Actually, that nullifies the advertising component, doesn't it? If I say that, I think it's a little scumbaggy. I do kind of think it is, though. Is this it? No. So many AI ones. So many AI companies. It's so awkward. I'm just like, yeah, if you give me an unthinkable amount of money and you allow me to criticize you freely, then yes. Then you got it. Oh. Is this it? No, that's not it. Damn, I don't remember which one it is. Unfortunately. You know what? I'll just search for something like it. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Or something similar. Play games, earn money. That was basically the tag. Apps that pay to play games, what's the catch? Yeah, it's these kind of things. You probably already know about this. I'm probably not even helping you at this point. They're pretty sus. But it's basically what they're doing. It's basically what they're doing. This is not the one that reached out to me. By the way. Yeah, you've seen this. You already know. They're really sus. But basically you're like being like a guinea pig for the developers of these games. That's why they can pay you, because the companies who make the games are offering money to this company to help promote getting players to test out the games, essentially. But it doesn't like market itself that way, which I like your idea, because it's like marketing itself that way, where it's like, no, this is for indie devs. Like you player are helping indie devs make their games better. Whereas this is just like, hey, you can make money playing games. You play games, you make money. It's that simple. Meanwhile, you're being data harvested to hell by these companies. These really sketchy, like, mobile game companies usually. So it's super bad vibes. Don't recommend it. But people do make a little bit of money doing it. But like I really want to emphasize the little bit part. Mobile games, yeah, it's usually mobile games. Usually it's mobile games. She's so happy. Yeah. Yeah, I just got like 0.05 cents. 0.005 cents, I should say. So you made it based off of percent, so that when one party makes money, the other one does too. You lied about it being free? What the hell's wrong with you? It's free initially. Alright. The devs give up 1% of their game's revenue, and the revenue goes to the people who play tested? I don't know. I think that needs needs some thought, but I'm sure you got something there. I'm sure you do. What do I know? I'll tell you what I would do. I would say no, I'm gonna run my own playtest. But I feel like indie devs are a tough crowd to squeeze that kind of money out of. You know what indie devs will pay for? Like a one-time fee. You know, like, oh, for $6 or $7, this service is given to you. It's done. But I think I see what you're saying. You're saying like, and let me tell you this, you will catch indie devs on that, but I think that's a little scumbaggy, honestly. You know, it's like what Unity does, that's what Unreal does. They're like, hey, if your game makes a certain amount of money, we'll take a certain percent. Or if you put a game on Steam, Steam is like 30%, whatever. And now you're just saying an extra percent, which for the kind of studios, I mean, I kind of feel like it's, I don't know. And whatever, you know, you do your own thing. What do I know? I'm not a professional in any sense. But I know if I saw that, I'd be like, forget it. Goodbye. Not interested. I already gotta pay Steam 30%. I can't spare a percent. You're making a cutoff so that devs don't lose all their money. Oh, that's so thoughtful of you. Come on. What? If you have to have a cutoff to keep someone from losing all their money, you might be doing something a little sketchy. Nice, GLNO. But what do I know? Look, again, I'm just speaking off the cuff here. I don't know nothing. I just know the way that would sound to me if I were considering that product. Not really beta testers. Yeah, there's something weird about that. Skeptic says they're probably looking for addictive behaviors too. Yes, exactly. Yeah, those sites I was showing. Yeah, exactly. Third time's the charm. You don't gotta dig through chat. The email thing you're referring to, you're talking to a guy from The Verge who's doing an article about dreams. Oh, I remember you talking about the article. I didn't know you were talking to someone about it. Gotcha. What could be more dreams than getting free labor off of the community? Of course. I mean, look, it's just my opinion. You have Unity installed, Pix? Nice. Unity has gone from the most used engine to the second most, now under Unreal. Unreal more used than Unity? Is that true? Well, I don't know what. I'm gonna need to see some proof of that one. That is a wild statement. According to what? Who was tested? What is the metrics? Unity rolled back all the install nonsense. You can use older versions. True. Very true. Yeah, I'm not gonna write something for some journalist if I'm not getting paid. I got time to not get paid. Unless it's like something I really believe in. So I guess you really believe in dreams. Unless I'm like, this story needs to get out there. Shoot, my labor ain't free. I'm already out here streaming for $3 to $10 a stream for ad revenue. No, I don't want it to grow from the bottom, from the top left. How do I do this again? Well, the skew, maybe that's where we get it to wrap around. I just got retail flashbacks talking about skew. I don't remember what the hell this does. I mean, here, what does this look like? It is kind of cool. The rest of them come from the bottom, so it feels a little weird for another one to just come from the middle. But it looks awesome. So maybe it doesn't matter. Just need to get that corner down there to get covered. Oh, but see, now it looks like it's coming from the left side again. Oh, is that it? We adjust the skew and then adjust one of these. This was something, again, I worked on this a long time ago, and these parameters, I don't really understand them. You download shaders, you do your best. I feel like this isn't like the intended application for this shader either, but it did like what I wanted to do, so I stuck with it. But it's a little monotonous to set this up. I see why I procrastinate doing this. It makes a lot of sense now. Okay, that's going from the bottom. That's going from the bottom. Yes. Now keep going, keep going. Hey, Crow. Keep going, keep going. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, it's still to the left a little bit. Don't do that. Don't do that. That makes me really angry. Not top. Not right. Yes, left. I feel like the fact that we're doing left means it's still gonna grow from the left, and it's growing more from the center now. It's so weird. Who knows how this works? Maybe I should ask a chatbot how it works. I don't do shader code. It stresses me the hell out. Honestly, a chatbot would probably get it wrong. Probably has no idea. It would most likely just confuse me more. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it good enough. Well, see there, it barely even grows anywhere at all. Oh, so is that what I want to do? I want to go to border blur. Okay, okay, yes, yes, grow from the bottom. Correct. Yes. Keep going. But here, go like that. Oh, it's so close. You gotta go all the way. You gotta go all the way up. You have to. No, you gotta go. I don't skew left and right. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. Oh, I can kind of see what it's doing. Look. See how like the angle is like more flat now? And then the angle is more angled there? Okay, okay. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Skew bottom, skew left and right don't look like they're doing anything. So I'm gonna reset them. Border bottom, I mean, that's making sense. Look, see, that's going there. Border right, that's clearing that. Border left, it's clearing that. And then top is adding more up there. Oh, there it goes. That's kind of going from the bottom. Yeah, that's what I want. I want that nice, neat, cool effect. It's weird, because, like, then the 3D angle is just strange. Okay, yes, 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 perfection. We got there. So I think the trick was to get that skew top to be flat. Okay, so, but seriously, what the hell are these other ones doing? I'm going to make them not parameters. No, Lise, because what if the other ones need it? If you really want, you can go check. You know, it'll make my life easier for other ones. I deserve to have that. Anyway, alright, so let's see if this works, though, when I hover it. Okay, I'm noticing that it doesn't. But that's another problem. Oh, I set it to being hovered by default. So we need to actually not do that in the ready function. Especially because that's going to probably override the existing ready function. Okay, so hopefully when I hover over that, bam! Look at that. Yeah. You see how nice it looks, like growing from like the middle bottom? Oh, I love that. I was setting up this hover. Yeah. Oh, it satisfies me. It pleases me. It's polished. It was worth the effort. Okay, bro, real quick to potentially maybe save myself trouble in the future. I'm going to explore the other ones. Sucralose mommy is what chat is talking about. Sucralose. Making me hungry. On Litterbox Hole, I just kind of want to see if these actually don't matter. Because I would love to just like left 0, right 0, bottom 0. They're all 0. Wow. Okay. And that's on the Litterbox one. So what about the couch? I just like came to that same conclusion on all the rest of them too. It's kind of wild. Yeah, it's time to not make those exposed parameters. So I don't have to deal with this again. This confusion of being like, what does that do? Does it do something? What's it doing? Doesn't do nothing. High fructose corn syrup, mother. Skew left, right, bottom or 0. Top is 0 too in this case. Okay, and the tripod finally. It's the last one that's been set up. Who knows? Maybe there will be one where it matters and I'll be like, why isn't it working? If only there were some more parameters. That would suck. For the tripod, skew right, left, top, bottom. They're all 0 except top. Okay. So I'm gonna update the shader then. Fundamentally. Although I have some concern that the shader code is not going to be repeated across all of those. That's okay. So we're just going to make that not a uniform. Not a uniform, not a uniform. And we'll just make that 0. Const? Okay. Sorry, I don't do shader code, so I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But I can certainly infer what I'm supposed to do. Don't do top. Don't do top. Top is the good one. Okay. Save it. Yeah, so that's not actually the same one, unfortunately. Boo. I must have just been confused. I don't need to make that a separate instance. But all those values are probably going to change if I replace it, right? Which sucks. I hate that. It bums me out. Because I can't, like, copy all those parameters. I mean, maybe I could copy properties. Maybe. But it's probably going to replace the shader. Well, let's see. Quick load. Outline. Yeah, so it changed all the values. This is on the tripod. It's not going to show up on here in the runtime. If I paste the properties, those values did not update, did they? I guess I could just like remember what they are. I guess I have to decide how much do I really care about this. Are any of the other values adjusted? I kind of do care about it, though. I kind of want to make my life easier in the future, because you saw how much struggle I had there. I don't want that again. Everything else is the same. The only thing that's different are the border, and barely. Like, actually, that is barely different. Look at that. It's, like, identical. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it did keep them. It just rounded them up. Okay. I'm gonna keep it. And then I'm gonna reload it and see if the tripod looks the same. Nice. Okay. Good. Let's check the litter box. Do the same thing. Okay, this has radically different values. 0.703, 0.817, stuff like that. Let's replace it with the original shader. Oh, nice! Yes. Okay, we're so good. Hell yeah. Yeah, so definitely hiding these is just gonna make my life a lot easier. Yeah, enums are great. That is a valid love. Your love is valid. Love is love. Even if it's enums. Maybe especially if it's enums. Now, I believe for the computer station, yeah, we need to do that too for the computer station, actually. Okay. Quick load, outline. Make sure everything's the same. And now I'll be slightly less confused in the future. I'll still be confused, but it'll be a little less time that I'll spend fumbling. Great. Commit that right now. Do it. Hover shader improvements, computer station hoverable. Lego. So yeah, so basically, Rosa, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make the computer station clickable. Since I just added a game to the computer, I would like to be able to conveniently click on it and get there instead of having to use debug all the time. So yeah, I'm setting that up. And becoming aware of what all that entails, because it's been a while. Sugar and that sort of relationship in your head has always been about the money? Like, what did I miss? Saint says, third time's a charm. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Oh yeah, I can remember that. And Viren says, speaking of that sort of behavior, one of the rapidly increasing things I hate about living in the UK, the gambling industry and their marketing, which is 80% made up of, we have the governmentally mandated gambling controls because gambling is so damned addictive. Go on, do it anyway. Gambling is having quite a moment. I assume this isn't what you mean, but at least in the United States, sports betting is just like the most ubiquitous thing all of a sudden. Super normalized. But then are you talking about like lotteries and stuff like that? And Sane says, you know, I've never been able to do something like this before, so it's a first for me. Respect. That is cool. Sorry for being so shady. I just respect your labor. I respect your labor. And I want to see other people respect your labor too. But that's fair. Go ahead. It's so weird, right? You didn't realize how weird it was till you came to America? It's normalized in Australia. Wait, so are you saying the opposite of what I'm saying? Because I'm saying it's weird that it's normalized in the United States. But you're saying it's not weird that it's normalized in Australia? And it says, gambling in general, it's all over the place there. Lotteries, sports, betting shops, and they're 80% just rehashing the safeguarding mechanics that the government slapped on them. Sus. Yeah, horse racing is really weird. Play Umamasume. What the hell are you talking about, Igloo? Everybody with the frickin' 3-letter acronyms. Just like everybody knows what the 3-letter acronym. No, nobody knows. Give us a parenthetical or something. Oh, I see, Distron. Wow, since it was already normalized there, somewhere where it wasn't normalized, and then it started to become normalized, you noticed the weirdness. That makes sense. You know, you explained what it stood for, Igloo, and I still don't understand. Yes, I am a Wall Street bro. I have been trading stocks today for my futures and options to ensure that all of the money that I have is well managed in a retirement account. Stonks. Phantom tax. Also crypto. Gilno says, if I had a sugar mama or daddy, I wouldn't have to work. Facts. Why would I sue Grillo's mommy? No, you're just being fancy. Fanny's working on a bubble tea shop, Sim. Oh, that's so cute! I love that. And you've been saying fructose a lot. Franny, that's so fun. Gilano says, I wonder if interviewer ask people they're interviewing if they're human. They should, I guess. But will they admit it? Would Sugarlow's mommy be somebody who takes out of your wallet and pretends it's their money and not yours? Because they're artificial sugar? Yeah. I think that's accurate. I love that. That's so funny. We're just lab-grown sugar mommy. Maybe it's like money that they don't actually have somehow. You give me $1 million if you became a billionaire? Don't give it to me. Give it to somebody. Give it to distribute it more evenly. That's too much. I don't want that. Streamers have gotten severely injured by fans for getting gifted that much money. No thanks. Debt mommy, give me a debt mommy. If you gave me $1 million, I would immediately give it back to you. Not even a single thought would cross my mind other than I must return this immediately. Why bet on silly sports when you can bet on horses? Oh yeah, that's what insane meant, was the game Umamasume, not real horses. Horse racing is why America doesn't eat horse. What? Square that circle. Today you learn what a parenthetical is. And you used it! Very good, Fanny. Well done. Sugar mom using a credit card, just going into insane debt for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's super red flag. And Viren had a chance to get into crypto back before it blew up. But you didn't trust it because you heard about it on 4chan. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, 4chan is all about things not being real, so yeah, probably not a good thing. But I know some people made some money on Bitcoin early in its life cycle. But at this point, I mean, it's just so saturated with a weird scammer network that there's not really like a pure. It's just not this. It's just not the same. Crypto's a blocked word. Oh yeah, it is. It is a blocked word. For the bots. I added that. I think I added that on purpose. I decided to add it. I see where that could be a mistake. Or sure it was that and not the 4? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, like they actually made money or they're making it up? Only because somebody who I didn't hear about it from 4chan told me. So unless they're making it up. Maybe they were. Real money's in real estate? Let me just get some real estate. You know what? It's free real estate. How hard can it be? What, I just gotta become a landlord. Easy. I'll just buy up the neighborhood. Add in some little fenced-in trees. Next thing you know, people are paying top dollar. No more rent control. I'm rich. Screw that. You couldn't convince me to be a landlord if the opportunity presented itself. Hell the hell no. Explain why horse racing is why... Oh, you did? We drugged our horses for racing until they became beasts of speed, but also beasts of giving you 100 poison effects. I see. Damn. That's sad. Igloo, I understand. I understand wanting to, like, be rich. I do understand that. But, you know, there's a point where getting to a certain level of wealth means you're going to have to disenfranchise somebody else. And I guess you just have to decide, does that align with your values? Yeah, mostly the poison. Trauma bonding. Yeah. Okay, so now that I have this thing hoverable, I like to make it clickable as well. Nothing happens because I need to set up a camera rule, or a way that the camera knows. We gotta go to the right camera. I wonder what, maybe if I don't do fuzzy search. Good file. See, this is why I need to make my DLC, I need to make my minigames add-ons. This is why I need to make them add-ons. I think that's what I'm gonna go for, is make my plugins add-ons instead of something else. So that way I can exclude them from these searches, at least. But anyway, for now I'll just deal with it. So we have a separate entry, I have a separate entry in here for each selectable object. We have couch, litter box, tripod, bowl, computer. Oh, computer. We're gonna say computer station. That's what it is now. Oh wait, that's different. Wait. Oh wait. Oh wait. Actually, I've already set it up. Oh, I don't have to set it up. Wait, this actually can work. Okay, let's see. Yeah, baby. Love it. Okay, the only thing is the go back button isn't working. Which I don't understand, but we have to make that work. Hell yeah. Okay, why doesn't literally things pass these? Horse armor DLC coming to Lee's Tamagotchi game. I like the idea of adding, like, look, if people like a game I make, I would love to add extra things, and I would also love to make like money on that because I did labor. I don't know about horse armor though. It's cruel to the horses. If a tank gets $1 million, first thing they're gonna do is visit your friends. Oh, that's nice. You deserve that. This is where people get confused with people like musicians or streamers. These people sell things they have made and can get wealthy from that. It's not about how much money you have, it's about how you got it. True. Yeah, I agree with that. Completely. Kitty horse armor? Horse armor that makes a horse look like a cat? Alright, that's cool. I don't remember how the back button works. Clearly, it's not set up to work correctly with the computer. I wonder if I blocked it being able to be clicked on. Okay, so I definitely have some like output messages related to the back button. So if I hover it, it says back button hovered. Back button hovered, back button hovered. When I press it, oh, all right. We're just gonna type in back button. Back button is set to handle, okay, so if I click on this, back button is set to handle tripod. Is set to handle tripod. Okay, go back. But back button is set to handle none. Click on the litter box. Back button is set to handle litter box. Back button hovered, back button pressed. Tried exiting. Back button is set to handle none. Same thing with the couch. I have a feeling we need to tell the back button how to handle the computer. So let's see what happens. When I click on this, literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay, so how do we tell the back button about the computer? I don't know. I don't remember. It's been too long, I forgot. Let's look at this. Anything with the back button in here? How do we do that? I need like documentation. This is definitely more advanced. This is like the most advanced game I've worked on long term. Now there was my Harvest Earth game, obviously, but yeah, it was a sloppy mess. I didn't really like set it up with good systems, so it wasn't like, it just wasn't the same. I don't know what to say. It wasn't the same. This feels like the most structured project that I'm working on long term, but I don't always remember what those structures are. UI back button mini game. Right, but this isn't a mini game. Does it need to be considered a mini game? Oh. Uneven animation timer end. Minigame litter scoop start minigame. Is that it? Is that what makes it happen? The back button? Bold of me to assume that everything you click on is a minigame. Well, the phone isn't. So how does the phone handle it? So yeah, that's what I think must be happening. Yep. There we connect it. Okay, so what about the phone? How does the phone work? You have back button in there? No? Okay. What happens when it stops the animation? It is a mini game. It is calling it a mini game. We're just calling them mini games. We just call anything a mini game. Why? Why? Why did I do that? I probably did that because I already had the system set up and I wanted to consolidate them. And changing the name would be too much. Well, it makes me a little uncomfortable, but here we are. But that's when it's exited. So this is different. Okay, it's time to look at the back button. Set what needs going back. This is a public function, so it's being called by other things. Let's find out what. Literally only manage minigames, so it has to be a minigame. It's the only way it's gonna work. Change current minigame. Okay. How do we do that? Set current minigame? I guess the computer's a minigame. It's really a collection of minigames, but those are called embedded games. This project has its own damn language. I'm just trying to think, like, how would I want to implement like a documentation? I don't know. I guess I could put it on base classes. Kind of makes sense. There we go. Minigame, phone in hand, phone for tripod, petting, litter scoop. Oh my god! So I have to make a minigame script for each one. Okay. Why? Stat increment amount 666. So that's my stand-in integer. Blank stat name. So weird. It's that I don't like this system. Look, I mean, look, this is it, right? I just gotta finish it. Like, even if I think some of these systems are suboptimal, I gotta just bring this with me to the next project that I'm gonna do it better next time. We're not gonna sit here and refactor. Hell no. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna go to this selectable area object base class. I'll see you later, Distron. It's been lovely. Take care. See you next time. So I guess what I'll do is we will say implementing a new selectable object entails, I don't know if you can do like bullet points. Probably not. Bullet. Let's see. Nope. At least not like that. Let's try something else. We can do a breaking space. So now they're in, at least they're in a line vertically. Whoa, 2 cursors. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Implementing new selectable object entails. Okay, I just did this, so we're gonna write it down. 1. I already forgot. Let's say creating an area 3D that points to an area 3D that extends this class. Creating and setting up an area 3D extends this class. 2. Setting up a hover mesh object mesh, setting up a hover mesh, and its corresponding shader. Shader material 3D. Or is it just shader material? It's just shader material. Three. No, we gotta do a breaking space at the end of each one. 3. I'm probably missing something, but creating and setting up and what is that mini game extending from? Minigame, Node 3D. Okay. Setting up a Node 3D based minigame script. Setting up a script on a Node 3D that extends minigame. Yeah, I'm having fun. So, where do we call the minigame thing from again? On use phone in finished. And what about on the couch? Oops. It's not even on there. Well, where does the couch let it know that it's got a minigame? How does the couch know? Something's got to be telling it. Phone in hand, phone for tripod, minigame petting. Start minigame is. See, they're all in like different places. Oh, hi there. Don't remove this, even though it seems redundant, unless you understand how to make it non-redundant. Just leave it. I like you. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it does seem kind of weird. But heard. Understood. See, these are the kind of things to learn from. Not to get myself in those situations. But that's okay. Getting a game done is not about making it perfect, it's about making it good enough. Start a minigame instance. And what is this on? Delirious Scoop. So it seems like they all have a different scenario for when they get started, which is so weird. Okay. Well, I guess we'll say creating and setting up. I don't like this. To implement a new selectable object. Create and set up an area 3D that extends this class. Set up a hover mesh. Hover mesh. The object mesh. And its corresponding shader material. Create and set up a script on a node 3D that extends minigame. Let's even make that a separate point. Or decide where to set current minigame. Okay. Let me see how that looks. Okay, we got the area 3D, object mesh, shader material, node 3D, minigame. I did the func one wrong. Is it function? I just literally typed the word function. Yeah, I'm gonna make it look nice. I might as well make it look nice. Forgot to add a space there. How do you do functions? Krill says, if I ever got $1 million, you're gonna invest half of it in the stock market and the other half in floral pattern furniture. Love that. And Viren says, one of the YouTubers I occasionally watch almost gave you a heart attack. You thought he wiped his channel, but no, just made a second channel with an identical icon but slightly similar name. Good for them making a second channel. Sometimes you want to make different stuff. It's good not to mix it in with your other stuff. I can see how that would be scary though. Some YouTubers be doing that. Laying waste. Floral patterns are awesome. I respect that. I'll call you an old woman any day. Old woman. Yeah, I'll remember again. Cleaner is once again attempting to make a very bad FNAF recreation in C. Nice. That's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I want to make a short about this so I can watch it to remind myself. But for now... Oh, method! Method. That's what it is. Not function. Okay, now check it. Nice. Nice. Okay. There we go. Oh, I should probably make that make grammatical sense. Decide where to call for that object's minigame. I know it's weird that some of these are minigames, but trust me, it's just better that way. I like you. You couldn't do that, you're a habitual stuff mixer? Wait, what did I say that made that make sense? Stuff mixer? So in order to get this to work, I'm gonna go to the selectable area computer station. And I guess we say when this event animation timer ends, we set the mini game. This for YouTube. Oh, mixing stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess it depends on what you... I mean, if that's already what your channel is, then it's kind of not a big deal. But if you've like been like a game dev YouTuber consistently, and that's all you've done for 10 years, and all of a sudden you want to start an RV travel channel, and you start posting RV travel videos, all your subscribers are going to be like, I'm not going to watch this. I don't want to watch this. So you start another channel to keep from that cross-pollination. Not that you didn't know that, but just for context. Okay, well, I actually have to make the minigame. Enum. None, couch, litterbox, phone, tripod, bowl, computer. Oh, wait, there's already a computer minigame? What? What do you mean? Do I use it? No. Computer station is what we call it. Oops. Okay, manage minigames. Minigames. Computer station. Okay. Let's see if that makes the back button function. Click. Go back. Nice. But wait a minute. I didn't make that script. I made no such script. Also, now I can't select it again. What the hell? It's not getting set back to unhovered, I guess, or something. Vansly's computer station? A game where you have to prove your cat is an alien who feeds on your blood in the night? I love that. See, I click it, then nothing happens now. So the back button isn't properly exiting it. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, what is this convolution? What did I do? See, now everything's broken. I guess the back button is left hanging somehow here. Oh my god. Okay. I really gotta write this down. It's wild. It's wild to come back. But look, this is it. Like, I'm okay with it. I'm glad that I'm choosing to work on this project longer and to take a step away and to come back, because now I get to solidify in my brain what's important to me. So future me cannot have to suffer in the next project. You know, how do I want to set up my project so that way it's easier for me in the future? And this is why I haven't finished, by the time the jam ends, my last couple Game Like Jam games. I finished the first 4 Game Like Jam games that I made, but the code is a mess. Very hard to come back to and work on. And so with the subsequent ones, I've been trying to build the systems in a way that it's scalable. And it's just, you know, it's harder in a game jam context to build the code that way, to hurry up, to get it done quickly, and to build it with a good structure. So this is a good learning experience. So the next time in March, when I start a new Game Like Jam game, I'll think about what is important to me for making sure that coming back to the project is going to be easier. And in the meantime, continue to put together these very convoluted pieces. Look, I have to think that this is born out of having never made a system like this before. Having never made a system where there are a variety of different things you click on, and then they share a go back code. They share a minigame code. They share a selectable object code. I feel like these base class inherited stuffs are something that I just was coming up with on the fly while I was making this. Like, well, this seems like a good system that'll help me, but I didn't really know, and I didn't really know where it was going. I didn't know I was gonna need a go back button. I didn't know I was gonna want that when I started making the camera able to go move towards the object and look at it. It wasn't until after I set up that system that I was like, wait a minute, I need something to let me get out of these. So then that becomes this disjointed separate system because I don't want to mess up that system. And I create this way that they link up. Whereas if I had known to begin with that I want all those systems to exist, I might have built it in a way that anticipated how those work together. But until I finish games like this, I'm not going to find out what those setbacks, what those oopsies are. I'm not going to have practice making those systems. So it's definitely worth going through it, but I feel it. I feel it a lot. Yeah, getting reps in. Exactly. Growing each time. That's the point. Finishing isn't. Well, I do think finishing is the point. Well, you're right. No, I mean, I do think you're right. If I was revealed that they ate babies, oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that... Well, yeah, I think that finishing it is important. Because then I pick up all the skills that I need for the next project. That until I get... So, like, if I get 80%, 90% of the way on every project I've ever made, then when I finally get to 95% on a new project, I'm gonna be like, oops, I don't know what to do here. This is crap, but I have to do it, so, Oh, yeah, finishing in time. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, finishing. Yes. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, you're right. Okay. We good. Yeah. We on the same page. Words can mean so many different things. It's a little ASMR. It's my typing sound. But I guess it is kind of accidental ASMR. Sorry about that. It was a lot gentler on my other microphone cover, but I got a new one because I think this one looks more neutral. I mean, it is like, it does take up a lot of space, but the other one is like brown, which, like, I don't know, it just doesn't like match anything. Whereas this is like, you know, black and gray, so it matches everything. But the other one allowed for a little bit less ASMR sound. You have one mostly working animatronic AI? Nice. Are you making like art for that? Are you making it like a terminal game? Okay. So let's figure out how this back button works. When I click on the couch, I'm just gonna type in back button because there's a lot going on here. If I hover over it, back button hovered, back button hovered, back button hovered. Now I'm going to click it. Back button pressed, back button tried, ending couch minigame. Back button is set to handle none. I have a feeling that this isn't happening for the computer. Let's find out. So click on the computer. Back button is set to handle computer station. We hover over it, back button hovered. If I click it, back button tried ending computer station minigame, and then nothing else happens. So we need this back button is set to handle none. Somehow, apparently, that needs to be independently set up per object. Alright, let's see what's going on. I mean, I left clues, I left breadcrumbs, obviously, for myself. But like, what if I didn't have to do that? Tried ending or I guess just tried ending. Handle current minigame. When does that get called? On pressed. If it's not a disabled back button, which we know it's not, it's gonna go to handle current minigame, which we know it's doing that. Minigame exited emit. What to go back from? Wait, why doesn't it do that? Why doesn't it? Okay. Back button is set to handle. Set what needs going back. This is a public function. Okay, who calls it? Manage minigames. Okay. Change current minigame. Set what needs going back, which minigame? That's it? That's the only place that calls it? I need to suppress the cat. The cat is just... These are messages that I want and I need to like track at some point. But like right now, they're really just clogging up the console log and it's causing me a lot of grief. So I'm gonna comment them out. I know I'm gonna want them back at some point. This is not that point. So I'm gonna comment them out. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Thank you for your service. You're no longer needed here. Oops. Okay, wait. Well, don't comment out the code, just the print. Okay. And then on the cat, I've got... Oh, the phone also is taking up a lot of messages too. Because the phone hover area is like off screen down here. So if my cursor is ever down here, it sets it off. I don't remember why that happens. I know I don't like it. It's not a terminal game. It would probably be making art for this. Oh, that's cool. Insane says, will these animatronics happen to be mascots for a shady pizzeria? Yes, I think so. I think that's what Crillionaire is making, is a FNAF-like. I think it's right there. I think they even said it right there. You might, after you finish making all of this, try to get better at get your better artist friend to remake it. Nice. Raylib. Oh, neat. Raylib's interesting. Igloo just brought 2 chickens. Now you're gonna eat fresh eggs. I love fresh eggs. Those are the best eggs. Okay, but what are the cat messages again? Oh, the cat got stuck. That's why the cat isn't sending out any more messages. Getting next waypoint. Okay, so it's all a bunch of waypoint stuff. Alright, go to the cat script. And we're gonna look for everywhere waypoint is mentioned. That one's probably fine. Okay, this one, comment. Comment out this. comment. Okay, let's see if there's anything else left behind. Invent your eyes are bad. All right. Sustain. Raylib, Python, and Lua bindings, which are both very GDScript-like. If you ever want to try Raylib, minimal headache. Oh, good to know. Hey, Tanzim. I didn't know that. Thank you for that information. Oh, cat behavior state. Okay, we have all that. Let's deal with that. It's just too much. It's just I'm you know, I can't keep track of everything when there's stuff going all the time. I have to deal with it. Okay, cat behavior state updated. Comment that out. Sandbox timer ended. Comment that out. Okay, let's see if I've cleared this out. Here's the cat walk. The cat will be walking, absolutely. Okay, I don't care about the dialogue. Okay, it seems pretty quiet now. So why the hell did I care about that again? Oh yeah, the desktop icons. Those aren't supposed to be. Anyway, we're not going to talk about that. Because I wanted to find out. Oh yeah, I wanted to see like what mini. Okay, so I'm gonna click on the couch. It's a lot of things. That's a lot of things right there. Honestly, I don't even know what a binding is. Like, you can just use that language. I don't even understand. It doesn't even make any sense to me. Honestly, I don't even know what Raylib is, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know anything. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, I know Raylib is something people use to make games, and it's C++ related or something, and it's not an engine, kind of. That's what I know. So not much. It's very hard to keep track of what's happening here. I mean, you got a whole damn backtrace here? Is that really necessary? Is that really necessary? I mean, maybe I'm gonna need it like right now. Yeah, okay, you know what? Actually, that backtrace is probably really useful right now. Can we, okay, let me do something really quick. Let me go find the requesting a camera print, because that is highlighted, and I need to use these highlights to my advantage here. A library that makes it really easy to make simple games, provides easy sound. Okay, but a library for what? Like, I don't even understand. Like, what do you use it in? Like, it's not like I just pull up a text document and paste in Raylib. Like, you have to do something with it, right? Welcome, the Immortal One. I didn't know Immortal Ones could have birthdays. I guess that makes sense. Just because you were born doesn't mean you're immortal. Sorry for assuming that immortals don't have birthdays. That was really messed up of me. Happy early birthday. Now I want to go to where the back button reports that it's been pressed. And I want to highlight that. So that way I can freaking find it a little bit more easily here. That's what I'm trying to find. Okay, click on this. I don't really want that either highlighted, but it's okay. Ugh. Nope, I don't want to highlight it. You Event states. Oh my goodness. It's just, man, it's complicated. It's complicated. I look forward to building a better system someday, greatly. You know, it's hard not to feel that temptation to just, like, you know, start a new project. I mean, luckily I do start a new project every other month, so it's kind of fine. But, you know, even right now, just be like, I gotta start over. No! You finish it! Finish it! Okay, where's the highlight? It has to be in here somewhere. Did I not set it? Oh, wait. Yeah, I did. Back button pressed. Yeah, it's right there. What the hell's going on? Oh, I didn't press... Y'all, I didn't press the back button. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, click the... I'm so confused. I can't even remember that. Oh, there's another one. Is a minigame or cam not default? Oh my god, what the hell is all these prints? It's too many prints! You gotta chill with the prints! Comment it out! It's too much! It's too much information! A binding being a transition layer like Lua, C, or Python. Libraries provide functions and methods that you can use in your code. Most libraries... Felicate was the first cat to go to space, but sadly was put down so science can research her body. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Savages. Libraries write function method in your code. Most libraries cover one function relevant is yeah, but what do you do with it? Relay was a C library. Bindings you can use virtually any language. Alright. Alright. It's okay. You don't owe me the explanation. Don't worry. Okay. Click. Click. Where is the highlight? This is part of what I want to do with my print tool. There it is. Is I want to have a interface, like an inspector menu, that lets me like see all of the places where the highlight is applied, and I could like toggle them off really easily, so I don't have to go digging around for each of them. That is, I repeat that so often that it's like I gotta do this. I gotta do this ASAP. Okay, back button pressed. Back button tried. Ending couch minigame. Event state changed on selectable area phone running. Wait, what? What the hell does the phone have to do with anything? Hover ray block state updated to all. Yeah, so that's important to make sure we don't hover over the wrong things. Phone in hand is checking if it is the minigame to end. Area petting is checking if it is a minigame to end. Area petting is the minigame to end. Ending minigame. Event state changed on selectable area couch running. Hover ray block state updated to all. Couch is requesting a camera, arriving false, so it's moving away from it. Default camera is going to move the camera to itself. A camera tween on default has begun. Okay, it tweens it, it tweens it, it tweens it, moves it back. On unselect any. Couch unselected. Select state changed to unselected. Assigned target is false. Teleport emitted to finish signal. That's for the cat teleportation. Area pet is checking if it is a minigame to end. Area petting is the minigame to end. Isn't this nuts? Ending the minigame. Selectable area object. Baby's first systems. Event state changed, unselectable area, computer station running. I don't understand what this running means. Okay, where does the back button... Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Back button. Oh my gosh. I want highlights on all of these. Well, the important ones. The ones that matter. I don't care if it's hovered. This one. Oh my gosh. It's okay, Curlionaire. I don't care to explain it to you, honestly. C++ is so good now, though. Lua wrappers on C++ via Swig has been good for so long. Yeah, okay, look, what I mean is, like, what the hell do you do with it, okay? Like, GDScript, I put it in Godot, and Godot does stuff with it. Now it's a game. Then I export it, and you can play my game. C++ Raylib, okay, I get a library. What the hell do I do with it? Do I open up Notepad, and I just type in things, press save, and it's a game? No. Obviously, it has to be compiled or something. You have to do something with it. You know, I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I'm willing to understand it, but I just don't. Okay, so we're going to click on the tripod. Now I'm going to click on the back button. And we're going to attempt to observe what has occurred. I'm looking for the highlights. Back button press, back button tried ending tripod minigame. That happens immediately. Okay, let's get one more print. This one. Or one more highlight. A build system and to do some C++ to it. Okay. Alright. Alright. Thank you. I'm interested, you know, it's just like... You must assume I know nothing, because I do not know anything. Back button is set to handle none. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see what happens in between the back button being pressed and it being handled set to none. I'm so very confused by this. Okay, so it's blocking all other hovers while we're in the tripod transition to the tripod, like the camera moving to the tripod. We can't click on anything else. Things are checking to see if they are the minigames to end, or the camera away from the tripod, I mean. Phone in hand checks to see if it's the minigame to end. Area padding checks to see if the minigame to end. I don't know, that's doing that. Hover ray block sets updated all. Hover ray block. I'm so confused. Litter scoop is checking, tripod is checking, tripod discovers that it is the minigame to end, and it ends it. The tripod event state changes to running for some reason. Hover ray is blocked, tripod is requesting camera. The camera moves to it. Tripod is officially unselected. Select state changed to unselected. Changing visible stat bar from none to 0, and then the back button is set to handle none. In Manage Minigames, it puts out the back trace. Current minigame changed to none. That came from End Minigame on Manage Minigames. Set current minigame, change current minigame, then the print. And then it did it. Okay, so now what does that look like for the PC, and what makes it different? So we click on this, press go back, and see what it's missing compared to that. Back button pressed, back button tried ending computer station minigame. So we're not going to see the change to none highlight. It's not even going to happen. Event state that. So we should see the computer checking itself if it's the minigame to end. Computer station unselected. Okay, I think that's what we're missing. It doesn't check itself to see if it's ended. Okay. So where does that happen? Friggin' so confusing. Is checking. On minigame script. Yeah, end minigame. So end minigame must not be running. And what procs end minigame, pray tell? I don't know. On minigame exited, which is a signal that gets emitted by the UI back button. Convolution. Emit. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. I'm just being very... It's like taking a month. Like, I worked on this project November and December. November 1st to December 31st. I was working on this project. And I was intimately familiar with this. I take a month off. I come back. And I just have a different perspective. I'm like, oh, wow. I didn't realize all the things I was holding in my head that I just remembered. But I feel like a good system is one that when you come back to it, at least in my opinion, what I value as a good system is one that is comprehensible. Especially by the person who only a month ago understood it well. You know? It's awful. Yeah. So we don't get a tried ending it? Tried ending the computer. So it doesn't emit this? So it must be emitting it, then. So how does this not happen? How does it even... Why would it send what to go... Right, what to go back from? Well, okay. No, it's fine. Okay, I get it. All right. So back to the minigame script. On minigame exited. Exit what? End minigame exit what? Is checking if it's so. It never runs this. Why? How? Was it never set what to go back from? So weird. What to go back from? Back button is set to handle computer station. So it totally does run this. And so what to go back from should be set to that. So in fact, even now, if I go check the remote, we should see that, like, it shouldn't take me 4.5 hours to create a new selectable object. That is not acceptable, you know, in my opinion. Maybe I'm being harsh, but I don't like it. I got this. That's true. I got this. It's true. You're right. Thank you. I got this. Still. I gotta get this better next time. So let's go see if it is indeed still showing what to go back from. It says 0. So it is none? Okay, we need to track this. I need to track this. Okay, what to go back from is 0. If I click on the couch, it's going to change to 1, which we presume is the couch. Hit go back, it goes to 0. I'm going to click on the litter box. It changes to 2, which we can presume is the litter box. Go back, now it's 0. Click on the tripod, it's 4. Go back, it goes back to 0. Click on the phone, it's 3, hit go back, goes to 0. Click on the computer, it becomes 6. Hit go back, it does go to 0. Okay. But the tripod knows. Is the minigame to it? How do... Oh my goodness. Okay, click on this, go back. Is it knows? Knows it's hovered. Oh my goodness. Just look for like couch, I guess. So complicated. I'm trying to find where it confirms with itself that it's the thing to end. Because it checks each one, and it's not checking the computer station, I'm pretty sure. So I need to figure out how to make sure it does that. Where is it? It's hovered. That's when it's first selected. Oh my god, I'm so confused. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Yeah, I'm optimistic, but like I'm gonna get there. But I just the path to get there is a chaos of my own making, evidently. Back button pressed. Back button tried any computer station minigame. Wait, what? I pressed the tripod. What are you talking about? I don't remember what it's called. So I can't get through this litany of messages. Checking, is the minigame to end? Okay. Ending minigame. There we go. Wait. Ending the minigame. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. This print message right here. So now if I click on the computer and I press go back, that never runs. On all of them they will. If I click on the couch and press go back, wait, why is it not running on these? Oh, because after I do the computer, it breaks. That's why. So click on the couch, hit go back, it identifies itself as the minigame to end. Click on the phone, go back, identifies itself as the minigame to end. Click on the litter box, go back, identifies itself. Phone, go back, identifies itself. However, that is not happening when I do the computer. So where does that happen? Ending the minigame. Yes, end minigame, of course. We have gone through this. And that gets run by this. But why? Why? Is there like is there a guard? There's a freaking guard. It's hitting, it's snagging this. But is it? Is it checking? I don't see computer in here anywhere. So I guess it would be like... It's very confusing. If not minigame set to minigame type. And why is this an entire... Isn't it supposed to be an enum? Oh, name. I see. It's its whole name that it's checking. Got it. Well, but I meant... Okay, yeah, okay, it's the whole name. Alright. Very well. Did I ever create a minigame script? Did I do that yet? I don't think I created that. Is that what I'm missing? Oh my gosh. I totally forgot. So wait, where does this get applied? The... Let's look at the tripod. Very confusing. Very, very confusing. Man. Oh my goodness. Phone and tripod. Okay. So one of these scripts is going to be the minigame script. I don't really understand what it's doing there. Okay, collision area. On a collision area? What's it doing on a collision area? Is that what it extends from? It extends from a Node 3D. Oi, oi, oi. The things that happen in a game jam. Terrible, terrible things. Okay. No, look, I love myself. I'm proud of myself. It's frustrating to come back and work with it. So... That's so weird. So I guess I can deduce what things it goes on from looking at all the other is checkings, because it'll tell me the name of them. Here it's on an area. There I've named it collision area. Phone in hand. But on the computer station, the area is what the selectable area is on. So where does the minigame go on? Thanks for the follow. Guana? Welcome. I don't understand. What is the order of things here? On the litter box, the selectable area. Okay, so where's it on the litter box, for example? On the scoop? So it's just like, we just decide, where does the minigame live? Where does the minigame live? I don't know, how about on the pooper scooper? Why not? Well, it's not really a minigame, so I shouldn't have to put it anywhere. I'm fine. Okay, so phone. Let's look at the phone, because that seems like the black sheep here. What's the phone have it on? The top level node. Great. Sounds good to me. And tell me more about its script. Yeah, the 666 empty minigames phone. Well, I'm just gonna copy this, although I don't think I need this activate phone thing. But I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna go to the computer station, and we're gonna attach a script up there because that's what it is done like. What am I gonna name it? That's a good question. A fair question. A minigame phone in hand. Okay, so I guess I want to call the computer station. And is that what we call the scene? Okay. Oh my. Bless my heart. Minigame computer station. Attach a script called minigame computer station. Put it in scripts. Create it. Come back to that in a minute. It looks like I want to make the scene that too. No, the scene is called something else. I try to keep my scenes, this top level script, and top level node all having the same name. For the sake of reducing chaos on my brain. So do I want to do that right now to protect myself from the tiny little thing this might protect me from in the future? Kind of. Certainly is going to take up a lot more space up here, but I would rather be consistent. So that's what we're going to do. I'm doing it right now. What other mini games do we have? Litter scoop, petting. Okay. Litterscoop.tscn, no more. But that's not the top level, though, is it? Which makes it very confusing. Yeah, but that's what gets the minigame. It's very confusing. That's okay. I'm fine. I'm doing great. Yeah, I guess the litter scoop is the minigame, if you think about it, I guess. Minigame litter scoop. Okay. We're gonna rename that too. I hope I don't regret it and doesn't break everything. It might. Because unfortunately I also am using names for a lot of things. Oh man. Okay. I'm learning, y'all. Okay, petting. So go to the couch. The couches minigame, where's that at? So how the hell does the couches minigame work? Where is that? What does minigame petting go on? Area petting? On the cat? Don't tell me it's on the cat. You're gonna tell me it's on the couch. The cat. So confusing. So the minigame for the couch is on the cat. You see what I'm saying? Because you do pet the cat. Technically. And there it is, minigame petting. Oi, oi, oi. Hope I don't regret renaming that. I might. I may well. I'm in danger. What else? But I don't care. You can't stop me. Phone in hand. That has minigame. But, yep, that has minigame. Phone for tripod. Does not. Rename it. That's where the minigame... Nope, that's not where the minigame script is. Where the hell is the minigame script? Collision area, phone for tripod. Phone and tripod. Collision area, phone for tripod. Phone for tripod. That is terrible. That that's so weird. Thanks, Roger. Give me a second. Remember, we gotta hydrate over there now. If you do the exclamation point. It still says collision area later. Yeah, because you renamed the wrong thing. Because it's chaos. It's so chaotic. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, I can't take it. So this is... No, don't delete it. I can't take it. It's just so messy, you guys. I can't take it. I can't stand how messy it is. It drives me nuts. Oh my gosh. Why? Why? You see, look. You see, I can't... Why am I done such a thing? I'm gonna refill my water. What the monkey? What the fuck? What have I done? That's too much to keep track of. Why can't I keep it the same? All I had to do, here's the hydrate, cheers. But I gotta get it. Because I didn't know what the next system was gonna be like. And it's different. This mini game is different from that mini. Well, you know what? I should have found a way to handle them similarly. Look, I love you. I love you, girl. I'm proud of you. You doing good things, okay? You do good things. I'm proud of you. But understand that this is very frustrating. And I expect you to learn from it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Unfortunately, it cannot be ameliorated at this time. It simply must be endured. Okay. I'm back. That's right, Roger. That's right. Oi, oi, oi. Wild. Krill has a Bonnie AI state machine and a working left door, so you can now avoid dying. Nice. You made a CMake tutorial? You make tutorials? Do I need to be subscribing to you? Okay, I'm gonna keep that in mind. Hey, what's up, Melaneth? I see you. Alright, we're gonna put it in a playlist. Learning C++. Okay. There we go. I got it there. For when I'm ready, it'll be there. Cleaner says, I've never used a binding, but the C++ side, you write a C or CPP file, including Raylib, H, you give this to CCC. They do magic. Turn it into a program. Run the program. Blender's magic. Translates the functions to instructions CPU has built. Got it. If you pipe code into an AI checker, it almost always gives you above 85%. I don't know what that means. Mortis has officially made the jump to Godot. Cause Unity ethics you're not a fan of, and GameMaker 3D is not for you, and Unreal is too taxing. These reasons are relatable. I understand it. I understand all those reasons. Let's go. What you making in Godot, Mortis? What you doing in Godot? Remembering things is awful. This is why you write your code like future you has your home address. That guy's a rage maniac. Oh no. Apparently I need to do that too. That's silly. Krill writes code like they're never gonna read it again because you're never gonna read it again. Try to use enums and stuff in bigger projects though. Yeah, you feel me, right? Dig deep into the depths of your brain and strangle yourself a month ago. Yeah, thanks for passing it on, Melanith. Roger writes their code like they're going for a B. Good enough and definitely fixable if something breaks. I like that. You're effectively jobless in 2 days? To what extent are you ineffectively jobless? Because I don't know whether to say, I don't know if there's like a play on words there, or if I should be like, oh no, that sucks. Like, does it suck? Or is it like, no, I feel like you posted something in Discord that made it sound like it sucks. I feel like it sucks. I think you're dealing with something that sucks. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. I renamed some things. Honestly, I just don't even care. Like, does everything still work? Whatever. Things have different names. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, the computer we're still fixing. Because we gotta make the minigame script for it. Let's make sure this all still works. Yep. This still works. Yup. Phone. Yup. Couch. Petting minigame that is needing some work. Yes. Okay. Nothing broken. I need to find a place for the computer station minigame. I have decided that that is going to be the top level node on the computer station scene. There it is, actually. Let's look at another minigame. Maybe not the litter scoop. No, maybe the litter scoop, it doesn't matter. Wait, wasn't there one I was gonna... Actually, I was gonna fully bar... Look at that, did you see how long that was? Oh yeah, the the litter scoop minigame. Oh man, that was some... That was a time. No, give me the phone in hand one, because this one's pretty straightforward. It's basically boilerplate. Okay, pop that in. Except this time, it is not phone in hand. It is computer station. Go to the minigames enum computer station. Yes, this is a good one. Seems appropriate. So that's what its enum is. It apparently needs to tell the minigame that. Make this not a string, but the stats type. 2D. Okay. 666, yes. Start minigame instance. Yup. I don't think we need anything here. I think it's just like when it happens, things that it does. We don't need an activate phone. Alright. But wait. Don't I have to call it? Well, that's what the, no. And Lee's, by the way, what I think would be helpful for the future, just so you know, on the minigame script, this might save me a little bit of time. Just a little bit, but certainly. You okay, Godot? Thank you. Right here, this, I needed an error check. Because if there was an error there, I would have found this a long time ago. Because the computer was throwing an error. Essentially, it was hitting this guard. And it wasn't getting to the rest of the function, which it needed to. Because I hadn't created the minigame script. So we are going to push an error the fancy way, obviously. An ended minigame is missing. An ended... The go back... Go back... I think I'd do that. I don't even know how to type it. Okay, well, you know what we'll do. Go back was pressed... for a minigame that doesn't have a minigame script yet. Specifically, manage minigames. Minigames, find key, minigame. Exclamation point. I kind of want to proc this error, just so I can make sure it works. So I'm going to actually remove the script for right now. See if we can get that error. Press go back. Yes. There we go. Go back was pressed for a minigame that doesn't have a minigame script yet. Specifically, computer station. Okay? Great. Then we'll put the script back on here. And I should be able to go back from it. Okay. Wait. Click this. Go back. Oh, they all proc it. Okay, evidently, there's a good reason why I didn't put an error there. What the hell? It's just getting called. It's just getting bombarded with calls that just don't matter. I mean, that seems sloppy. Sorry. I love myself. I'm proud of myself. I am. Okay. I am. Okay. It's just wow. Okay. Right, because every single minigame, I guess, checks to see if it's the one. So if it's not the one, so if it's not, I know. So if it's not the one, it's going to go through here and hit the guard. So that's actually not the error. What would be the error is if we say if or something. Go back was supposed to be a minigame that we'll say doesn't exist or have a minigame script yet. Or maybe doesn't have a minigame script yet? And actually, it won't even find that key. It won't even exist. Well, that's not necessarily true. Ugh, I don't even know how to check it, honestly. So, great, I can't put a warning there. So, alright, never mind. You know what? You know what? Just don't know. Nothing I can do. It's the best I can do. Alright. We can go to the computer. We can open games. Everything's good. Wow. That was something. I would love to, like, not have to have the debug open all the time. Can we not toggle the debug by default at this point? I mean, at this point, I might as well. I don't know where the toggle debug happens, but I assume it's in manage debug. But now I'm not so sure. No, I'm not so sure. Debug menu. There we go, I guess. That's a lot of buttons. This is being toggled ahead of time, like early. Where? Oh, just like in the scene? Okay. I'm just gonna set that to not be toggled because it gets in the way of functioning or of operating the computer. And since we can now click on the computer, which is the main thing I used that debug for, I'm just gonna not have it automatically open. Because that, to me, that's part of like the benefit that I wanted to get from this, was that I can sit back and not have to see that debug menu every time for right now. Reuse it. But now I just gotta find where that is. Somewhere in here. Left buttons, right buttons. It is not a right button. It is not a left button. Okay. Alright. How about we do type button? There it is. Toggle debug. Toggle mode off. Okay. Alright. I do have to actually close it, evidently. As well. Was it that? Okay, let's see if I did this right. I did not. Wait, what does it... Oh my gosh. What does it do? Is it but... Will it be something that's... Is it this? No. Wait, what does it control? I don't know. Pop-out menus visible. Bottom bar visible. Right. So we hide that. I guess I wasn't supposed to mess with that. Oh, I turned off its toggle mode. I'm sorry. That was incorrect. I made a mistake. I think button pressed is what I was looking for. If I turn off toggle mode, then it's not going to be a toggle anymore. Okay, beautiful. There we go. Nice. Okay. All right. I think I have achieved things that I feel good about today, on this day. Now, I can click on the computer. I can open up the game. It's embedded in there. This go back button, I kind of want to move it, right? Like we're on the computer. This is kind of in the way of the computer. So I'm going to want to rethink that probably. But that's okay. It's there for now. I'm okay with that. We can play this game embedded right there in the computer. This is great. I have implemented my jam game on here. I am just going to wait for it to load. But yes, it is there. It is functional. I feel very good about that. Awesome. We can go back and the game stays up there. So this is very good. This is very good progress. I'm very happy with this. Getting done at the same time. Yeah. I'm very happy with this. I'm super proud that finally, the computer is set up right and I successfully got a new minigame added in. Now again, there's some problems. You know, things are cut off here. That's okay. I can fix that stuff. But I've got the like basic stuff in place. So it's progress. It's moving forward. I'm gonna say that is it for today. I've done what I'm gonna do. But obviously, we will go find people to hang out with on YouTube and Twitch. But first, let me check in with you all. I'm trying to keep the stream shorter, and I'm trying to start them earlier. I'm gonna get better. Normally, I would literally be streaming for 5 more hours. So, we're gonna do better. Excuse me, I just bumped everything. Nested switches. Clearly, I use C and Raylib because they hate C#, they hate C++, they hate GDScript, they hate love, and they can't put in enough effort to learn GameMaker. You're a hater at heart. Yeah, you are. It's okay. Oops, not what I meant to press. If is error fix. I know, right? Like, why can't it be that simple? It really should be. Good enough and definitely fixable so something breaks. They want you back, but didn't have any work right now. They want you back, but didn't have any work right now? What the heck does that mean? We're sorry we have to do this. Oops. Ran out of stuff for the intern. Sucks, Roger. I hope you find something soon. The worst code I've ever run, but it ran. At least the project boots. We're working on debug, and we're just talking about coding humor. I was either sleep deprived or on some extreme caffeine high because I don't get why this works. Relatable. I don't pretend to be a programmer, Vince says. I just find whatever works. You are a programmer. Okay, do you write code? Then you're a programmer. You don't, I mean, maybe you don't want to claim it, but too bad that's what you are. Deal with it. You love Click Team and RPG Maker too. Look at that. Look at that booty dance. Alright, who's around on YouTube? Hopefully we can find someone who's on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. That is always my preference. But we can't always get what we want. Even if we get what we need. We're all programmers. Some suffer more than others. Oh, Moonwood is streaming. I know that he streams on both platforms. Hypnotic is streaming. Ooh, that's a tough choice. Hypnotic or Moonwood? I'm pretty sure Moonwood streams on both platforms. Moonwood is working on a blackjack game, like mixed with like a dungeon crawler. It's like a dungeon crawler blackjack game. Hypnotic is working on a bobblehead game. Now here's the difference. Hypnotic is working in Godot, which we've been working in Godot. Moonwood is working in RPG Maker. So do we wanna be co-working with RPG Maker or Godot? Or is the engine not important for the co-working vibes? Is it more something else? Let's see how long he's been streaming. 3.5 hours. How about Hypnotic? Only an hour. You love basic, but you don't know free basic, only Apple basic. It's a tough choice. It's a tough choice. Let's you vote Moonwood? Moonwood, I would say Hypnotic is more potentially a chatty streamer. And Moonwood is gonna stay laser focused on the task. Melaneth is already in there. Well, I mean, if Melaneth's already in there and Curliner votes, seems like the rational choice. Alright, let's do Moonwood. Moonwood it is, then. Moonwood's very good. He's a very good streamer. He's got a lot of energy. He has like this incredible radio voice. And his game is super cool. Like, he's pushing RPG Maker in a way that I would have never... Because that's what he's making his game in. And it's like, I didn't even know RPG Maker could do that stuff. I had no idea. But it can. Now, I'm pretty sure he, like, doesn't recommend it for making a game like he's making. But he sure is doing it. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah, Hypnotic is doing Godot. Hypnotic is doing Godot. Moonwood is doing RPG Maker. You did say you love RPG Maker. So it seems like the right choice. What's his username over here? Moonwood Games. Alright, y'all. Have fun with Moonwood. Again, he's very good. Very entertaining. Making a very interesting game. You don't have to do a raid message. There's no pressure whatsoever. I'll be doing it, even if it's cringe as hell. But there it is. You can copy and paste that when we get there on YouTube or Twitch. As soon as this YouTube stream ends, it's going to bring us there. Same thing on Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to try to do early. I'm aiming for... My goal is 4 p.m. Eastern Time. I would love to have that be my normal, regular time is 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, RJ. Oh, goodbye, RJ. I'm adjusting my stream times a little bit. I'll actually be gone even sooner if I get it perfect, which sucks because I know I'll miss so many people. But 4 p.m. Eastern Time is my goal, which means I'll end by 10 p.m. For context, right now it's 1 a.m. And I started at like 5, 6. So anyway, y'all take care. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.